Started.
Sign in earlier than that.
Good morning, board member, superintendent, chief of staff. I want to welcome you today to today's board retreat, although we've been serving together for at least probably enough for 1 year with all of you. This is the first time all 7 of us, along with our new superintendent, will be in a retreat together. We're happy to be at Warner Pacific University, so thank you for hosting us. Dr. Armstrong, do you have you want to start off by saying a few words about why we're here today?
Yeah, well, I just want to acknowledge that Warner Pacific University has provided the space and all of the food and beverages complimentary. And I have the pleasure of serving as a trustee on the board for Warner Pacific. We have a board member who is an alumni of the university. It's important to note that Warner Pacific University, small private university, is the only Hispanic serving institution with a designation of Hispanic serving institution in the city of Portland. And I think is working on another designation. There might be another one with minority serving, but so they're doing some great work in the city of Portland and beyond, but they're in our home district. And so how great is it to be able to spend time at a site that serves our kiddos after they leave our schools, some of them. So just wanted to acknowledge the staff, the president, Brian Johnson, who would have loved to come and say hello, but is out of the area at the moment. But just want to extend a thank you for all of us to Warner Pacific for hosting us.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Today we have Dr. Barbara Jenkins, and I think virtually, right, we have Dr. Jim McIntyre.
Could be signing on shortly.
Great, awesome. Before I introduce our facilitators, just want to share a few words about why we're here today. As you know, I'm very proud to be part of this board. I'm really happy that all of you are to be serving with all of you and the immense focus that we have on student outcomes. I think that's very unique, and that's very just proud of being part of all this. And the purpose of this retreat today is to kind of the overarching purpose is to improve our performance, right? How we work together and a greater understanding of how our working styles and how to best work together. The tone of collaboration and communication kind of starts with us, and we have a really huge impact on the district. So today's focus and our purpose as board members is to improve it, try to start improving and talking about how we can better govern ourselves and make sure that we have a shared understanding of what that is. I think it's also important to know to delineate and important to know what's board work and what's the superintendent's work. That's also a topic of discussion today. And also, having been on the board for a year now, I am really confident and really happy again that the outcome of this is to improve student outcomes. So a little bit about Dr. Jenkins, Dr. Barbara Jenkins. Again, thank you for traveling all this way to be here. I know this is the long weekend and it's hard to pull people away. But Dr. Jenkins has been serving students for over 30 years. In 2012, she was named superintendent of Orange County Public Schools, the 8th largest district in the nation, which is just about 206,000 students. She retired from Orange County Public Schools in December 2022. Dr. Jenkins is a highly recognized education leader, received a presidential appointment as a director of the National Board of Education Sciences in 2017, and received the Baldrige Foundation Award for Leadership Excellence in 2022. She has served as chairman of the board for the Council of Great City Schools, representing the nation's large urban districts. Dr. Jenkins is a chief in residence and the leader of the Women in Leadership Initiative of Chiefs for Change, a national bipartisan group of district and state education leaders dedicated to the success of our nation's youth. Jenkins also serves on the board of trustees for ETS, the world's largest private nonprofit education testing and assessment organization. A little bit about Dr. James McIntyre, Jr. Dr. McIntyre is the Dean of Colleges of Education and Assistant Provost for Academic Excellence. Prior to his appointment as Dean, he served as Director of the Center for Educational Leadership and Assistant Professor of Practice at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. In his role, Dr. McIntyre managed the university's Leadership Academy for aspiring school principals, facilitated the Tennessee Rural Principals Network, and provided targeted support and leadership coaching to schools and districts across Tennessee and around the country. Before transitioning to the University of Tennessee in 2016, Jim served for 8 years as superintendent of Knox County Schools, 60,000 student public school district of Knoxville, Tennessee. Under his leadership, this district saw extraordinary growth in student learning and success. McIntyre has served on numerous state level and national work groups aimed at enhancing public education and participated as a fellow in the prestigious Broad Foundation Superintendent Academy, an intensive fellowship in the Urban Public School Superintendency. He has also been honored with the Life Achievement Award from the National PTA and the Excellence in Educational Leadership Award from the University Council for Educational Administration. With that done, let's go around the room and introduce ourselves.
So I'm going to make you introduce yourselves when we do the icebreakers. So I'm going to save about 2 minutes here.
Great. Right.
Consolidating. And thank you so much for the kind introduction. Let me just say a couple of words about our purpose. To foster this strong governance relationship that guides and supports district leadership and certainly ends in student outcomes that are positive is our purpose today. Can we accomplish everything we put on an agenda? Perhaps not, but we can certainly lay a foundation for you to work in that direction. This whole notion of governance and the appropriate role of school boards is pretty critical. There's research around it. There are publications around this notion of coherence. So much so that I put it on a flip chart. In fact, Roseanne, if you want to stick that chart right over here to cover up the Wi-Fi sign, that'd be perfect. No, we're not gonna, I was gonna say, when someone comes late, they don't get access to the Wi-Fi, but we'll leave that uncovered for him. So I wanna make sure we have a grounding around this notion of coherence, because that's what the research is around. In the book, The Governance Core, there's discussion around both alignment and coherence. So think of alignment as we got everything straight. We have our budget aligned with our goals. It's technical. It's the rational side of it. Think of coherence as leaning a little bit more toward the emotional side. It's a commitment to work together for this common good, which we like to call a moral imperative. I looked at your website. I've read all of your background information about you. So impressive for the service that you do here. The moral imperative is really what you put in your own purpose statement, that you're going to do something really significant. We provide rigorous, high-quality academic learning experiences that are inclusive and joyful. We disrupt racial inequities to create vibrant environments for every student to demonstrate excellence. That's a pretty serious purpose, moral imperative, which draws us together around this notion of coherence. We want to get things accomplished because we have this moral imperative. And so coherence, can you see it? Put it up a little bit higher. Can you read this? Just a couple of words. So let's refer back to really not gonna hide the Wi-Fi information. I really want us to be able to refer back to this systematic, logical connection or consistency. Got a moral imperative we are passionate about. It tugs on the emotions a little bit. It gives us an opportunity to integrate diverse elements, relationships, and or values. So because of this moral imperative, we make a conscious decision that we're going to have coherence. And that coherence is what essentially differentiates boards who have positive student outcomes and those who don't. Want to have a commitment to good governance, an understanding and a commitment toward this movement, toward coherence from the governing body, from the superintendent and her staff, coherence, working together for this common good. And so that's kind of why we're going to spend some time together here today. Let's talk about our agenda briefly. You've seen it. I should apologize too, because Sometimes we send the PowerPoint deck ahead of time, sometimes we don't. I promise you, there was no homework assignment other than true colors. But if you looked it over, it's harmless. If you didn't look it over, it's harmless as well. It's just going to give us a guidance for our discussion today. Want to make sure folks are clear on that. Torn between sending it out ahead of time and not, because I hate to create additional concerns. Nonetheless, our agenda will run pretty swiftly through some of the activities. And when we get toward the end, 11:45, we will break for lunch. We will judge whether or not we actually need a break around 10:45, because I don't want you to sit too long. But I promise you, as we engage in discussing, we will use some strategies. Those who've been in the classroom before will recognize it, pair and share. Got to talk to your neighbor about something and then report out. Standing meetings. It means you get to stand up because you're tired of sitting down. You have a brief standing meeting. And we have a couple of instances where we'll do speed dating rounds, which means you have to talk to more than one person as the time goes by to answer some questions and discuss them. So we'll try to keep you engaged. This is essentially our agenda. When we get to the end of the day, the general protocols portion, you don't need much direction from us on. We'll talk some general good practices, but around the strategic plan, the superintendent's going to chime in. Around superintendent evaluation, board chair will chime in. School board evaluation, give you some ideas, and certainly you can all chime in on that as well. How do boards evaluate and assess their own behavior, their own processes and accomplishments? And then at the end of the day, we'll talk about pluses and deltas and your next steps. All right, here comes the intro. I'm sorry, norms. Need you to fully engage, listen and seek to understand, focus on what's best for our students, assume good intentions, be both candid and kind, self-regulate your airtime so all get to participate. If these norms, which we typically use, are agreeable, I just need a nod from you, or if there's something else that's missing, tell me now. Good norms? Anything missing? Let me see a nod or something.
Yes,
Give me-
that's great. Thank you.
Yes,
That's
good.
good.
That good? All right. So here come the intro. So in 3 or 4 sentences, you're going to tell us why you got in this predicament. What drew you to serving in the K-12 arena? 3 or 4 sentences. I'm going to give you a couple of seconds because it can't be a paragraph, can't be a run-on sentence. 3 or 4 sentences you have to say to us why. What made you jump into this job of helping run public education? Let me give you an example. I'll read mine first. I've done it too many times. And when Jim comes on at 10, we'll make sure to ask him to give his as well. So here's mine. I've always wanted to be a teacher since a wonderful first grade teacher, Octavia Ginyard, introduced me to the joys of learning. I was repeatedly enticed to pursue higher levels in K-12 education in order to impact more students. I genuinely believe, it's my third sentence, I genuinely believe that public education is a linchpin to our democracy and the only means by which some children, many children, will achieve a different life than their parents had and experience the American dream at a higher level. So they can be compound sentences, just not run-ons. All right, you need a minute? Need a minute to think of your 3 to 4 sentences? I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Some folks already wrote it down because they saw the slides ahead of time. Why I got into this K-12 predicament. I say predicament fondly. There's no place I'd rather be. Need a new picture on your website of that too, of the board. All right, 1 more minute. right, who wants to go first?
Oh.
The wonderful thing about going first is you get to pitch it to the next person.
Oh,
All right, Patty, tell us.
then you don't have to listen to other people's better than what you said.
Jump in, jump in.
Right. Okay, well, I had a background in education and care deeply about children and also saw the importance of education in my own children's lives. I heard there was an opening on the school board at the same time. I was in a group that was asking what we could do to make society more equitable. I think the schools are a place where it is possible to make a difference in children's lives. And I had the time and support of my family to run for the school.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing that, Patty. Pitch it.
Oh.
Who goes next?
Gary.
All right. We got a couple sentences. So one was just to give kids the same opportunity that I was able to provide for mine. And also to affect change for our kids of color, especially in their academic endeavors.
Good, thank you for sharing. Who's next?
Get to Andrew.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the exact same thing. I promise I'm not stealing. No, I only have two sentences. One, I mean, I wanted to give back to my community. And one way to do that was by ensuring the positive experience my own kids were having. Our local schools was shared by all kids. And at the time it wasn't, and still isn't. But that was my goal.
Got it. Pitch it.
Let's go, Michelle.
Sure, thank you. So education is just really important to my family. My grandmother was certified to teach Negro students in the South before she emigrated to Portland. Both of my parents are educators in K-12 and college, and I really wanted them here because I want to have an impact on the future of Portland through this system.
All right. Very good. Pitch it. Michelle, you got to pick somebody.
Sorry, how about Julia?
Okay, so. Are the ways that we can transform lives in some communities in a really positive way. And then just more personally, to be a fierce advocate for students who are struggling or are getting what they need from our school system. Having been a parent of a student who really struggled.
Pitch it, Carolyn.
Nice choice.
Sure in the picture.
Oh, yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Just noting, I got cropped out apparently.
Oh,
And as a note,
You didn't make the.
I didn't pick the picture. We couldn't find one on the website except of the old board, and so I had to pinch hit with someone else who gave me that picture.
So photos, yeah. My parents raised me with a culture that the best life is one where you are a benefit to society. I found teaching in my adult career, and I've been an educator since for my entire working career. And one of the greatest joys that, I think is when you help guide a student to find success in an area that they never expected to find success. I think if everyone could have that experience, we would have a better world.
Excellent. Pitch it.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Armstrong?
Sure. I would say that high quality education should be and is free. High quality education should be and will be life-changing. And to be able to be in a role to support those who take care of our most precious humans was an opportunity I couldn't pass. I will pitch it to Roseanne.
So my dad immigrated here, and education was the thing that place he felt he belonged in public school, and how he learned to belong. So he was always enamored. That was something that's very important in our household growing up. And then as an adult, when I had to make a decision about where to spend my time after becoming a parent, if I'm not going to be with my own family, I want to do something that matters.
Excellent.
My parents were Portland Public School teachers.
I was a Portland Public School student and my children are all Portland Public School graduates. And I spent my career working in government, county government. I just so strongly believe that our whole cities and counties' success is dependent on having a strong public school system. And for my last hurrah, make sure that Portland Public School.
Gary, you want to chime in?
Sure. I taught English in Mexico. When I came back, I thought I wanted to be a teacher. I started down the path and realized that being in front of a group speaking was not my thing. I would still like to be an educator, like in service of it, the students in education, and so like wanted to work at schools. Do something I'm better at in service of students.
Excellent. Thank you all for sharing that. I hear a moral imperative, I hear a passion, I hear a purpose that is pretty well grounded and very similar among you. It doesn't surprise me. If you're drawn to serve on a school board, you have similar motivation. To come on Friday, I've said to many of you individually, come on a Friday before a 3-day weekend shows a willingness to sacrifice on behalf of children. I will tell you, though I've been retired for 2 years now, I am passionate about what public education means for our young people. I just believe in our young people and what their future can be like if the adults involved will just give them a helping hand in some direction. And so flying 5.5 hours and getting in around 11:30 last night, I don't consider a sacrifice. It's my contribution. If you're willing to work together, then I'm willing to do anything I can to help school boards and superintendents across the country do that work and have the pleasure and the joy of working with so many of them. So let me just say thank you for your sacrifice, not for today. I know we've made light of the holiday weekend, but for serving on a school board, particularly one that does not offer any compensation to board members, is a contribution that at least deserves a thank you. So thank you for what you do for the children here in Portland. 44,000 students and their families owe you a debt of gratitude. All right, so now we're going to talk about our little personality session called True Colors. Let me just give you a little bit of background. I don't want you to be at all overly concerned about this. Anybody ever do Myers-Briggs?
Yes.
Okay, so the folks who did Myers-Briggs, really, one of their students actually is behind the True Colors. So it is not totally separated from what the research says. Brought extra copies. Or staff brought extra copies, but everybody has them, right? Everybody needs an extra copy. It's a short, briefer method than Myers-Briggs, but about 95%, 90 to 95% of the time, if you take it again, the results are reliable, at least about 90% of the time. And so we're going to talk through just a little bit about it. That the intent was to make for better working environment, that not to put labels on people, but that knowing your personality type and understanding how you work, as well as knowing other people's personality styles and how they work, would make for a working environment that was more cohesive, that had less stress, less division for the working environment. So let's just go ahead and dive right in. So I want to know who turned up with their primary. Remember, you can be a primary and a secondary. You can certainly be a hybrid, if you will, of more than one style. You can have 2 or 3 match your personality. So I'm going to let you identify yourself. And then I have this curious question, just because I'm curious by nature. As you were going through it, were you able to identify the possible personality type for a spouse, a partner, a friend, a coworker? Like the first time I did it, I knew immediately what my husband was. And first time he looked it over, he knew immediately what I was, because we've been married for 35 years now. But I will be curious to hear if you sort of diagnosed or pinpointed someone else. So how many blues do we have in the room? And if you had a tie vote, just raise your hand for both the colors, okay? 3 blues. Keep tabs on this for me, so we know how many blue. I've got Deborah, Kim, Patty, and Gary are blues. All right, how many golds? You're a tie. Patty's a tie for gold.
I had 3. I mean, there were.
Are you, was gold one of them?
We're all the same.
So gold was a second, was a tie for Patty and Julia. No, I just wonder if it's your top. Okay, all right.
Who was the child?
Julia and Patty
Okay.
had gold as a
Oh,
tie.
interesting.
Orange. Any orange? No, orange. Oh. Julia's a tie for orange. Okay, same number as your number one?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a tie for orange. Green. Andrew, why are you laughing, Gary? You pegged him for a green, didn't you?
Interesting. Well, this is the first time I've actually seen this,
Yeah,
this list.
yeah.
This
You
part.
pegged him for a green?
Interesting. No, this is surprising.
Andrew,
Not surprising.
Michelle, Eddie, and that was the tie for Julia as well.
Did Gary read his name?
That it?
You did really good wearing the colors, so.
Right, right.
All right.
Green and
Who
orange.
who spotted immediately a spouse, a partner, spouse, partner, friend, coworker, someone? Who'd you spot? Husband's a total boo. You kind of know how to manage that. How long you been married?
Well, I don't want to say I'm managing it.
How long you been married?
Just 33 years.
You're managing it. You're managing it. You've been 33 years. You're managing somebody. Anybody else? Identify. Patty.
Yeah, I never quite identified a color, but on certain questions, I would immediately.
Yeah.
know my husband.
Your husband, what color do you think you'd put him? Oh, you didn't,
I didn't go clear.
you saw him though.
Saw him.
You want to take it to him and say, would you mind taking this?
Well, he looked at it, but
Yeah.
I think I did it in pencil, so I
Let him do it.
do it.
Let him do it.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
Who do you see, Gary?
I can see my wife between green and gold.
Green and gold?
Yeah.
Why you say it like that? Yeah.
So this is the first time I'm seeing this, so I'm like, yeah, this is Isha all day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else see someone immediately? Who'd you see, Andrew?
I did, I mean, I could see friends, I think, like Patty said, in different questions.
Different questions.
Yeah.
But
So here's a whole notion. If you know your color and you know other people's color, you have an opportunity to use it to your advantage to better manage relationships. That's the whole premise behind it, a smoother working environment, a smoother relationship. And so that's what we're going to talk about just for a little bit here. So for blues that are more emotionally driven, they seek harmony in groups, enthusiastic, creative, sympathetic. My blues, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Mostly.
Most of it? What do you agree with, Gary?
Yeah, as far as being emotionally driven. I think I, a lot of times, go to with emotions before I go with anything else.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Yeah, I do. I'd like to not think it's emotionally driven, but probably. is.
Absolutely.
All right. Oh, loyalty driven, respect rules and authority, responsible, organized, appreciative. Who was gold? This is why I had.
That was
Roseanne
my
write-
second one.
Was
Julia.
Patty and Julia.
That matches kind of fit. You got three different ones that had the same number. What part of that you think fits for you, Julia?
Peace and the initiative.
Excellent. Patty?
Yeah, except I don't always respect rules and authority. Otherwise, yeah.
Everything else there, you're pretty.
Yeah, I would say yes.
All right. Now, you said that was your second one. What?
This was my second one, yeah, and I thought organized and also respect for rules and authority.
Since you mentioned second, anyone else here surprised by their number two? You raised an eyebrow. You were surprised by your number two?
Well, I just thought number two would be my number one, but it
Didn't
wasn't.
turn out.
No, green was number two.
Green is typical superintendent color, I have to tell you. I'm a green as well. How about orange?
Yeah, I can see me in that.
What do you see here?
Short-term piece, like I don't like to be married to stuff too long, except for my wife. So I like to be able to just get stuff.
Get it done.
And move on. And then competitive, very competitive and impulsive.
Very good. Roseanne, what was your color?
I was a blue. With green as my second.
Kind of fits your personality, you think?
Every that.
Kind of, sort of. It's on the PowerPoint handout too. Deborah,
Yes, yes.
it's pretty good. Deborah,
And we're all very close together. Did
was
not
there,
surprise
was
me.
there one winner?
Yeah, blue and then gold.
All right, green. Does it resonate?
Sure.
Gotta say more than sure.
You want me to be analytical about it?
Yeah. Green, I like analytics. Go ahead.
Yes, well, there was a standard deviation, no, I'm just kidding. There's more fives in my green, I think I do. Interestingly, I don't know if you can see my socks that were well, Vulcan thing. Anyways,
They're great
that was
songs.
accidental. It just, I think logically driven, I like to analyze everything, maybe to a fault. And then also very efficient. And I think I was diagnosed for ADHD when I was an adult. And that makes me very good at, I mean, I always known, but that makes me very good at hyper focusing, which is like when there's a task that I really find very important, I get it done and I do it really well, and it's not done until I'm done.
Mhm. I can relate to that. Other greens.
Yeah, that was my top one also, and the analytical piece is really important to me. I mean, I really feel like I make decisions best when I have data in front of me. And an independent thinker too. Yeah. That and gold, so green and gold.
Kim. Oh, no, you're gonna say something, Andrew, go.
Oh, no, green resonated. I mean, actually, mine weren't close. So green.
So tell us, what about green? All of it. All of
And it was funny because, you go through, it's blue, gold, orange, green, and you order it. So as I'm going through, I'm like, yeah. And then all of a sudden you get to green, it's like.
Yeah.
Everything.
You knew you were headed to
So,
green.
yeah, no, so orange is my second, but it's not like.
All right, and your partner is, what do you think?
Oh, it's a good question. I would. Green with some orange, maybe similar. Maybe what, anyway, yeah.
What did you say?
Just keep going.
Okay, Kimberly.
So blue, but,
Green.
no, well, it's a 2-point difference. And actually I struggled with one of the questions, which I think if I would have answered different, it would have had green number 1. Because I don't think that I'm emotionally driven.
So you're blue-green or green-blue.
I know that I'm more green, but I will say that because I think I've presented as very green before, I've learned to be more blue. So some of those responses resonate with me.
Learned
because-
behavior.
Yeah, yeah. So if I were to tease out like natural state versus how I've learned to be, because, you just, green is great if you get further with blue in education, so.
Gotta have some of all of it, really. So let me just disclose a little bit about myself. So I am a green, been married for 35 years. My husband leans toward a blue/gold. So there are things we know about each other. When you do a personality, you say, oh, that's why. Oh, I get it now. Like my husband knows. Don't repeat the same thing to me. I can't take the repetition. After a while, after 35 years, I'm gonna say, get to the point.
Mhm. That story is.
That's the way my brain works. I take in information. I want to get synthesizing and I want to get to some solutions rather than the other version. But as a superintendent, you can't just say, get to the point. Now, my staff will say, she's a data queen. Actually, there was a title. State of Florida recognized me as a data-driven leader. It was not data queen. My staff coined that term.
Okay.
Don't bring me just an idea, what your gut is telling you, what you're really starting to feel passionate about. Show me the data. And so I'm very data driven, but I had to adjust in order to be able to communicate well with folks in the other areas. You don't want to hurt someone's feelings unintentionally. I ask questions because I'm gathering and synthesizing, probably much like Eddie said, gathering and synthesizing. This is where you're going to explain it to your wife next time. Gathering and synthesizing. I'm not doing a drill and kill. I'm not trying to torpedo you and trying to stump you so you can't answer the question. I'm gathering data. So understanding that about the different personality traits, types really does help in how you engage. And so we're going to group ourselves by colors, and we're going to talk about the tips for the true colors. There are ways that you can limit stress for each other, because I'm going to tell you what the greatest sources of stress are for each individual color. And then we're also going to talk about how you as an individual work through your color. Here's some things you might consider or do differently so that you engage better with others. And then the third section is around communicating with the various colors. So if you are, I'm going to let you organize yourselves by color. I'm just going to wait and let you take charge and organize yourselves.
There's two of us.
See, I knew somebody would jump in.
Two, if you try,
Greens.
you can choose.
Yeah, choose.
Well, Andrew.
Andrew, okay.
Got it? Eddie, these hands. There's three of them.
Somebody.
Oh, you know what? I would choose one that, so you're not by yourself. Yeah, those are three.
Which one are you fine?
Are we sitting together?
That was the only one I wasn't.
That's what- I can see
Greens
that.
over there. Greens are there.
Look,
Go with the greens. Get your hand out. Or the,
Yeah, good skill. Good skill.
everybody over there same
It
color.
wasn't obvious, fine, like.
Join the greens, because. I'm not a regular. That's the only other group.
Okay.
Maybe I was a green.
You were also.
At 37.
Oh, green.
All right, first 5 minutes, you're gonna talk about sources of stress. Go.
For us or other people?
The whole list.
Okay.
What resonates with you and what you could, how you can use that information to be more helpful to your interaction.
Well, this stress.
Well, first, we the rushing to complete something.
The others, like.
Yeah. Oh, that has your name. Those initials.
But the third one, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, it's not.
Okay, so let's
Well,
see.
you
So
kind of have to
that,
in your job.
Yeah,
those are blues.
So you're used to it. You're more desensitized. to
right,
it.
maybe that's it.
Strategies.
Okay, so for the blues.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm doing that, so let's go.
I think that comes from being.
Why are you jumping off the deck? No, like, no.
Stress for blue.
Right, it would be like, that would not committed to something.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Right.
I'd be curious as fellow Greens, though, back on the sort of other big timelines. One of these I've always, I'm far more sort of working on external timelines. External timelines, like I realized in grad school, or did here. Give me a project, let's say a 3-month timeline. There. I get a 3-month timeline, I wait 2 months and 3 weeks.
Okay.
And I'm gonna run it.
Yeah.
That's pure ignorance. Like, do you, like, if you've got a project that you can.
I'm okay mapping out your project, but that's from my.
But it's why I never did anything like that, because I'm like, I need to buy other.
Yeah, no, that's exactly one of the way my ADHD manifests itself. It's like I need a deadline and that rush to like, it needs to be done in 2 weeks and otherwise I just sit on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just texted me.
So like, but
You
yeah,
need that, the deadline.
What is how people communicate?
I'm pretty sure I got it. from my mom. Yeah, it was always like, oh, okay. It's a night
Yeah.
studying over test. It's just like, oh no. I'm not that extreme, but like,
Here's this thing.
it worked for her because that definitely created that.
This sense of like.
Urgency.
urgency.
That's interesting, because I, because I think maybe it's like,
Squish it back.
greens doesn't necessarily mean there's a stereotype, like, personality, maintenance, and everything. It's not necessarily. Doesn't necessarily correlate.
If there's a moment where you want it to like change, where you want it, you can adjust it.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, next section. These are tips for you, working through your color.
Working through your colors, like, what would help that color
You,
or?
what helps you?
Real.
I think I can switch. Sometimes. It's my life and I might have to look mean.
Gary's
my
person, we always set for conversation.
Talking before we get to the room. Yeah.
That's what it, we're using it in my annual graduation, she's like, oh, you can be that proud. She had like totally interpreted like, I was being like very stern, it's like, okay, so I'm like, now whatever. Okay, we got to do it.
Right.
Right.
He's like, it's okay with me. He's like,
Just where-
It's like very specific feedback, I'm like, no, 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 like.
Yeah, that worries me when you get that perfect round. So it's really awesome, student, right? That triggers.
You're right, you're right. It was great, because like, we still laugh about it now, it's like.
Yeah. I just got Botox for you, so.
And now it's permanent, almost.
I know, mine is too.
It's like, thank you.
Trying to understand it.
Smile.
Interesting, the goal, no, we didn't.
But maybe you can't guide.
Books and labor. That group, those are blues.
Yeah.
For a second.
I actually was, I didn't finish it.
Communicating with. Don't try to command. Acknowledge their pain, there's appreciation. Is that one?
On the next one.
Oh.
Well,
No, this is good. Yeah. It's really just a need for information.
Yeah. Oh.
Just get it.
All right, third section.
Is huge. I like context around it.
Yeah.
Third section, communicating with. This is how you communicate with other colors.
What's the problem?
Yes, you-
Much in detail. I'm sure they're all fine. But it's no back.
And you can ask that on the. Piece. Yeah. So it's like great. Okay, ask that first. Something over again?
They've got to be very detailed.
Have to read action.
Stay focused. Show respect.
Okay.
Of course, I'm reading.
Be patient.
Oh my gosh, this is all that.
Yeah.
There you go, right?
That's funny, they're so, oh, they're creative.
I thought it was because they emotional.
Right, emotionally driven, yeah.
You gotta be
Appreciation.
My traits.
Goal to be prepared with details, stay focused. show us.
Yeah, mine, yeah, green, yeah. Green and silver.
Like, we should just cut this out, just like put in our name tags. Flip it over and be like, what's how you deal with me?
Don't think of my name. In our name, it was-
But it's me, trying to be careful about.
Yeah.
Right. But that was not really. But his.
Allow time to think.
Yeah, used it just like logic. Right.
Well, I think that is part of like being, I mean. Thing versus just like. Yeah, well, I think.
You're looking, taking a systems approach rather than just like a piece of the system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when I was a teacher, we always.
2 minutes.
When you ask a question, you wait before you like call them, because there's like two kinds of mental process. There's like
Yes.
process by talking about,
Yep.
and there's people who seem to process the whole thing in their brains first, come up with the perfect answer
Yes.
before they share it. So
There's
it's
also that
more time.
introversion.
Oh,
extroversion way
right.
to respond.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that was one of the things, like Greens have a tendency to want to formulate the perfect response first. Before they answer. They can't count all the factors before they answer. So I think versus, people who process by
Think out loud.
talking. Yeah, think out
Yeah,
loud,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So.
Verbal processors.
I'll just.
Interesting that oranges says drinking light burn.
We drew.
1 minute.
We're trying to figure out.
No, I don't know.
Chunks of-
Candidates too, so.
Right.
All
pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, which one was that?
Yeah.
TikTok generation.
Oh, because maybe the short term piece.
Yeah.
They're both chunking.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
TikToks are longer. I mean,
They
they used
can
to
be
be.
long.
Yeah, I'm more than that.
I think you are.
Yeah, really nice.
No, I don't.
Oh, wow. So where's the,
Yeah, yeah.
See if I can break into
Yeah, where's your resume?
Right, right.
Where's your receipt?
Show me the- yeah.
Show me the receipt.
Little TikTok thing about. There's like
All right, let's come together.
yeah.
doing this as like stealing kids apart.
That's it, right? That's it.
It's like a fun thing for a teenager to do. It's supposed
Yeah, if you're under.
Moving back to your seats, we're going to wrap it up on this section.
This is definitely.
Yeah.
Hey, old and green.
We're gonna do things different around. here.
Put this on the wall.
Now you can't disclose that you learn how to manage her. Tell everything. Greatest sources of stress. What resonated with you? What stood out around greatest sources of stress in your groups? I heard people say, oh yeah, I hate that, or that really, but
Making decisions without sufficient information.
really stands out for you in your greenish
Mhm.
mode.
Yeah, absolutely.
All our blues actually said it wasn't telling someone no, it was having someone tell us.
Oh.
That made it.
Don't.
Oh,
Stress.
quite different.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else stand out? How about working through your color? Any insight on how you're going to, Gary, at home without disclosing your strategies? Working through your color.
wow.
Smile more stood out? Absolutely.
Good to me.
It implies friendliness and openness because you're concentrating, thinking of the next question, and people may take it as being unfriendly or closed-minded.
Get more organized.
Get more organized? Okay. Good.
Should think was a big thing.
Tell us about it.
So one of the things that, I struggled with my whole educational career was like the sense of urgency was important to be driven. And so when something is given like a long-term project, I had a really hard time to kind of map it out, be like, oh, I need to do this ahead of time. It always just came down to, procrastinate until the last day or.
And doesn't it seem strange that a green would have that as one of the things you have to be careful of? That's the nature. The driving nature of getting it done is somehow harmed or tilted a little bit when you've got deadlines that are way out into the future. It's an oxymoron in my opinion. Hello, Herman. So glad you're here.
Glad to be here.
Welcome. So we're going through our true colors. You want to tell us what color came out in your little true colors assessment?
Individual colors assessment.
We'll give you one. You can do it on the lunch break because you're going to have to disclose before the hey what color fit into. All right. How about someone have something else to say around working through your colors?
I notice in blues, coach growth and development of others. I mean.
Yeah, say more about
My
that.
husband, that's great.
Say it again so they can.
The
hear you.
coaching growth and development of others. That's hard, I mean. Panic.
How do you
tricky.
coach
How
the
do you do it
development
without-
of others?
Everybody, you don't make your know-it-all.
Uh-huh. Excellent point.
That's a hard.
So does that mean like lose need to coach someone else?
Yes, that it would be helpful to them. It will, in some instances, alleviate some of the stress and frustration if you're trying to help someone else grow and move along.
Yeah.
All right, last section, communicating with, what stood out?
Don't think of the need for information as interrogations.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what my staff had to get used to. It's not an interrogation. I just need more information. I'm processing. Say more.
I'm sorry.
I saw you nodding your head. I felt like I cut you off. Say more about it.
No, it's often interpreted that way, and so I think that's a really good way, speaking as a partial green,
Uh-huh.
to like understand people. It's like,
Don't think of it as an interrogation. It's a need for information. Michelle.
Give them the big picture and then details if asked. I feel like I like to orient myself in space around projects or whatever work I'm doing or information I'm processing. I really need big picture. I need to see the system, a system, and then locate the issue within the system.
And ask questions if you need to for clarification. Yeah, team coming in, one of our legal team would say, let me unpack this for you. Stop. Because you're gonna frustrate me if you want to tell me every little detail before you get to the big issue.
Yeah.
I want to hear the big issue first.
What are we solving
I
for?
want to hear the big issue first, and then we can back up with some details. One team said, yeah, go in with a solution. Don't just go in saying, here's everything that's bothering the superintendent. Here's everything we need help on. If you got a solution, you can go in and say, now we think we have a solution. We think we've got this worked out. Let us give you a couple of bits of detail before we get there. All right. Anything else stand out about communicating with? I heard you say something too, Andrew.
Well, Michelle and I, we talked about that in our group, that issue, that for me at work is sort of sad.
What happens at work?
Well, that people come with a whole bunch of detailed problems or a whole bunch of like, walking through, and I'm always sort of saying, no, what do we solve?
Get me up to this level.
The issue that, get that back. So, and then they reminded me I do that at school.
Do it at the school board meeting too. Okay, that's fair.
thought it was interesting between the blue and the greens. Because for communicating with the blues, it's like being patient, and then the greens, but it's like, but if they keep doing that idle talk, it's not gonna be patient. So it's like, okay, does each person like self-regulate?
So everybody knowing each other's style, it does help with some self-regulation. And sometimes you just do this under the table, so nobody can see you doing it. Julie, you say, "Get done." Nobody knows it. It's just self-taught and it's helping you to bring it down a notch. And then you have more patience as you're listening. Here's the way we can wrap this up. Each color is associated with certain personality traits and behaviors. Remember Myers-Briggs, three psychologists. In fact, I even had their names for you, not that it's important. Isabel Briggs Myers, Catherine Briggs, and David Kiersey. Lots of work proven over the years, Myers-Briggs trustworthy. Don Lowry was a student of Kiersey, and he's the one that simplified it into and first started the True Colors assessment, making it much simpler. Each color is associated with a certain personality, traits, and behaviors. Everyone has some degree of each color, but one color is usually predominant. So when you consider your colors, the variations, the blends, it's not a pure scientific study. It's not a purely scientific instrument. It just gives you a little bit more insight into human nature and how your peers work and think and process. And having that information maximizes the workplace setting because you understand your own style and you understand others as well. I want to encourage you, especially someone said they did theirs in pencil. You can certainly get another copy. It's public domain. Roseanne can get you another copy if you want to try it out on your spouse. Doesn't mean you have to give them all the cheating points later on. Gary, keep that to yourself. No, if you share it with someone that you're in a close relationship with, then share all of the information. I think it's very, very useful. So thank you for being candid, for going through the assessment. I'll work with you on the lunch break on yours, and we will move on to the next portion. Just so you know, Herman, so everybody has disclosed to Herman their colors because he is going to disclose after the lunch break what his color is. It's only a 5-minute assessment. I promise you, you'll be ready. But tell Gary what your colors were.
I'm bluish green.
I'm blue and gold tie.
I'm a green and gold.
We have all this recorded too.
Fantastic.
I'm pretty much green.
Green. Gary?
I'm blue orange.
Gold, green, orange, trailing.
Gold, green, orange, and trailing blue. We'll talk more about it on lunch break just to catch you up to speed. We did also ask everybody, tell us briefly why you entered the whole K-12 arena. What made you get on the school board here? Tell us, if you can tell us in 3 or 4 sentences, why'd you decide to serve on the school board?
3 or 4 sentences.
Don't
That's
worry.
always a challenge.
3 or 4 sentences. The desire to create systemic change versus momentary change is what drove me.
Okay, very good. All right, and then later on you can disclose your color. Speaking of, what was that?
They're just reminded I felt good because I was actually able to keep that down. You know,
Oh,
I'm patting myself on the back.
That was actually, that was one sentence, and nobody here, just so you know, nobody here did it in one sentence.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Give us a chance, we can figure it out to do it in 1 sentence.
Right.
I mean,
Maybe we should I shouldn't have given you 2 or 3 minutes to write it down.
Sum it up in one word.
right.
Yeah.
There'd be fighting words.
One word, I can name that too.
But we were referencing the whole competitive pieces on ourselves.
I know. Lots of competition going on there.
Yeah.
All right, so we also have someone else who has just joined the meeting. I wonder if there's a way to move his picture so he's not being covered up by the scripting. Jim McIntyre has joined us all the way from Tennessee. Jim could be with us here in person. Worked with him several times. You heard his background information when the chair did the introductions earlier. And so we're going to give Jim, before he jumps into governance, because he's going to take on a portion of the presentation now before I get to the case study. I want to give Jim a minute in 3 or 4 sentences, Jim. You've already got someone who's beat you out. I don't can't beat the 1 sentence that Herman just gave us. But in 3 or 4 sentences, tell us why you entered K-12 education.
Great. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Great, wonderful. Well, I appreciate, I know Director Green's a preacher, and for him to do that in just a couple of words is very impressive. I'm a professor, so I'm going to try to do the same and feel the same kind of pressure to do that. Just a bit of my background first. You heard my background, but I've been an educator for a very long time, and I think my purpose, the reason that I'm in this work, is really grounded in the power of education. As a classroom teacher many years ago, what I saw was students coming from varied backgrounds and experiences and often some challenging circumstances. But the power of education to transform their lives, the power of high quality instruction to engage them in learning and to put them on a different trajectory to allow them to be successful and to have a brighter future is what I have spent the last 30 years or so since I've been in the classroom trying to do at scale. I don't know, Barbara, how'd I do? Dr. Jenkins, is that okay?
So one sounded a bit like a run-on sentence.
She's an
Jim knows
educator.
how I
She gets a
love my
red pen out.
I love my red pen and editing. That was a brilliant summary, Jim. Thank you for sharing that. That was excellent. Take us into governance.
Yeah. So again, you've heard a little bit about my background, but I spent many years at the Boston Public Schools in Massachusetts and 8 years as superintendent of schools in Knoxville, Tennessee. And so I've seen two different, many different school boards work together with their superintendent, and I've tried to be a student of what it looks like to be an effective school board and an effective governance team, which is the school board and the superintendent working together. So that's going to be, I think, the bulk of our time today is going to be talking about how do we create a really positive working relationship among the board and with the superintendent, how to create the sort of working relationship that's going to lead to even greater learning outcomes for students and even greater opportunities, educational opportunities for students. How do we create the kind of protocols, the kind of mutual commitments, the kind of practices that will lead to an effective governance team of the board and the superintendent working together, and ultimately lead to sort of enhanced learning and success for our kids, which I know I didn't get to hear all of your discussion of why you're in this, but I can imagine that virtually everyone would have said because they want to make a difference in the lives of young people. So when you received the presentation early in the week, you may have been a bit overwhelmed by the length of the deck and the many words that are on some of the pages. But I want to just reassure you that our intent is really just to, in this retreat today, to give you the time and space to look at your current operating procedures and protocols around the working relationship with the board and with the superintendent, to see how you all feel about them and to have a conversation about if there are any additions or changes or refinements that you'd like to consider. I want to just be clear, and I'm sure Dr. Jenkins said this at the outset, we have enormous respect for the work that you do. The work of being a superintendent of schools in today's world is enormously challenging and difficult and important. And the work of being an effective school board is just incredibly powerful. School boards that can work together to work effectively and to really have an excellent governance perspective and relationship can just create incredible opportunity for young people and move the district in such positive ways. And we're just really excited that you're interested in continuing that conversation, because I know you've had a lot of that conversation over the years, but continuing that conversation. And I just want to say at the outset that we have so much respect and appreciation for the fact that you've stepped up. Being a school board member can be, you won't recognize this, but can be a bit of a thankless job, right? It is challenging. It's enormously important, but you often, there aren't a lot of people who often call you up and say, "Hey, just want to say thank you." There's a lot of people who call you up and say, "I have this challenge, or I have this concern, or I have this issue." But I think at the outset, we just want to say thank you for the work that you do, for your commitment to young people, and for taking the time and committing this part of your life to doing that important work. So all that as a precursor to the conversation, I want to also keep in mind that we're not making decisions today, right? Our goal is to facilitate some good discussion and dialogue, hopefully to come to some general consensus on some ideas and some concepts, and then at a future board meeting, if you wish to make some modifications, some adjustments, some enhancements, some refinements to your current protocols as you see fit. But I think it's important for us to come together and to think about this for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a big fan of a book that some of y'all may have written. It's called Atomic Habits by James Clear. And part of the premise of the book of Atomic Habits is that we don't rise to the level of our goals, right? We actually rise to the level of our systems and habits. That's true individually as persons and also as organizations. So I know many of you have been sort of in athletics. I know Director Hollins and Director Brim Edwards and Dr. Armstrong have all been in sports and athletics. I think several of you have as well. So I use the analogy of a marathon, right? So I may have a goal that I want to run a marathon. And that's something that's important to me. That's an objective that I've set. But if my systems and habits are that every morning I go and eat a half dozen donuts instead of going and running 3 to 5 miles, I'm not likely to be able to achieve that goal, right? So the idea is, how do we create the systems, the protocols, the practices that are going to put us in a place for the board, for the governance team, the board and the superintendent working together to be successful, and therefore for our school system and our students in particular to be successful.
Jim, I thought of another athletic analogy around this whole notion of coherence. You may have different skill sets, you may have different personalities. I said, but Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors is incredible at bringing together those different, well, now they're breaking up the team. Let's think championship team, because there are a couple of personalities on there who I thought, get rid of him. But a couple of personalities on there, he was masterful at bringing together coherent, different, I am certain different values, different relationships, different elements, different talent. But he was masterful at bringing that all together for some kind of consistent, systematic functioning that brought about success. And so I love your analogy around athletics as well.
Yep. So about systems and habits. And I think the good news is when I start to think about, and Dr. Jenkins, I don't know if we can move to the next slide and begin to get into that conversation. I think the good news is really that you've done a lot of work on this question of governance. You've done a lot of work on this question of an effective governance team. And as Dr. Armstrong comes into the role as superintendent, I think there's a really good infrastructure for that. You have some really good language in some of your policies and your practices and your protocols to be able to support excellent governance. And you have a track record, I think, of working together. And, you've been engaged in this conversation, I think even somewhat intensively about a year ago, talking about some of these questions and issues. Some of that didn't get to resolution just because we know a lot has happened in the last year, since this time last year. And so what our hope today is to bring back some of those conversations, to look at what you currently have in place in terms of your language and your protocols around the governance structure, and to see if there are tweaks or adjustments or refinements that you want to make, to then really for all of us to sort of commit to, yes, this is the structure that we have in place. These are the things that are important to us. This is how we're going to operate, and then move forward together in doing this important work for children. So y'all, honestly, if you're happy with where you are, it's going to be a pretty short retreat, right? We'll have a pleasant conversation. We'll have a lovely lunch. We'll be on our way. But I suspect there may be some of these issues that it will be healthy and useful to revisit and to dig into a little bit. And there may be some enhancements or some refinements that you want to consider. So we're going to start with, I'll stop there. Any questions about what we're going to undertake or where we're headed? Okay, great. So I'm going to stop there. Start with
Michelle trying to say something. I'm
sorry. I just said I appreciate the context.
Appreciate the context.
Great. Beautiful. And thank you to Ms. Bradshaw and Ms. Powell. The fact that I'm here and that y'all can hear me is a beautiful thing, and I can hear you is as well. I will say one more thing. I would normally be in the room with you, and Dr. Jenkins, I'm glad she's there and that you all have allowed me to come here. Two things that are happening. One, I'm the dean of the College of Education and assistant provost here at Belmont University, and it's the first full week of school, so that's challenging to be able to move away from. But secondly, just to be fully transparent, my wife has Parkinson's disease, and so she's 53 years old. She's young, but she's been diagnosed for about 10 years, and so for me to travel across country is sometimes challenging. So I appreciate the grace and the willingness to allow me to come in and have this conversation with you virtually. So thank you for that. So we have in front of us, we're going to talk a little bit about the governance relationship. And again, for many of you, probably for most of you, this is not new. This is a conversation that has been ongoing. But I find it's just useful to remind ourselves and to revisit these questions on a regular basis, just to make sure that how we are operating is consistent with what is known to be good practice. So I'm going to talk to you, we're going to do a couple of things here. I'm going to talk to you at a very high level about the governance relationship in public school districts in America. And then we're going to do a case study, which will hopefully make it a little bit more real. Then we'll dive into some of the research around what does it look like to be an effective school board? What do school boards that really influence positively student learning outcomes look like? How do they operate? How do they work together? And then we're going to look specifically at how you all operate and the language that you have in place, the protocols and procedures and practices that you have in place. And then are there any interest in making tweaks to that going forward? So this is a graphic from the Florida School Boards Association, because you all are, I think probably have a good working relationship with school boards associations, both locally and nationally. I'll make reference to a couple. We'll have some information that will come from the National School Boards Association and from different school boards associations, including your own across the country. But this one's from Florida, and it's just a nice little, almost literally roadmap of the governance versus management, right? And so the basic idea behind the way that school boards are designed to operate in the U.S. and in Oregon is that the school board has really the overarching authority to run and to oversee schools in public schools in the district, right? So the school board is meant to set a vision for the future of the school district. Where are we headed? What do we want the outcomes to look like for our district and for our kids? And then specifically, what are our goals within that vision? And what do we want that to look like going forward? And then school boards adopt policies, right? They adopt, and you have a whole host of policies that dictate how we think we can achieve that vision and those goals. What might that look like? And in Oregon and other places, you also have a responsibility around resources, around finances, around appropriating a level of resources that you think is going to be adequate to serve students well, and to work with the school system to make sure that those resources are distributed equitably and prioritized in ways that are going to get to great outcomes for kids. And then you evaluate outcomes, see how the district and the school system leadership is moving in the direction that you want to see, making sure that they are following policy and making sure that they are achieving the goals that you have set and realizing the vision that you have cast. And then on the other side of that sort of proverbial line is management, right? So that's governance. That's what school boards do. That's how they oversee at a high level the work of school systems. And then on the management side is really the day-to-day operations of the school system. What happens? How is the school system led and managed on a day-to-day basis? How do we move toward making sure that policies are followed, that statutes and regulations are followed, to make sure that the board's vision and the goals of the board are being that we're moving in the direction of achieving those goals and that vision. And then how do we operationalize all of that? How do we manage the day-to-day work of that happening? And that is the purview of the superintendent. That is the role and the work of the superintendent. In Tennessee, we call them directors of schools, but that's the work of superintendents to lead the district and to implement policy and to work toward achieving the goals and vision of the school board. If you go to the next slide, I think it sums up what I tried to just say in some words. And so for those of you who like to sort of see it on paper or on a slide deck, this is what I think the summary says. I'll let you just take a second and to read that. But this is the sort of the divide between governance and between management, between what the school board does and what the superintendent does. I'm going to stop there for just a second to see if there are questions, to see if there are clarifying questions or if there are any reactions to that. And we're going to dig deeper into this. We're actually going to so forgive me, I am a professor, so I'm going to bring you into the research in a few minutes, and we'll talk a little bit more about the research around effective school boards. But this is the basic divide between governance and management, between what the school board is intended to undertake and the superintendent. Questions, reactions?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And I know we're going to go deeper, so maybe I'll just pose this as a question that I would like to dive deeper into. I've been on the board for about 5 years. I've gone to 2 of the Harvard, Council of Great City Schools leadership institutes, done some of the conferences. Here's one of my frustrations. We always talk about how a board's job is to adopt policy and to adopt budgets, two of the key things they do. And we always put that on the school board role, and then we talk about the superintendent's role. What I have not seen unpacked is that adopting policy and adopting a budget can be done very, very differently. So you can adopt policies and budgets at a high level that is directional, that's sort of vision direction. It sort of says, this is where we're going as a district, and you allow your superintendent to take that and implement it. And you can adopt policy and budget at a very granular, detailed, very prescriptive level that dives very deep into operations. And so that it's really easy, and all of us in this room are going to say, yep, that's the board's role, is to adopt policy and budget, but how we adopt policy and budget makes a huge difference in terms of this governance. So I hope we can really dive into the specifics around that.
I love that, because you're absolutely right. And part of that is, what are the interests and the preferences of the individual school board? But I think when we get into the research, we will address a little bit of that. I think there is an interest in enabling and empowering the leadership of the district to have some opportunities for creativity, to have some opportunities to realize the vision of the board and even the policies of the board in ways. So setting the expectations, setting the results that are wanted, setting the outcomes that you want to see, and enabling the district leadership to move in that direction, but to have a little bit of latitude to do that is where I think a lot of the research comes down. But again, that's really the prerogative of the board. That is really I think the choice of the board. But I think a lot of the effective school board research that we see is going to skew a little bit toward giving broader latitude, giving broader opportunity for creativity and innovation to the district leadership. So I think you sort of see the policies as some real important guidelines and guardrails to make sure that the district is moving in the right direction. But I think allowing for some opportunities for district leadership to be creative, to bring some solutions to the board that maybe you wouldn't necessarily embed into policy at a granular level I think there's some value in that. But yeah, we'll dig deeper into that for sure.
Would agree. And further, so I think there's a continuum of boards being engaged appropriately where they impact student learning and student achievement. One extreme might be almost paralyzing to creativity and bringing solutions to the board, and the other one is probably too far removed. So I'll give you an example. If the board says, you know what, our reading outcomes are just horrific, and we need you to come up with some solutions around the reading outcomes. At the end of the day, we're going to hold you accountable for reading outcome. That's the what. The how you get there should be left more up to administration. When you look at the budget, you don't say, well, I'd like you to spend more money on this program, and that program. The question to pose is, how are you investing our dollars? Show me how you're investing to accomplish the goal we gave you around reading outcomes. So the question is around, give me the details. I told you what I'm looking for, but I'm still holding you accountable for some of those details as well. I love to use facilities as a possibility because interesting things have happened in Florida in the past. We had a couple of board members, not in my district, down south, who got more into the how of who got major contracts and landed them with some brief jail sentences. For the board to say, we want a quality facility, we want it within budget, going to hold you accountable for that. And then the details of the how are worked out by staff and the superintendent is held accountable is appropriate. There's a district's been in, had some notoriety where a board member said, I don't like the selection that you gave the new high school to. We need to redo, as policy leaders, we need to redo some criteria for the selection process so that it comes out differently and favors a local construction company. That's way below the line on the wrong side of the street and can lead to trouble. But being intense enough to say, this is what we're holding you accountable for, show me where it's in the budget. You don't just bring me a budget and ask me to pass it and I have absolutely no input. Show me where it is in the budget, where we set these priorities. I'd like to see how you're proposing that we will invest that. And at the end of the day, I'm going to probably accept your recommendations around the how, but I'm still going to have to hold you accountable for the outcomes at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's a great, really great reminder for us to dig into those questions, Director Scott, because I think they're really important ones. I would also say that there is, from my perspective, and I understand I come from a certain perspective, but from my perspective, one of the most important things that a school board does is hire and evaluate a superintendent of schools. And you'll see that in the research. And you've done that beautifully, right? You've hired a tremendous leader and someone who I think can really move the district in a very positive direction. And so you want to give that individual and the leadership of the district the opportunity to do that. And I want to acknowledge also, it's actually a great segue because we're going to move into a case study in just a second that makes this very real. But I want to acknowledge again, this is hard. You all run for office. You put yourself out there. You put yourself on the ballot and in front of the voters, and you say, these are the things that I want to accomplish. And you know what's interesting and sometimes paradoxical about the literature, the research, that it says that to the extent that you are able to set the parameters and set the direction and hold people accountable, but not get in the weeds, you're actually likely to be more successful in terms of student outcomes that way. And so, but that's really hard, right? Because you sit in front of the voters and you ask them to vote for you and you are going to be on the ballot again. And so there's a tendency to want to do more, to want to go deeper, to want to get really granular. But again, we'll dig into the research in just a minute. But what it really says is that when you set that vision, when you give the leadership the opportunity to meet that vision, and to do so by meeting your policy and your policies that you've put in place, and you hold them accountable, that's when you really see great traction and movement in terms of student learning and success.
Were you about to say something?
Yes, when we talk about monitoring progress toward visions and goals, I hope we can speak on what are some of those metrics that we use, or milestones that we use throughout the year to monitor. One of the things that I think we haven't done, at least for myself, is knowing where we're at and in our milestones to make sure that we are on path to meeting the goals that we have. And so I think that's something that we talk about today.
I think that's terrific, Director Hollins. And I think that that really speaks to the importance of not just the vision, but also the strategic planning process. So to really dig in to we what we as a school board and what we as a community expect for our students, what we want, what we desire, what we aspire to for our students, and to develop a strategic plan that says this is what we envision, this is where we want to go, and to start to get to the specificity of, and this is what it looks like when we get there. And here are the interim metrics, here are the interim measures that we're going to look at along the way to make sure we're on the right track. And if we're not, we can course correct and make sure that we are asking the superintendent, asking the district leadership, what are we going to do about this? What we're falling short on this particular metric. What's your plan to make sure that we hit it? So I think a really comprehensive strategic planning process. I know that's on a brief part of our agenda toward the end, but I think a really important and comprehensive strategic planning process at a detailed level that really engages the community is something that I know the school board in Portland has done in the past, has done nicely in the past, and has engaged the community to have that conversation. And then it requires that continuous assessment, that continuous looking at it to make sure that it's not just a document that you look at every 5 years and it's a beautiful graphic and things like that, but it's actually something that you do monitor, that you do talk about, that you come back to every couple of months or every quarter to make sure you're looking at the progress. So absolutely agree. And I think that's something that we can continue to dig in this conversation as well.
And depending on the appetite of the board, it's an excellent point, Gary. There ought to be either quarterly or even monthly reporting out on portions of the outcomes that the administration is working on. The board has set these goals every month or every quarter. There ought to be some interim reporting out. So it's not a got you kind of deal or end of the year surprise of whether or not you've accomplished the goals. It's time for course correction as well.
I have a question about that. So if we are using data that's like Oregon student assessment data for the goals and it's only available, say quarterly, then what would reporting look like out?
It would be quarterly. It is only available quarterly, unless you have your own internal assessment of students and you can say, we've seen this much growth through Edmentum or iReady or something, and you're able to collate and roll up those numbers. At least you have some interim reports to say, you know what, we're not at this rate. We think we've been too lofty in our expectations. Our students and teachers are not getting to those points at least as rapidly as we had hoped. So no surprise. However you're able to gather the data is how you can certainly report out. Once it can be synthesized, it can't be daily, that's for certain, but once it can be synthesized and shared with the board, then that's helpful. And then it gives the administration a chance to course correct. Kim?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is it would be helpful to know when we talk goals, are we talking strategic plan goals, or are we talking board goals? They are different. And so I think that will be helpful as the conversation moves forward. So that I'm clear too. Yeah.
I would love that they're merged so that the results are a part of the strategic plan, but can't make that adjustment just now.
I have a question about the calibrating our board goals because we set those in 2019 pre-pandemic. And so I've just wondered, I've had a question ongoing. I think maybe Director Scott has too, like if I'm correct about, do we need to calibrate or recalibrate those board goals? Are they still good looking out 5 years later?
It's a good time to have that conversation because you have a new CEO in place currently as well. Jim, by the way, I forgot to tell you, we're just doing first name basis in the room, so.
Okay. Thank
you're
you.
good.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions, comments? Took that deep inhale, Reverend.
No, I'm pausing, taking it. I'll write
Okay.
so that I don't lose my question when it's time to have one.
I guess mine is,
But thank you.
strategic plan goals should not be all that different from board goals, right?
That was my point, but we'll get into that later. I don't want to derail.
Okay.
All right, ready for the next slide? Go.
Okay, so we're going to dive into a little bit of a case study, and a couple of things about case studies. One, I find it's always easier to talk about other people than talk about ourselves. So, so we're gonna talk about a case study. I think it's somewhat realistic and it's very quick. It's 2 pages, so it'll just take 5 or 6 minutes to read, and then we'll have some conversation about it. Barbara will help facilitate maybe some, some one-on-one conversations or small group conversations. But we want to give just a concrete example of the governance versus management kind of conversation that happens, and it doesn't just happen in Portland, it happens all across the country. And to acknowledge that these are important conversations and challenging conversations about, to Andrew's point earlier, where we draw the line probably isn't that unclear, but how granular do we get in policy? How detailed do we get in the budget? All of those types of questions I think are really important. And these things surface from time to time. So, Barbara, are you able to hand out the case?
Yes, we received it.
So I just handed it out. Let me just give you a couple of precursors as well. You'll notice at the top of this document, so Harvard's very picky about their intellectual property. It's copywritten. So by the time we're done, I'll just gather them back from you. Jim and I both have to pay a little fee if you go through here to get permission to use it. But this is a very brief one. It's about a page and a half. John Kim, I mean, several of you have gone
Yes.
to ACE.
Yes.
Remember John Kim? He actually wrote this particular case study. And so it leans more rather than looking at another genre, another entity, it looks specifically at public education. So take a minute to read it. Notice the details because we're going to work through it in the Harvard way, like any other case study. So notice the details as you read.
And we can write on it.
Yeah, you can write on it. I just can't let you take it
Just can't
away. Not that I think she would copy it and sell it, but I don't want to deal
Yeah.
with copyright issues. 30 seconds. All right, so we're gonna break it down on my whiteboard. I wish I had one of those lovely rolling.
Oh, they have it.
boards.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at UVA as well. Competition there. Yale, I've not seen Yale do some work. For Brody, Yale as well, but Harvard loves those.
Yeah, they're impressive.
I want to break it down this way, just to make us dissect what's going on here. So it could be easy just to jump right into the problem and what could have been done differently, but I want to break it down first to really try to understand what happened with the chair, what happened with the superintendent, what happened with Garcia. So what do they tell us? And by the way, when you answer sometimes or you make proposals, I'll ask you to cite it in the actual case study. And I reserve the right for cold calling when nobody volunteers. That's the Harvard way. Cold call somebody and makes everybody at least pay attention. So what do we know about the district in general before we talk about that particular community where the school was being built? I'm sorry, where the school principal was turning over. What do we know about from the case study in general about the district and that particular school community?
We know that 3/4 of the students qualify for free and reduced lunch.
Okay.
So there's a poverty indicator.
What else do we know?
The district was geographically spread out with areas of affluence and areas of poverty.
The district as a whole, that's important. District north versus south, right? North versus south. What else?
Third principal in 5 years at that high school.
Third. All the markers up there, I'll pick one that's running out of ink. Third. Oh, here we go. Third P in 5 years.
It used to be says proud school, but it's now underperforming. So it looks like it's gone down.
How to underperforming. Anything about the district or that particular community?
They have elected board members. Versus appointed.
Elected board members. It's important. Anything else? Let's talk about the chair. What did we learn from the document about the chair who's running the meeting?
Trying to keep people, or supporting board members staying in the appropriate lane or in their role.
Or in appropriate lane. What else?
Get a solution based.
Simone.
So when he talked about, you've been able to talk to the principal for your ideas versus making decisions right then and there.
Okay. What else we know about the chair? Was he
He was
timid and
direct.
soft spoken? That's what I was looking for. He was pretty direct, wasn't he?
Correct.
Direct. What color is that means he was, Gary?
Oh, shoot. Hey,
Good facilitation.
green or? Is it?
I had a school board
Good
chair in
facilitation.
Boston.
No, I would call.
Good facilitation. Kind of
Yeah.
corralled things quickly, didn't he?
Yeah.
I
What
had
we
a
say,
school
Jim?
board, I had a school board chair in Boston who didn't pause between, is there any discussion, and hearing none, the motion carries. So you sometimes see a little bit more directive types of chairs, and this one looks like.
That might have been a little bit too direct.
Yes, I think so. It was.
What do you know about the superintendent from the case study?
He made himself available to talk to the board member.
Type that for me.
So when he mentioned, I'm sure, well, talking about the principal, you're like, sure, you would be happy to talk to you about your ideas and suggestions.
So that's what the chair said.
That's what the chair said.
So it's clear, a superintendent willing to talk individually. I don't think the chair would have said that if it was untrue.
Yeah.
One-on-one. What else?
The superintendent felt supported.
First, he was a little nervous and then he was relieved, wasn't he?
Mhm. But somehow the superintendent had seemed too busy to Garcia. And not seemed open to that particular board. It seemed, was it her job to just share her expertise with the superintendent, hope for the best? It seemed like the superintendent was busy. She could really help and work together with.
Kind of an assumption that the superintendent was too
Yeah,
busy.
she had, but anyways, had seemed to her,
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm thinking that way. He seemed busy,
Yeah.
which makes you wonder, when we talk about communication later on, is there a regular cadence of one-on-one interaction with board members, or do they just catch you when they can? Anything else on the superintendent?
It seemed kind of passive.
Seemed passive, like that for me.
Well, the past, because it doesn't seem like they did anything besides expressing like displeasure, versus letting the board president say something, which
What was it, just a look on his face, or he scowled or something? Was it,
did showed like
Frustration.
showed
Read
like
it.
displeasure, but
quote it for me?
Garcia could sense real displeasure from the superintendent.
So you could sense it, so something was happening there.
Yeah, and so like I viewed it as passive because the superintendent could have said something like, I know are from that community and you have a lot of insights and I would love to talk to you before we start our process. Versus having the board president do it.
So he did something to show his frustration, but he didn't directly communicate. He was passive. Board president intervened. How about the rest of the board before I get to Member Garcia? How about the rest of the board?
It was a mixed reaction from the board members.
Mixed
So
reaction.
some of them frowned in irritation at the suggestion. Another board member slowly shook his head. One of the other board members nodded in support. Another looked right at her and smiled. So there was kind of a mixed reaction from the body.
And another, the very last line,
This a frown, a shaking of the head, nod and a smile.
A lot of nonverbal communication happening in there.
Nonverbal. And I see you smiling at me. I think that means I got your vote. I got your support. And you may be smiling like, this is not going anywhere.
Yeah. True.
You're an orange, you're one of those colors that just doesn't want to
Not
hurt
the
my
green,
feelings.
because you don't smile enough.
No.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
The non-smilers did not telegraph their displeasure as well as the smiler, which is
Mhm.
probably what, an orange? Are you a smiler? Jump back into that. So a lot of nonverbal feedback, but unclear what it meant. All right, let's get to Garcia. Everybody wants to talk about Garcia. What do you know about her? From case study.
She has deep experience in this community.
That is critical. Deep experience and connection in community.
Social capital.
Kind of what Jim was referring to earlier. She's elected by her constituents. They expect her to be able to make something happen. She's got connections. She's got experience. That's a good thing for a board member.
She's also shown that she understands how to take nothing and grow it over a short period of time.
I like that. Now, what makes you say that? Cite me, tell me what gave you that conclusion, because I like it.
It was the CYP program that she started from the ground. She became the executive director. She said Garcia successfully grew the program to serve more than 1,000 students each year and groomed a successor. So not only does she have the ability to start something from nothing and grow it to becoming something extremely significant, she also understands the the power of succession. A success is not a success if they don't have a successor. So she groomed someone, making sure that the person that was going to be coming into position understood the character, the values and everything. So that when she did leave, so she understands it. To me, I get the impression that she understands what it means to lead and to make way for the next leader to come.
What else you know about Garcia, Andrew?
Well, I mean, related to that connection, I mean, I'm really interested in the disconnect between what constituents expect versus what good governance is, right? And so, this comment about, what's Garcia going to say to parents from the neighborhood when she sees them at the grocery store just really encapsulates them, right? So, she's going to have to respond to her constituents when they say, why aren't you more involved in this? Even
Exactly.
though it may not be the right governance.
The tough question means there has to be communication so everyone understands the role of the board. What else do you
I
know?
would say
about-
also, it's unclear whether she had like an orientation.
Did she
because-
ever have an orientation
Right, because like she's finding that out at a board meeting.
at a board meeting?
So that would be a question I have, is providing a framework of what's the appropriate way for board members to share, maybe share their expertise of the history of the community,
Mhm.
but that's still staying in the lane.
Great point.
Oh, having worked in the school directly, I think she's used to having an immediate impact to making a change.
Cite that for me.
So, well, I think so then she's connected that to her next action, which is, running for school board. So is used to having the ability to probably make more day-to-day decisions within that building.
You know,
And now
that relates back to even what Herman said. She's run an organization and grown an organization, so she's accustomed to the operations side and having an immediate impact or a decision. That's important too.
Would like to add that I get the impression that she does understand a level of order because she stepped down. It says she stepped down from her executive role to become a board member. So she understands that there's a difference, but then she stepped down from the CYP board member to become a school board member. So she knows, I get the impression, she understands order and a level of protocol because she's making succession steps each way. And it appears that just from what what we're reading, that she's doing it in the right manner.
That's a great point. It's almost related to what Julia said earlier. Did she just not have an orientation to say, this is the way we do it on the school board? Because you understand the difference between governance, hopefully, and her other organization. She's not going to still try to drive it
Correct.
as a board member,
So-
but the notion of orientation and expectations is critical.
But it also, I'm guessing that CYP, it is a nonprofit, not guessing, it's in the second sentence. It's a nonprofit versus an education board. So the roles of the governing are different.
Yeah,
Now,
also, the very last sentence goes along with getting knowledge about what she should be doing, because she says, how should she approach the superintendent? Not allowing her to vote. Because she did
Nobody
not
told her.
get onboarded.
Nobody's done on board. Let's talk about our actions then. Missteps, actions, and were they driven by certain assumptions and what was her intent? So, Eddie?
One thing that really stood out to me is, again, my assumption, based on the reactions from the other board members and superintendent, was that her idea was not talked about with the superintendent or the board president beforehand. That it was a surprise to everyone. So the idea she proposed was not.
She assumed, okay to surprise everyone. Was there something, Eddie, in the case study that sort of gives us some insight into what may have encouraged her?
That's what I was.
Emboldened her to move in
Because
that direction?
it said she looked around, and I was actually gonna bring that up earlier
Mhm.
when we talked about Garcia as a I don't want to call it a character flaw, but I do believe that is something that we should all be aware of. And that's how we allow the motivations of other people or the tenor of other people to move us in a direction, wanting to please people. And she looked around, it says she looked around at the crowd and this encouraged her. So it was their faces, it was their nods, it was their acceptance of a truth. We're not denying that it was a truth, but she allowed the crowd to move her to make a decision. And we have to be careful. I think it's all, you have to be careful when you're allowing the crowd to push you to make a decision one way or another, right, wrong, or indifferent.
One of her assumptions that the audience could sort of help drive the agenda. They're nodding, they're clapping, they are appreciative of her for intervening. That was one of her assumptions. Very good.
I had one thing that's disconnected for me here is that she said it was not her intent to micromanage, but she asked to be on an interview committee or selection committee.
Yes, I want to talk
So
about
that's
her intent.
completely opposite.
What do you think her intent was?
She does not think sitting on a committee is micromanaging.
But what's her intent? What's at the heart?
Yeah, her intent,
Good
I
intention.
think her intent is to get the best,
correct, that's the
get the
intent.
best
Stable.
for the kids.
Is this noble? That's a moral imperative. That's like, these babies need some consistency. We've turned over a principle. It's a good intent.
Especially if you're of that community. If you
Yes.
Kind of like repeatedly having the same thing happen to your school communities. Like, and then you get elected to be a leader and be the voice, sounds like for an underrepresented community, like you feel an obligation to like not have it happen again.
Try to
And I
make
think
it
what the
different.
disconnect became is like how she did that.
The
Versus
how.
like speaking up, like, we need to get this right. This community needs it, but then it's sort of like her intent, I think, and the framing was okay. And then it's just when she got into the.
You nailed it. You nailed it. So I want to say more about that particular point. If she had stopped, at what point could she have stopped and it still looked like governance instead of delving into operations? Where could she have stopped her whole
She said,
dissertation?
like to propose.
I would like to propose.
Those were the and I put that in brackets because therein, like, everything that she did up to that point, I believe was spot on.
Mhm.
But the moment and because even if you look around at the crowd and you see it and you're feeling it, whatever, that's cool. We feel it. I get you. But the moment she started talking and said, I would like to propose, that's when it started going south. Everything after that was trash.
I think, I'm gonna agree with that, but I think you go a little bit further down. I think the proposal for the district creative selection committee was fine. I think for me, it was when she said, I would like to serve in this group.
And that I think is a really good point, Gary, because it goes back to this conversation about her training. And the superintendent's lack of direction. There should have been some comments in here about how they were gonna, instead of just giving a list of the hiring and, open the vacancies. The superintendent should have clarified to the community as well, who might not know the rules. And as part of our process, we always put together a selection committee made up with people. So obviously she didn't know how the hirings occurred, which like.
And just to build on that, I mean, we have a policy that there is community engagement, and so like if they had something like that, she could have then like said, I know members of the community are interested in this, here's how you would, ask to be on that committee or whatever. And like more empower the community to engage versus like,
I'd like to be on the committee. In fact, I could probably run it. Andrew,
I'm gonna push back a little
push.
on the idea that the first statement was because the first statement also strikes me as inherently political and maybe
Which one?
unnecessarily so. So getting back to even before right, it's this, and I'm particularly what jumps out at me. The district needs to do a far better job of selecting a principal that understands the needs of the community, can be a stable leader, strengthen our layer, just namesake high school. It is not always inappropriate to criticize a superintendent or a district at a board meeting. There are times when it rises to that level. This does not feel anywhere close to that to me. It feels like that's something that I'm saying to get political points. Be like, look at me, I'm out there for you. But it actually does harm to both the superintendent and the district with that very public criticism from the dais versus saying, this is an important hire. I want to make sure that you and the district are focused on this important hire. You can support that, we're happy to do. And then in private, you can have that conversation or you say, this is unacceptable. But I always ask myself, these case studies or when I see it in practice, like, what was the reason the public criticism happened?
Yeah, can I jump in here, Barbara? I think this is
Those
a
are
really good point
excellent points. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
a really good point. And Herman, I think, was hinting at this earlier as well. And this notion of we have public board meetings, right? And we talk about this in terms of inviting the public in certain ways to really provide public comment or to give input before decisions are made and things like that. But as at the end of the day, and I'm sure you've heard this said before, board meetings are meetings of the board in public, right? And so the conversation really is meant to be among the governance team. The conversation is meant to be with the board and the superintendent. And sometimes, like in this case, it feels like there's a little bit more of a conversation going on. There are some things being said that are not, the target audience is not the people around the table. The target audience perhaps is the folks in the room. And that's a really, that's a delicate balance. That's an interesting place to be. You're elected officials, you're in a public meeting, but the conversation is meant to move the district, the dialogue about the agenda, the dialogue about the work that's being done by the board forward, and not necessarily to make sort of public facing pronouncements that are intended for your constituents. It's really meant to be about the work that's happening at the board table. So it's a challenge and it's a constant, I think, struggle and balance, but just wanted to highlight that because I think both Herman and Andrew have really surfaced that question and that issue.
Absolutely. And Andrew, I like what you said about something can be said in private or in one-on-ones with the superintendent, and other things are for public consumption. Good intentions, absolutely good intentions. May have been swayed because there are folks in the audience that are kind of egging her on a little bit. She can't read the response of the other board members. It's also probably slightest misunderstanding of the role of an individual board member who cannot direct the superintendent versus the entire board agreeing and coming to conclusion that directs the superintendent. And again, the question I always think of when I read this study is, what was her onboarding? Who trained her? Who told her what the role was like for school board members versus other board members? So I heard you lean toward this last part that we will finish up on, the alternative path. What could she have done differently to stay on the correct side of the street on governance versus where she ended up getting sort of correction from the board chair, which, by the way, it's uncomfortable, but the board chair superintendent does not instruct and manage and correct board members. The board chair has to kind of do the herding of the cats. We love that term because cats are lovable. But herding them and making sure that the board as a whole is staying under the purpose of governance falls on the chair, but it also falls on every board member to say that we're moving into operations. I'd like the superintendent perhaps to bring us back a report and some recommendations around how we make sure we have the best possible principal for this school. And not just the best principal, you get a wonderful principal that hangs around and does nothing for student achievement because it says achievement has been declined. So it's twofold. It's not just get me somebody who's going to stay, because if he stays and he's happy-go-lucky and everybody loves him and student achievement still continues to go down, that's not a solution. So the problem is twofold: declining achievement and turnover of the principal. So give me some verbiage of how it could have been done differently. Alternative path. I already heard public versus private. I want you to say a little bit more about that, Andrew. What could she have done?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a public statement that can be made, and some of this, pulled from this about like, this is an important school. It's important that we have stable leadership there. I think in private, there could have been a conversation, about how important this was and that frustration. And then I think we've already talked about, other people said it. I think putting out there and actually turning to the superintendent at that moment, saying, could you outline a little bit of the path, right? What is the plan? which I think Julie, you made the point, you know, in our situation, we have a policy. The superintendent could say, we're gonna follow our policy, we're gonna have a selection committee, we're gonna go through this process. And I think the boards can also offer some generic, like, let us know how we can support you in that process. It's a very open-ended, it shows that you care, the community's gonna hear that, they're gonna say, oh, good, you know, they're doing that. But then it allows for future conversation outside of a board meeting on what's the appropriate level for them.
Because if there is an actual committee process where the community has some input on the selection, then that one-on-one meeting with the superintendent can say, hey, here are 3 people that are movers and shakers in that committee. I would love for you to consider perhaps one of them being on it, not me, but perhaps one of these individuals being on the committee. What else? What would it sound like differently, Eddie?
Just piggybacking off of Andrew's comment, I think ideally, because I mean, like, I always assume the superintendent's on it because it's a problem and the superintendent is working on fixing this problem. So I always assume, so like, you know, if it can't be planned ahead, you know, I think it's best to start with questions. You know, what's being done, what are there plans in place to help mitigate? But I think even better would be some pre-planning. So for example, if this, you know, the information should have been given to the board members beforehand. And if this Garcia, if Garcia had issues, would have contacted superintendent being like, hey, I'm worried about this principal, you know, could you share it with me? What are the things? And then at the board meeting, or maybe set it up so that the board meeting that the superintendent could share, like, you know, we have this issue, but this is our plan moving forward. And that would just be, it would be good for everybody. It's good for the superintendent, it's good for the board, it's good for the public to understand, you know, because distrust happens when people are left in the dark, right? And I think that's
Set up.
right. And so I think that helps the public too, to be understanding, like, yeah, there's a problem and they're actively working on it. That help it.
Julie, you want to add to it?
So, I was thinking about the one-on-one conversation that follows it, and, I think being allowed to share her insights, which should be helpful to the superintendent. I also think, to me, like, just going to like the different roles is depending on what the superintendent's evaluation criteria is. That's the other way you can influence the process. So, for example, is principal churn just an issue at this school, or is it a systemic issue? And that points to a conversation between the board and the superintendent. Perhaps if that's, one of their metrics, the superintendent's evaluation. The other place is, my assumption is they have academic outcomes as part of their evaluation process. And it's like, here's my insights about the community. And, that we're not getting the outcomes, and it's your role to, as the superintendent, to say how we're going to improve the outcomes. And one of the ways is choosing the educational leader of the school and having that be the sort of metric is like, you're choosing, but you should know, like, this is how also at the end of the day, that choice, one of the metrics of your evaluation is going to be,
So choose wisely.
we're continuing to see leadership churn or a change in the academic outcomes.
Great point. Gary,
What was the question?
anything else on the alternative path? What could she have done differently? Good intention. She meant well-meaning, may have been unclear on her role and protocol. What could she have done differently?
I'm not just, repeating my colleagues are saying, I think, her going to the superintendent one-on-one. If this is an issue, with it's a more system issue, or is it just a school issue? Like Eddie was saying, that going to superintendent ahead of time to ask some questions. Because I'm sure this didn't come up just at the board meeting. This has been an issue for this district for a while. So having that conversation with the superintendent, or even some of her board members who might have been there before her, hey, what's going on with this school?
Get some background.
Yeah. Barbara, can I
Certainly-
ask a question here? the point was raised a minute ago, and I think Julia talked about it, and you did as well, about this moment. And I joked a little bit about, you know, a heavy-handed board chair, but there's an art and a science to being a board chair. It's a really hard job. Several of y'all have done it, and you know what I'm talking about. It can be a real challenge. But in that moment where the school board chair responded and the superintendent did not, I wonder if we can talk for just a minute about if that's the appropriate role of the board. Do we think that the board chair should have responded there, or do we think that the superintendent should have responded there? Because the superintendent, we often look to for, you know, responses to questions and guidance and things like that. But this is a little bit of an awkward moment because this is sort of, in a way, correcting a proposal or behavior of the part of a board member, when that, you know, that's one of, in this case, it might be one of 5 or 7 or 9 people who as a whole are your boss. So I wonder if we could just talk a little bit about that dynamic of the superintendent certainly wanting to be, you know, being knowledgeable in the process, being able to offer something to the process, but also that dynamic of responding to someone who's part of their, you know, as a whole, someone who is supervising and evaluating you.
You know, their true color.
Know their true color, so you can be careful and gentle of how you respond.
Don't say so.
I think that's exactly right. There's a power differential there. And I think it's unrealistic to expect a superintendent to say, you know, to the board member, oh, you're wrong, or you're outside your lane, or that's not
Yeah.
gonna go. I think that is and you know, one of you said it earlier, it's the board chair's job, but it's also the whole board, right? I mean, it doesn't have to just be chair. Others, I think, as a peer, you have that ability to sort of, you know, we have the ability as a group to correct one another. I think a superintendent, there's an art to this as well. I would never expect a superintendent to say, you know, board member, you're out of your lane. I do think a superintendent can say, thank you so much for that comment. Here's my plan. Let's connect out.
Here's my plan. Let's talk more later.
Not a correction in the meeting,
That's tactful.
but it opens up an avenue afterwards to say, whoa, what was that?
Yeah.
I like that, because I feel like the board chair, because they twice used the word but, which I felt like she felt a sense of shame after, kind of like, I'm gonna put you in your place because you don't know the rules, or like, you don't know what your role is, and did that quickly. That if it would have been more, instead of a but, and this is the board's role versus this board's role, followed by the superintendent, it could have just given a graceful way into back into a better governance structure. But like kind of bringing shame on somebody in a board meeting,
Creating an offense.
yeah, it creates a different dynamic then. And like I said, I think Andrew's right. The superintendent could very easily just
Followed up.
like, you know, after the board chair had said, I'm sure they're interested in session, like, yes, we should set up a time to meet, and, you know, I'll also share with you like how the process we're planning on using.
Absolutely. Because she could come back at the board chair a little bit more tersely
And that's the part
after that.
that we're missing, right? And so for me, again, when you look at stuff like this, you have to look at it from I feel, unless there's a pattern, which I've read it again since we've been talking, unless there's a pattern that would indicate that someone has had a pattern of doing something like this, a pattern of saying the wrong thing, you know, because again, I agree, intent does not negate the impact. So we have to deal with that. And we also have to take into consideration the heart in which it was delivered. And so when you start looking at the messaging and what was happening, you start going back to Garcia and looking at it, you start noticing that she also felt let down and confused. Like, wait a minute. I thought it was our job. I thought this is what we were supposed to be doing. I thought, and you see that it says she wanted to help the district with her deep knowledge and her experience. Her intention was I'm providing help. She felt like she could really help and work together with the superintendent. You're starting to see that her positioning was never about calling anybody out. It was never about chastening anyone. It was never about embarrassing anyone. It was never about, you know, like, I'm going to give this discipline or whatever it's like she wanted to help the district with her deep knowledge and experience. She wasn't interested. And you start looking at it, she knew both sides. She wanted to support the southern part of the city, which is, if we go back to the beginning, the low income, marginalized people that have been left out part of the city, the ones that don't feel like they have a voice. So she's actually trying to be a voice for the voiceless. And she says, was it not her job? It says here, it's not, she didn't say it, but the question is, was it not her job to advocate for the under-resourced and disadvantaged part of the city? So when you start looking at it from the perspective of she's intentionally trying to do good, there is no malice. There is no ill intention. There is no idea of wanting to embarrass. There is no idea of wanting to correct or cause harm. Everything that she's saying from a space of, I want to help kids. I thought that's what we were all here for. And then when it comes back and you're like, you're out of line. She's confused. Like, wait a minute. I thought that's what we were here to do.
Right.
And now y'all are telling me that. So now how do I speak to people when I don't understand my job? So it's not my job to speak for those that are marginalized. It's not my job to stand up for them. How do I talk to the person in the grocery store? It's not about like, I'm gonna be embarrassed or I gotta side with them. It's about, if I'm not supposed to advocate for them, if that's not what we're all here for, then how do I go back to them and say, that's not what we do?
So those are critical points too. I want to make 3 points along the same lines. The correction, what did we say about the chair? We didn't say blunt, but he was very direct in his communication. The corrective statement could have been gentler, could have been more along the lines of, understand your concern, going to recommend that you have some time with the superintendent, because we want to make sure we stay in our governance role. But I absolutely understand it. For those of you in the audience, the board's role is governance, where we instruct the superintendent on what we expect, and then legally he is responsible for making the recommendation for personnel. So the corrective statement could have been gentler. Absolutely. It was very direct. You agree?
Yeah, I also want to talk, when we talk about the relationship with these and the board. And I also think, I think it's a lot of it too is based on that relationship that they have, that working relationship that the superintendent and the board have, for a superintendent to be able to give her thoughts on a particular subject and how that culture is in support of that superintendent versus them feeling that, well, these are my bosses, I don't want to say nothing, and having that more relationship that she or he feel that they can have that relationship. Say, hey, this is my thoughts around this without discussion of, I'm worried about my job.
Yeah.
Piece.
Yeah, good point. Penny.
I just noticed that it says at the last board meeting is when she had heard about the problem with the school. So she's had time to think about it. And so again, I think it goes back to her not understanding the process, because she had plenty of time to talk to the board members, to talk to the super.
I made a note, onboarding cannot be overemphasized. So she understands the cadence of meetings and opportunities for feedback before you actually come to the public meeting. The other thing, some of Andrew's comments really could be used as an opportunity to kind of tutor the audience. Some of those statements,
absolutely.
yeah, some of those statements about the role of the board, you're saying it among yourself, but you're also tutoring. There's a subliminal message to the audience so that they have a better understanding as well.
I think that's right, Barbara. And going back to Herman's point about how do you talk to that person in the grocery store about what your role is? How do you go back to your constituents? And I think both Herman and Andrew raised this earlier, to inform and educate people about the role of the board members, about the role of the board as a whole, and this notion of governance. And how do you explain that to folks who might have very different expectations as to what they want you to do and want you to be? So I'm sure some of you who have experienced that. How do you talk to folks about that? How do you explain that notion of your role as a board member as opposed to what they expect you to be and do?
Andrew?
So I don't think you can, and I think we should address it head on.
Yeah.
And this disconnect has been my biggest surprise after getting on the board. And I'll tell a quick example. 2 weeks after I got on the board 5 years ago, I got a call from somebody who I'd known, who had shown up at my events, who had supported me. And he said, I need your help. Great. What can I do for you? I need you to fire my grandson's second grade teacher. He was not kidding. He was like, and he gave me all the reasons why and all this needed to happen. And I knew enough 2 weeks in. I said, oh, you know what? That's not my job. Like, and Roseanne's super helpful. I can connect you. You know, you need to go to your principal, whatever. That man has never spoken to me.
Oh, man.
But seriously,
Sorry, I
and
couldn't laugh.
no, but I mean, but it's something.
Wow,
I
good
think
thing he doesn't speak.
head on, because Jim, I hear what you're saying, but I have been trying this let's just talk openly about the strike, right? What the
Yep.
community's thought process was for what our role as board members was in that strike was absolutely not our role, either
Yep.
leading up, during, or after.
Yep.
But we are not going to convince them differently. And I think
Yep.
that, and again,
Yep.
this is a bit of an issue I have with Council of Great City Schools, because they're always like, oh, you got to explain your role as a board member. That is not what the public thinks we do, and it's not what they think we should do.
Right.
So I think the hardest thing about being a board member is being aware of the governance and being willing, and I don't disagree that we should try, like, keep trying,
Yeah.
stay optimistic, but like, just recognize that a huge swath of the public are just gonna say, nope, that's not your job. Your job is to get in and fix the problem in my school. That is why I supported you. It's what I want to see you do.
Yeah, true.
Understood. And gentle ways of redirecting, and in some instances, they never speak to you again when they realize you
Or
can't
get
fire or.
organized. And I think we need to recognize good governance does not necessarily lead to reelection. That's a reality.
We had one board member who always said, when issues would come up, she'd say, you know, I wasn't really happy about the principal you put at Jones and he didn't stay there, but I understand that I am governance and that's below the line. She always said, that's below the line, that's operation. So she's making a statement, sort of a subliminal message to get to her constituents. And she never lost a reelection. They always thought she was cheering in their corner, but she would count her comments on, I just want to say, I understand that's governance, that we are governing body, and that's below the line, but I was just very disappointed to see the blank, blank, blank happen to the Jones High School principal.
Well,
Um,
and just, may I
I
jump
was
in?
gonna make you the last speaker, so it's time,
Sorry.
it's time.
It's
now?
time.
Good. So it resonates deeply with me what Director Scott is saying.
We're doing
And I
first names
wonder-
in the meeting, you got to
So
stick
sorry,
with that.
Andrew. What Andrew is saying. I wonder, and this isn't like calling anyone out, I think it's more about creating the space to call in. Like, I wonder about how much of that kind of falls on me, superintendent, in the way in which I'm representing community, the board, and others. Because I think that there's a disconnect, and I think when, like, I just recently, I shared with the board, like, over 4 days, I met with 60 principals, and they shared their experiences and some of their concerns. And it was, I mean, it sat with me for multiple days after. Like, I was like, wow, I did not know some of the things that they elevated was so pronounced. And, you know, having served in the district, I didn't know to that degree that we had some little fires in different parts of our city. And so I guess I just wonder, like, when, you know, that question on, I mean, I get like, okay, this is specifically focused on a second grade teacher, but when some of the concerns of broader are raised about the state of schools and what's happening in classrooms, and it doesn't then translate to at least some type of like action and movement, or at least some communication piece for those who are in operations, I think it indirectly communicates that, you know, there's no movement, there's no influence. And so, like, I understand, I mean, I appreciate the lanes and all that. And I also understand that we have some communities who are experiencing some small little fires and are looking to elevate their voice in a way that it leads to some action.
Mhm.
And so I feel like there is, I think there's opportunities and one-on-ones and other meeting structures where, you know, I can be brought in. If I don't already know what's happening, I can be brought into what's happening, because there are a lot of secrets across Portland Public Schools. And
Uncover more and more this year, I
yes,
can assure you.
yes. So anyway, that's my little.
But you know what? That's a critical point, though, because I think as board members get feedback from their constituents, part of their response is, so that's a detail level that I'm not responsible for, but I can promise you, I'm going to share this with the superintendent and she'll have someone get back with you. It's such an egregious concern. She'll have one of her area superintendents or someone get back in touch with you. And then the one-on-one with the superintendent says, hey, I know this may just be a a one-time deal. Just want to make you aware of it. You need to at least look into it. There are repeated concerns and complaints about the same second grade teacher.
Yeah.
You say, there's a fire. You say, Kimberly, there's a fire going on over here. Could you please look into it? Because I've got 12 different calls saying fire the second grade teacher. Can you at least assure me somebody's looking into it? You know, somebody's observing in a classroom. If it's really egregious, like they say she's hurting children, doing something physically aggressive toward children, then that certainly calls for a different response altogether. But assuring the constituency that you're getting it to the right place for something to be done about it, and then Kimberly making sure somebody is getting back with that parent over their concern as well as it's a good landing spot.
Yes, because I
I-
want just to connect that, sorry, just really quick, Jim, to then connect that, then that gentleman that brought forth that concern, you know, if there was a conversation, a phone call, a sit down, if not me, someone on the team,
Yeah.
and then even a follow-up.
Yeah.
He
He might be still speaking to Andrew.
Yeah, he might, he might feel like, okay, while he couldn't, you know, be directly involved, he triggered the people. And I think some people are concerned about like, oh, I don't want to send the superintendent in all different directions. And then when we talk about the true colors, like I want to be involved in the discussion. I'm responding, I'm getting out in the field. And so.
Because if you don't get the information, you can't identify trends
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
and
yes.
issues and small fires that are
Yes.
brewing. You were going to say something, Michelle?
I was gonna say in my one-on-one conversations with families, with teachers, a lot of my conversations that are one-on-one are like, I appreciate the concern. I'm willing to listen to anybody, but a lot of my correction or my conversation has to do with saying that's not something a board member does. I can elevate the issue, but I can't fix it. Like just for instance, hearing from a family that wanted to take their kids out of a neighborhood school because the principal was walking around like a queen. I was like, well, I can listen to that. That's not something I can directly influence.
Agreed.
Yeah. And mine was just going to be an amen to what Kimberly said, which is good governance is a two-way street, right? That we literally set it up as a roadmap, right? And the governance part on the part of the board and staying above that line is important for the district to work well and to operate efficiently and effectively. But on the other side of that road, issues that are raised and concerns that are brought to bear have to be addressed by the folks who manage the district day to day, by the folks who are in the operations. And that is what makes it functional, is to make sure that, yes, that's not the role of the board member, but when those issues and concerns are raised, it has to be addressed by the superintendent, by the leadership, by the district. And those systemic issues, or even those smaller issues that you don't want the board micromanaging, but they still have to be addressed. They still have to be worked through. And the folks who are stakeholders in the system need to understand that those issues are being addressed. And being addressed, you know, maybe some action, or it may just be responding, but there has to be some response to that. And there's a responsibility on both the part of the board and on the part of the leadership.
It seems like sometimes when you say, that's not my job, which is like one of my least favorite sayings, that's not my job.
Yeah, don't say it that way.
Versus saying, I mean, I'll example, like last week, I got an email, somebody like, I want you to get my child back into this school. Like, they changed schools and I need to have a back transfer to the school. And it could have been like, that's not my job. Instead I said, like, have you like actually applying to transfer? Because it wasn't clear, like made it more sound like, hey, you as a board member can get my kid into that school.
Just moving.
So I just asked that question and it turns out like they had, and it all got resolved. But if I just said, that's not my job versus like, this is directing them back to the process.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up getting a response from enrollment and transfer, which is where they should have, and I don't know why they kind of me, but it was like, that's the place you can go. And versus if I said, that's not my job, then I think it would have just made it more antagonistic.
Yeah,
and more
absolutely.
Like, those people don't listen to me,
Yeah.
and like the person who got elected from my zone is not doing anything.
That was a good response.
Versus, here's the place you need to.
Can't tell you how many times a parent calls a board member and they have a complaint. And you say, have you talked to the principal?
Yes, yes.
Well, no, I called you. You're my
Yeah.
board.
Yeah. Have you talked to the
And
teacher even, right?
Talk to the teacher,
Teacher,
talk
yeah.
to the principal. Principal doesn't satisfy you with his response, the principal supervisor, but there's sort of a chain, you may have gotten
Chain of
it by
command.
just talking to the teacher. What if there's more to the story? Patty, were you trying to say something?
Well, just as what Julia said, if you don't know where they should go, you can say, I will find out who you should contact,
Excellent.
then find out and help. Because
Excellent.
Julia knows everything and I don't. I would call Julia.
And just adding to that too, when people call the board office to say they want the board member to fix something like that, no. I don't know, something that's very day-to-day operational, I will always acknowledge, and you can use the same thing as board members, like, absolutely thank you for calling, we will let board members know. However, the fastest way to resolution would be to try this other way first, and to just acknowledge that we want you to be, like, it should be resolved quickly, and usually quickly is to start at a different place.
I also appreciate that if all board members are getting the same complaint and you're getting it, you will often let us know where you have sent that complaint.
Yeah.
Where it should have gone. So we know that it's being taken care of.
Roll it up. Good point. Okay, so lunch is actually ready 10 minutes before we were supposed to break, but I cheated you out of your morning break. I figured you wouldn't realize it until I saw people slipping out to take their own break. So,
Sorry.
so it's okay. So we're gonna break now and start lunch. And then if folks are still eating at 12:15, we'll just start back having serious conversation because I need to see you with your true colors during the lunch break. All right, so we're
Barbara?
on break. I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, so just would it be possible to pass out the board superintendent protocols, the resolution, just so folks have that in front of them if they want to. I'm not trying to get I want you to have a duty-free lunch, but I think that if you want to glance at that while you're eating,
right here.
we're going to dive into that in the
have it here.
afternoon session. Yep, great, thanks.
All right, and then we'll reconvene probably 12:15, if not sooner. That gives us time for lunch and break and making your phone calls. You've been so attentive, not doing text messaging and such as we do now. We're so tied to our cell phones. I want to give you time to check messages and what have you. Grab your lunch, start eating, and we'll start reconvening around 12:15, if not sooner. If I hear the conversation levels start to wane, we'll start a little bit sooner. Give us some extra time. So break now, including lunch, for the next 35 minutes. And I will leave your 6298 resolution. I'll just leave those at your place settings. It's not homework, it's something.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
We have a strategy, we have a plan. So if you feel something hitting you and it turns out to be a pack of candy, that means you were asleep.
You were falling asleep.
All right, Jim, you live?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we are ready to move on. Everyone had a lovely lunch. Thank you for being timely with us. We also had time to do the one True Colors, and he shared with some folks already, but
I did.
I'm going to tell the group about his outcome.
Well, thank you everyone for allowing me to take the True Colors assessment during my lunch breaking. Back to you all.
Just be here on time.
I appreciate it. My colors came out with the top one being orange. My close number two was blue. And my number three was gold, and far distant was green. So far distant. And forgive me for saying what I discovered in this is that I don't have a problem trying new things, which that is true. I don't have a problem just jumping into it, things changing. I'm good with all of that. I think it's no secret that I prefer relationships over things. Relationship is king in my life. It always has been. I'm pretty sure that it will be. I'll lose money for a relationship because I'd rather keep the relationship, and because I can always get money. I can always get money, but will I always be able to keep that relationship? Gold was, I think it was third because I am loyal to the soil. Like, I believe in loyalty. It is what it is. I don't really, some of the other ones that were in there, I really wasn't a fan of because it says respects rules and authority. Maybe.
One in the
Yeah, that's it. That's the supreme. That's what it is. And so maybe that's it. And maybe that's why that was there. Responsible, am I? I don't know, because I'm willing to try pretty much everything. And is that really responsible? I don't know. Organized. That's the most organized thing in my life right now, is that what I've learned is the power of an administrative assistant. I got an administrative assistant about a year and a half ago of my own, with outside, like for church stuff and it has changed my life. It has changed my life. I get text messages every morning that tells me this is your schedule for today. I get some phone call reminders to say you have an appointment at this time, and a reminder. It has changed my absolute life. I've given up access to my email. I've given up all passwords. She reads my emails. She filters out for me what's junk and then what's not. And she's created a whole separate group that I get to go into where I can actually read those emails and they matter. The other ones, if it doesn't make it to this group, it didn't matter. It is beautiful. So I am working on that. So I believe I'm getting organized, because in order to do the level of work that I do in the spaces where I do those things, organization is necessary. So I respect that. And green, yeah, I wasn't feeling that at all, except for independent thinker. Because some of the questions I wasn't really a fan of. It was just, I don't care how other people necessarily, I'm not bent on how other people see me, because I'm not called to, for me, I'm not called to just please people. I'm called to change and transform people. So if I'm doing stuff to be liked by people, then I may change what I'm supposed to be doing because I want to be liked. I don't care if people like me. In my world, you liking me is irrelevant. I'm called to change and transform lives, not be liked by people. Because when you when you make significant change, sometimes they don't like what you're doing because you have to go against what they believe should be done.
Mhm.
So I don't really care about being liked. You will respect me. I give it. I'm not gonna disrespect anyone. So I will call people on the carpet if I feel like they're being disrespectful. And I do believe, like my grandmother would say, you get it where you gave it.
Mm.
So if you act a fool in the grocery store when my grandmother was alive, you act a fool in the grocery store, there's no bigger fool than her. She, she wear your tail out all up and down the aisles of that grocery store. She ain't waiting till she get to the car. Ain't gonna be none of that. You get it where you gave it, and you you learn real quick. Don't give it to her there, because she gonna give it right back. And so if you act a fool with me in a general setting, trust and believe that I'm gonna give it right back to you. But I'm gonna do it. I'm not rude. I'm not gonna be like crazy. I'm not gonna be way out there, because there's a way to say things and there's a way to do things. You know, say all things are lawful but not expedient. So it may not be the right time but I'm gonna give it to you.
That's an excellent point. So I want to kind of bring that to a closure, because you just nailed what I was going to say. The whole issue around psychological testing and the styles is that you understand the way you function and also the way your peers function. And the intent behind it was to maximize the application of that to make the most productive workplace, which is the board's workplace. And then also I read this summary to them. Each color is associated with certain personality traits, but everyone has some degree of all of the colors. You usually have one dominant and one secondary. Remember, there are variations, blends. It's not purely scientific, but if you take the assessment again in 30, say 60 days, 90 to 95% of the time, your colors will come out the same. Pretty consistent. Encourage you to do that. I left an extra copy on everyone's place setting in case you want to try it out on spouse, partner, friend, coworker. We had extra copies that Roseanne had actually made for us. I put an extra on each of your work
Did you see this?
places.
I did.
He did. He read through. He did all of it during lunch. He barely had time to eat because
I did.
he's so studious. I want to thank you for that as well. Again, the whole point behind it is knowing other personality traits helps you to appreciate the way they think and process, and also helps you, that tip sheet helps you be able to better communicate with them for a more coherent board. And we actually spoke earlier, Herman, about the notion of coherence, systematic, logical connection, consistency for diverse elements, relationships, and values. So though the board may have different personalities, sometimes different values, because there's this moral imperative, everyone who spoke to it was about helping children learn and succeed in life. That moral imperative helps us to make the emotional connection to say, we're going to work together. Like Steve Kerr gets diverse talents and personalities to work together to win a championship. We're going to work together because we have that single moral imperative. That is our purpose. And we agree that even if we don't always agree, we're going to work together cohesively to make good things happen for children. All right, that's a good transition. Now we are back to Jim to talk more about governance. I put up here too, just so we remember, if something comes up that almost diverts our discussion, we'll put it in the parking lot for discussion at another time. Want to make sure that stays handy for us. Jim, take it away.
Great, Barbara, thank you. And thank you all. Thank you, Herman, for that sort of description. It really helps to know who you are and where you're coming from in your perspective. So actually, if we go to the next slide here, I'm going to start where Barbara just left off, which is beautiful in terms of just the flow of our conversation. So can you all?
Got it. I got you.
All right, you got me? All right, thank you.
Well, I thought I did. There we go.
One too far. Good. So we're going to talk a little bit about, we're going to get more into the details of the governance relationship. Again, our purpose today is to continue to cultivate and reinforce a strong governance team that will lead to continued success and enhanced success for students ultimately. And if you see in the upper right-hand
On
corner.
slide 12.
on slide 12. You see in the upper right-hand corner, all of these photos, almost exclusively these photos of your children. They're taken from your Facebook page or Instagram. So wanted to make sure you see yourself and your kids in all that we talk about today. So we're going to talk about research very briefly, because we've talked a lot about it actually already. We've talked a lot about the issues that are defined in the research. We have surfaced many of the issues and challenges that come with this governance relationship. And also there's a surprising convergence of the research. And I'll show you what I mean by that. As you look at different studies and different pieces of scholarship around effective school boards, there is surprising unanimity around what that looks like. So we're going to talk about research. We're going to do a little bit of reflection around our current state in Portland Public Schools and the policies and the protocols that we have in place around the governance team, how the school board works together, how each of the members work together as a coherent whole, and how the school board works with the superintendent as a full governance team, and how we can define the systems and habits and protocols that are going to help us to continue to move forward. But if we stay on that last slide real quickly, Barbara, I just want to highlight what, this comes from Michael Fullen, who I'm a big fan of. And so when talking about governance systems and school boards working together, I love what it says. The vision, the goal, the dream is to have a school board and a superintendent working together as a cohesive, unified team with a common vision, driven by a shared moral imperative. Exactly what Barbara was just talking about. So diving into the research a little bit. And again, to just acknowledge, you all have, this is not the start to the conversation about governance, about the governance team, about effective school boards and how they operate. You've had some of these conversations, you've been engaged in this dialogue. And so just to reinforce some of that, I want to walk you very quickly through some of the research. This is a piece of research from the National School Boards Association. And if you want to just take a moment to read some of the key points of what effective school boards do. So, things that we've talked about. Commit to a shared vision, have strong shared beliefs about what's possible for students, focus on accountability, create a collaborative relationship with the staff, community, and the superintendent, utilize data, align and sustain resources, take part in training and development and professional learning. And number 7, I think I highlighted here because I think it's really important and a great framing of what effective school boards do is they lead as a unified team with the superintendent, each from their respective roles, with strong collaboration and mutual trust. Again, that's from the National School Boards Association. If we go to the next slide, some more research, and I think you'll start to see what I mean about a surprising convergence of the research. So this is from actually very recent research from 2023 from the Journal of School Leadership. And this is factors associated with enhanced student achievement when we talk about effective school boards. And this is from a piece called Effective School Board Leadership. And again, what do effective school boards do? Create a vision, utilize data, set goals, monitor progress, create urgency, engage the community. I think this is important, connecting with this district leadership. So again, that's the conversation we're having. What does that relationship look like? How do we define that relationship? How do we make sure that relationship is productive and there's good communication? And then, a lot of the other things that I think you're really engaged in and excited about in terms of developing policy with a focus on student learning and demonstrating commitment and practicing unified governance. These are the factors associated with enhanced student achievement when school boards undertake these actions. Look at the next slide. Again, it's going to start to look really familiar, right? This is from the Illinois Association of School Boards. Here are what they call the foundational duties of effective governance. And the way they frame vision is that the board clarifies the district purpose. So the board sets that vision. I really like the way they frame this in terms of an ongoing two-way dialogue with the entire community. That's part of the role of an effective governance team, an effective school board. The board employs a superintendent, right? A clear understanding of roles, responsibilities, and expectations. And that's one of the most important things that you do. And one of the things that you have just done and done beautifully. You've hired a strong, effective, visionary leader to implement policy, to lead the district forward. And so one of the most important things that you do, you are just coming on the heels of doing absolutely beautifully. Monitor performance and take responsibility for itself. In terms of that sounds a little I don't know, harsh or something like that, but when it's really just talking about being reflective and making sure that the board is accountable to itself, really creates clear policies and evaluates itself on a regular basis in terms of its own effectiveness. Love the picture with all the kids and their hands raised. That's one of my favorites. There's a lot of other research around effective school boards and effective governance teams. Some of this is a little bit more dated, but again, surprisingly consistent. One of my favorites is Marzano and Waters, District Leadership That Works, Striking the Right Balance. And so those are some additional references as in citations as you, if you want to dig into some of that. But again, I think what you'll find is there is just this incredible convergence, this incredible alignment in the literature that just is reinforced time and time again by study after study about what it is that effective school boards do and effective governance teams do, meaning the school board and the superintendent working together. We can go to the next slide, please. And so this is just, again, you'll hear the themes again and again, and I don't want to be redundant, but I want you to hear it and to make sure that we internalize the research so that we can have a great discussion about the specifics of Portland Public Schools and the way that you are structuring your work here. So this is a synthesis of all of those different studies that we looked at and more. And what you'll see is a great deal of overlap here. So school boards focus their work on policy and governance, create a vision, hire a great superintendent, and make sure that they hold that person accountable to the expectations they have set. Define and refine policies that support student learning. I want to highlight this because what you don't necessarily see here is one of the real important priorities of this board, which is racial justice and equity. But this is where I think you do that in creating the vision, in setting the goals, and in setting the defining the resources and how those resources are equitably allocated so that you can define success for all students. So I hope that you hear that priority is embedded in all of these pieces that the research says are so important. And as you think about your priorities as a board, your interests and where you want to go for the future, I recognize that's a really important aspect of the work in Portland and in many places, but particularly in Portland. And that's embedded in the synthesis of the school board research. Utilize data, so making sure that you're monitoring progress, culture of collaboration, engaging the community. And then I think this last one is really important, and it is one of the most important things that a school board and superintendent can do together as a governance team is make sure that they keep the focus on what's important. So keeping the focus on high quality instruction and student learning. And there are lots of distractions. There are lots of things that you have to deal with, that you have to grapple with, that you have to address. But the most effective school boards and the most effective governance teams of boards and superintendents working together keep their eye on the prize of great instruction happening in every classroom every day and high-level student learning so that kids can be successful. And where we sometimes worry or see concerns is when the urgent can sometimes squeeze out the important. And effective school boards manage that balance where they keep their eyes on the important, they address the urgent, but they keep their eyes on what's important and make sure that they're moving in that direction and driving toward student success. So that's the synthesis of school board research. We're going to take a few minutes for you to digest that and to think about that and to reflect on that. And I guess what I would ask is if you would take a couple of minutes, maybe 90 seconds or 2 minutes of sort of just individual think time around these reflection questions. So we're going to ask you, where has our school board and our governance team, really our school board and superintendent together, been most strongly aligned with the research on effective school boards? In what ways has our school board acted inconsistently, if any, and maybe you haven't? And then are there policy structures, commitments, or practices? Are there habits and systems that could bring our school board and our governance team in closer alignment with the effective school board's research? So we're going to give you a little bit of individual think time, maybe about 2 minutes, Barbara, for that. And then we'll put you, I'd love for you to be just in small groups, maybe 2s and 3s, to talk through these questions in small groups. And then we can come back, maybe take about 5 or 6 minutes to do that. And then we can come back together as a whole group and digest and report out on those conversations. Okay.
Individual
Any-
think time, and we will pair and share, group and share.
Yeah. Before we do that, any questions about the research? Anything that that struck you or anything that I need to clarify?
They're reflecting on the question, Jim.
Awesome. Great. Love it. Okay, good.
Your best synopsis of the research is actually that slide just before the question, slide 17. It's your best summary, comparing what we do in comparison to the research. Yes. If you want to, that's just a good cheat sheet. 2 more minutes. I see people still writing. I'm giving you a long minute. Right, here's how we're gonna break out into groups. They are groups of 3, starting with Kimberly, Andrew, and Patty. You 3 are a group. Herman, Michelle, and Eddie, you 3 are a group. Gary, Julia, and I'm gonna ask Deborah to come and sit with them. You 3 are a group, and then Roseanne and I will just wander around and eavesdrop. Ready? We have 3 questions. We're going to take about 8 minutes to get through 3 questions. 3-minute mark. You've got 8 minutes to get through 3 questions.
8
Okay.
minutes.
Where do we
At
go?
8 minutes.
Stay together there as long as
Here,
you.
you just standing around each other.
2.5 minutes for.
Yeah, you know I stretch the minutes when I hear the conversation still hot and heavy.
Okay.
Just the minutes.
Okay. So questions. Kind of 3.
And have your discussion with the understanding that you're gonna have to report out to the group, right? All right, somebody's got to be willing to report out.
Yeah.
All right.
I have no problem, but I talk too much, but I can do it.
Yeah, I got some.
I love. Stop.
I thought.
In what ways has our support been most strongly aligned with that research?
So one thing I said is, I think we have.
My goal was, when it comes to so if you look at, the one that they had on the. Let's see. Strategic. Successful students.
Okay.
I feel like we're doing,
Carrie. Okay, I'm gonna say that next.
allocating. More. Wait, if I.
Look at that.
I think all,
I did.
as far as like,
Is that we have to clear.
all of us are like in agreement and alignment going.
I think how.
I feel like, to speak to your point, it's actually, for me, it would be more for creating our own vision.
That
Like,
mine as well.
I think we were both strong at, and you know, big thanks to you too, Harvey, because you're probably the best at this. Keeping that focus on like racial equity, our board, right?
Yeah, and our board.
So I had,
This board has a board goals, very centered racial equity. And it's always clear, like, you go up there, right?
have a policy.
Yeah.
This board is so focused. So I think that's.
Mine, that was my one too. We created a-
You and I are in this.
In concert with the community. Community vision, I think it happened in visions for 2018
Well,
and into 2019.
Right, yeah.
That's, I wrote down with that one, wrote down, because I feel like it's solid. That was my question. However, my question was that, did we actually do that's something that's superintendent? Because it was before us. It was, well, it was
Yeah.
before I came.
Yes,
And it was sort of, I mean, not to say that it didn't think that. But I was curious as to like,
yeah, it was a whole group show thing that they did. I was writing for Andrew and
I think we don't communicate
So
well
it
with
was
our
like
committee
2018
and
and
that happens
2019.
because to me,
And I was
we let a lot of community members
New word.
fill in those holes.
so that's what I
Sorry.
wrote. I was like,
Meetings were just,
I mean, I got work.
I remember being involved, that was one of the first, our first
That's the
conversation.
other thing, like,
Sorry, I was thinking of the community vision piece that happened before that.
you know, our
Goals happen.
actions happen are. And that's one thing.
Yeah, that kind of leads into,
Has been interested in.
I don't know if it's 2 or 3,
In our
you
actions.
know, what more ways that we should like closer align with effective school board research. I think maybe we need to like
Yes.
keep it front.
Social justice.
Are we still okay with it?
And
Or is there gonna be
budget.
any change or updates?
Yeah.
And that way it keeps it centered.
It's like, well, how can our rhetoric be appear?
Yeah, and I asked that today and
Same we still.
you're here, because I should we calibrating?
Well,
Because I should we be looking at
No.
this?
I actually, repeatedly times.
I think that, so on number 2, what ways have we acted inconsistently, and I think we've been unclear on like, what's governance?
That's the budget.
You know, that it's fuzzy, like, I feel like this is just like focus on development. Which makes me think, like, what we want to do, should probably.
We move on to different administrations. So I think we have to really make sure that our, I could always say, you know, our actions tell the truth. You just say words or actions.
And if that's what we're focused on, personal achievement, then I just like, let's look through that manual and anything that's
Okay, my number 2.
20 years old.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't
It should
You
be
know.
listed by date duration.
Yeah, and they do all have dates of when they were developed or amended, but I think that a lot of them are, they're just out of date, right?
Yeah, well, and I think the difficulty there is also, there's a lot of policies are. Very mandatory.
So
Yes.
Mandates.
huge miss. We should
Instead of just like, what outcomes do you want?
Right, yeah, they're not
Up
very,
to
yeah.
management.
when you look at it, the governance is more policy. Because when you look at it, and start looking at governance, the board, when you start, it defines and articulates the goals and its expected results. So,
Oh, yeah, but,
so the governance, when we start talking about governance, it's the board that sets the goals. This is where we're going.
yes.
These are our marching orders.
So we did the mission
This
vision,
is
but
what we
then.
expect what we expect it to look like. And then the staff, the superintendent, everybody else, how they get there,
Well, you know, what can we do
they're gonna
better?
figure
Yes,
it out.
yes.
But we determine the target, and I feel like we have been doing a good job
The what?
determining the target. I wanna go to, I just want interstate.
We're gonna do these activities.
Now, I don't know if you're going to take Lombard, I don't know if you're gonna take Columbia, I don't know if you're gonna take Rosa Parks. I don't know how you're going to get there, but I know when we're going to land at the Fred Meyer on interstate. That's a board governance. I'm determining, this is the direction.
Yes.
This is the expected outcome.
Yes.
It's gotta be beyond your.
That's the goal.
What's that?
That's the goals that you guys set. When you set the goals, the goals have.
The board goals, the board goals are around like student achievement, the student focus. And you start talking about the governance, the board is supposed to govern the direction that this is where I see our district going. I want us to end here. Like, this is where we're supposed to be at, and where all students are if we changed our goals to say that, you know, just black and brown, but all students will be able to read at the appropriate level by second grade.
Yeah, make sure.
Now, that's the goal. That's the expected
To me,
outcome.
that level.
How we get there, I believe that's up to the superintendent, staff, and everybody else. Like what that is, but we have set a clear goal and a clear expected outcome. So not they can, but they will be able to read at the appropriate grade level by grade 2.
But even
That's the goal, that's the expected outcome. I believe it's our job to set that as a board. I believe that's us. That's not the superintendent. That's not the staff. We said that. I believe we get into the habit of saying, well, what do you think? We ask too many questions where we should be providing direction. And so there's a place to ask questions, there's a place to provide direction. And I would like to see us, we provide direction. And then, again, I don't care how you get there, Lombard, Rosa Parks, Columbia, you can take Killingsworth all the way over to, you know what I'm saying? Greeley, take Greeley, I don't care what you do.
Yeah,
Just give me the Fred Meyer.
that gets in
Oh,
the,
it's-
that gets in the nitty gritty.
That.
What's the difference between direction
They just report
and
it
specific
out,
outcome?
and then it doesn't seem.
Right.
Anything.
It's like,
Yeah.
for example, you give direction,
This is
John,
like-
yeah, like, I totally agree. This is direction. We want to see improvement in our,
I think we have.
especially for our, you know, these are actual historically.
We
Sure. that-
But if you start defining outcomes,
would be more.
right, doesn't that start getting
Let's say
more
important.
murky waters, like,
Especially with the
management?
Dives in
Your focus shall not be on this.
Really been.
But anyway.
But I'm not saying define. I'm saying the expected outcomes. So if we're supposed to, again, let's,
Are you on the question?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
so define and articulate
3-minute mark.
and the expected results.
We
We all read that, and said that the board clarifies the district purpose. We define and articulate goals and expected results. 15, foundational duties of effective governance, number 1.
Yeah, I think having our.
Board clarifies the district purpose, that is defined as
And I think
defining
we have.
and articulating the goals and expected results.
And is that like the strategic plan?
That's.
Yeah.
Strategic plan between.
Heard of that before.
Right, and then.
If we play, so
Japan.
regardless of where it's at,
If
if we play the role
we can really do to make sure
where
that
I take issue is
heading in the same direction.
we take the back seat to our responsibilities and expect somebody else to do it. Because to me, that's it's almost like I'm trying to escape.
Right.
I will never escape accountability. Because if I define the goal and the expected result, this is what I'm expecting to see. If it doesn't, you know, I'm not gonna say, well, put it in her hands and she does. I stand up,
minute.
Yes, yes.
stand up and say, I've. This is what I wanted, and it turns out it's not what. Also, we have to carefully monitor, because we look at every one of these, and like halfway through each one, they say monitor, 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 monitor.
Yes, make sure we
I don't get
actually
enough of that.
get to go.
How long I've been asking
Like,
for
it's like, so we put something out here.
access
That's
to
what we're doing today.
monitoring data so that we can see how our students feel.
And we didn't even finish.
Every year, I've been asking for that. How do we track it? Why do we have to keep coming back? Do not have something where we can easily monitor, track the data, how our schools are doing, and we don't spend meetings going over that. Like our meetings sometimes are full of distractions because we talk about stuff. And I say, I'm a fan of big words, like making a big, it's the way out there. It's the way out there. It's irrelevant. Everything we're doing is irrelevant. And it's not. It is absolutely,
Well,
absolutely
From
not.
what I hear, yeah, what I hear you saying is like, Yeah, you set your maps to Fred Meyer and you could take Lombard, you could, whatever. But the point is, when you get to Fred Meyer, you realize they don't have bananas. Your outcomes are not, this is not meeting your.
It didn't meet it.
So now you gotta
Well-
go.
And I'll give another
Safeway, right?
You gotta go somewhere else.
Okay,
the
so
point
are you
is-
saying the goal should be go get bananas?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is like,
The research is.
are you,
on this
part of what you're kind of hinting at is that, you know, in terms of proper governance, right? It's like, we're trying one
We
way.
ready to report out?
Now we gotta change.
We gotta pitch.
We gotta,
Yes.
we gotta
We need to
do
pivot.
something different.
Me,
And
it's such an operation.
one of our weaknesses is that we know we have to. I don't know.
Yeah.
What is the best way?
We do not.
Because we don't
do
have.
very well at operationalizing.
Like, I gotta tell you, I gotta.
Talk about don't do very well at operationalizing pivots. How, what does that mean? And then I have to ask myself, should we be the ones that are focusing on operationalization of the pivots? Or do we just say, I think it's time for a pivot? This is still what we want. And then the superintendent come in and say, okay, well, we can also get bananas by the French food. But then that also goes to communication, because I'm saying, I want to go to French, I want bananas. If you did this from the beginning, then what the conversation come back.
Yeah, I
is we
just-
Also get that.
That irritates me, because why we doing all these recognitions?
Bananas and, you know.
None of these
outlets.
recognitions are going.
All right, we got to report out
Our job is
Right.
not to.
unless you want to stay until 5 o'clock.
I am not.
Raise your hand if you want to stay until 5 o'clock.
Pepsi month.
Nobody raised their hand. That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what you thought.
Proclamation.
All right, got to move. If you don't want to stay until 5 o'clock, we got to move.
At least, thank you,
Right,
everyone.
Question 1, are you thanking them for not raising their hand to stay until 5 o'clock?
That was just a way to get people to say, what are you saying thank you for? And then they'll stop talking and we can move on, because 3 o'clock is a good number.
Okay.
Classroom management is a little,
Extreme.
is different.
I was never a teacher.
Different.
Roseanne's going to help us with recording some of our thoughts up on the flip chart for me so we can move this along. We're going to do question 1, all 3 groups report out in question 2, all 3 groups report out in question 3. Question 1, in what ways has our school board been most strongly aligned with the research on executive school boards? Let's start with, everybody got a report or somebody that's going to speak on behalf of the group? All right, let's start with this group, group 1.
I think we were aligned on this.
Say it loud enough so my scribe can hear you.
Yeah. Strengths, one, setting board goals. This is where we're aligned with the research. We've set clear board goals.
Setting board goals,
And
okay.
we look for and use data in a way.
Use of data, all
growing-
right,
Growing way.
Okay.
Because every year I think we do better.
okay. Increasingly using the data. I like it. Group 2.
We settled in on the visioning aspect of it, having a compelling, the compelling vision, focusing on the students that are most marginalized, Black and brown students, and allocating resources and ensuring that those communities, that community is being served properly. And we feel like we're doing a good job.
Compelling vision, focusing on the underserved, and what was the third thing?
Allocating resources.
Allocating resources based on the goals. Got it? Got that, Roseanne? All right, group 3.
Okay, we also had board goals.
Deborah, you should still be with your group. Can't abandon them. Like,
She's trying to distance herself. from us.
no.
To share a minority report.
So we also had board goals.
Board goals,
Setting the vision and mission with the superintendent,
setting the vision and mission,
hiring a superintendent, evaluating our superintendent on student outcomes.
hiring and evaluating superintendent on student
Yeah,
outcomes.
Focusing on developing policy, equitably allocating resources and using data.
Policy, resources, data. I hear some recurring themes. Got the vision straight. Work on policy, allocating resources, I heard. And also using data. That is so critical to use data to drive decision-making. Anything else for question 1 that we left out? When you look at the scribes list up here, did she capture it?
Can you read it?
Oh my gosh, you did write small.
Sorry.
Read it off to them quick.
Set clear board goals and use data, compelling vision with a focus on underserved students and allocating resources to serve those students. Setting a vision and a mission, hiring the superintendent and evaluating that superintendent. Focus on policy, resources, and data.
Did you capture it? Thank you, Scribe. Question 2, we are going to start with Group 2.
I was really hoping that we would be last on this one, but we are here now.
Last, question 2, we're gonna start with 3. Question 2. This will make you laugh, you'll.
So
Fantastic.
one thing we'd had for question 2, and you guys can add in, because I didn't write in everything everybody said. So one of the things we said was using urgency versus importance. I love that statement you said as far as using urgency squeezes out importance. I think we do that a lot.
I'm sorry. You use urgency, which squeezes out importance. Okay, so that's how you kind of miss it sometimes. Got it?
I think we have a lack of communication with our community. I think there's a lot of things that happen that don't get out to community, and then it forces community to fill their holes up on their own.
Lack of communication with community. Got it?
And then some more, but I didn't have.
Okay, so there hasn't been a board evaluation for several years.
Board evaluation missing
The
for
board,
several years. Make note of that,
the board
Roseanne.
hasn't been engaged really in the strategic planning process, either monitoring or even the development or aligning it with ensuring this aligned. with
I want to make
goals.
sure I capture that. Engage in development, monitoring, and evaluation of strategic plan. For that capture. You got that, Roseanne?
And then this is just like, we currently don't have a recommitment to our board goals heading into the school year.
Commitment to board goals.
Just
Recommitment, I'm sorry.
Question mark.
Questionable.
Yeah.
Put a question mark.
Is there a
Commitment,
recommitment
recommitment to board goals with a question mark. Anything else from Group 3?
Gary also talked about walking our talk. We kind of put out our visions and our pronouncements, but then and I think this goes back to the urgency, pushing out importance. Shiny object comes around.
Walking your talk or staying focused on the important?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Group 1, question 2.
All right, well, I needed some help from Emily. We had a lot on this one. We don't have a great culture of collaboration.
Culture of collaboration.
And the way that shows up is, I think sometimes we use accountability in quotes as a way to attack the district rather than collaborate. So. I think we get distracted a lot from student learning. I think we get distracted. A lot of our policies are not really focused on student success. Get distracted on operational issues as well.
Distracted
Or
from
that
student
the-
success.
The policies often titled policy, but they actually are more operational.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and I would actually, both, yes to policies delve into operations, but even outside of the policy process, you can get caught up in some of the operational issues. This is one that maybe is just me, but I think we lose sight of policy and governance, particularly around when it comes to some of our executive sessions and discipline, that we tend to dive right into some what is 100% operational issues rather than staying in a governance issue. And then I would also say,
Diving into operations, Roseanne, got that?
I'll say engaging the community, but we don't do a great job.
Engaging the community. Okay, engaging the community as a board.
I don't know if these two have.
Any more?
And he covered it. Thank you.
Got it. All right. Group 2, question 2.
Now we're ready. We spent a lot of time talking about the policy as far as like as a board, like we need to possibly relook at some of our policies. And then we started talking about governance. And we went down this rabbit trail. It's probably my fault because I started talking about the board and governance from a direction perspective, and that a board should be providing the direction and talking about expected outcomes, and then how that's done. The how is the job of the superintendent and the staff, and so we went down this road of when does that get in the way? Like when are we doing more than what we need to do and calling it governance when it's not really governance? It's something else. So I don't think we were saying that we need to do better at that and figuring that out. We also spoke that our communication from like both parties, like how we talk to one another. We need to do a better job at communicating.
So you got
So
more
that we-
communication among each other and with.
And with the superintendent and the staff, so that we're understanding each other's heartbeat. We were really wanting to make sure that if we understand one another, then we know how to communicate with one another and we know how to work with one another.
And the
We
other,
need to do a better job of that.
and the other item was making sure you stay on the side of governance
Versus the operation. And governance is more than just looking at the policies. Because governance is more than just saying these are the policies. Governance is also direction.
So what you expect versus the how.
Correct.
Got it. All right, question 3. Or Jim's gonna get on me for going over time. Question 3, succinctly, are there policy structures, mutual commitments, practices that could bring the school board into closer alignment with the effective school boards? Research. Volunteer to go first.
Because Kimberly's gonna be able to talk about this.
Oh,
Yeah,
go Kimberly.
I think, sure. Thank you. I like the idea of practice and systems. Thank you for that, Toss. Communication plan and protocols. I know for me.
Systems,
Yep.
communication protocol.
Yeah, sorry, I won't get lengthy then, but I do have some feels.
Okay, we're gonna talk more about communication later.
Okay,
That's good.
perfect. And then I think utilize the one-on-one meeting structure to sunrise and sunset concerns, issues, thoughts, feelings. But allowing us to have the opportunity to be in conversation, so that board superintendent relationship that's one-on-one.
I think that's critical. I think that is critical. Certainly would have helped Board Member Garcia. Helped her tremendously. Anything else? All right, group 2.
We wanted to really look at some of our policies are more than 20 years old. And possibly even older,
Okay.
and didn't take into consideration how it would impact students of color and marginalized students. So we really felt like if we, as a board, were to get that under control, that could really help to move our district into the direction.
On a regular cadence of reviewing policies, if they're 20 years old, there's a good chance they need to be
They
reviewed.
need to be.
Required to be reviewed every 4 years.
Every 4 years, just not happening.
Well, I think that
Hired every
That's what
4
the
years,
policy says.
which is another reason why the policy needs to be reviewed.
Which is why,
I
exactly.
want to talk about the point that you made, though, about why we should review it. We've undergone as a community this understanding about racial equity and how outcomes are predictable by race in our district.
Mhm.
So there's been this focus for the last, I don't know, probably you know more, Julia, what the focus has been, but that's why, is because some of our policies were written before we even had a very diverse board.
Mhm, mhm.
And our demographics in the district have changed as well. So I think for that reason, that would be why I would want to see us like literally going through. And also I think a lot of our policy, to Andrew's point, they're kind of operational, not really necessarily student outcome focused.
So policies less operational and more current with the community's needs
Yes.
and the community's.
Keeping pace with,
Do you know, Michelle, that's happened across the country where.
yes, it
districts
has.
were one way 10 years ago, and then the socioeconomic status has shifted.
Yep.
The demographics, the ethnicity has shifted, the EL population, children who are coming
Yep.
to us learning English, all of those things
Mhm.
have shifted and need to be considered in policy revisions. It is getting hot in here again. Somebody
is.
Talk to somebody, because lunch on top of.
Heat.
Listen, that part,
Lunch and warm and 2 hours of policy and governance. Yeah, that's a great
Itis.
formula.
Yeah.
the itis will kick in on you.
Last group, last question.
All right, so we had focusing on student achievement. We get away from that a lot of times, since all the other distractions.
Focus on student achievement.
We also talked about supporting the vision and policy that are set forth. So one of the things that we came up with was when like the state gives us unfunded mandates and us not doing the same thing when we be doing our policies and our vision as well.
Unfunded mandates passed down
Right.
to the administration. Got it.
Having our strategic plan aligned with our board goals, it was always my understanding that the strategic plan should be the way of how we get to our board. And
That's more,
also,
that sounds more complicated than it has to be, so I'm glad you brought that up.
and then having our strategic plan talk about outcomes that are achievable through the strategic plan. And then also finishing goals before we start new ones. That makes sense?
Yeah, so the other then would be putting our evaluation for our superintendent and board in place.
Evaluation for superintendent and board.
And then aligning our board meeting agendas to reflect board work.
Say more about that.
Well, some board meetings, there's like really no board work. It's just like being, it's not all what Jim said, like it's a conversation between the superintendent and the board members. A lot of times it's like just a report, like a
Okay.
lot of reporting for board members sitting there and listening. Okay.
So more interactive, actual board work taking place
Around, like our work.
around the work.
I mean, it's like we're there. It's important to hear from the community and everybody else, but it's also our one opportunity to do like board work.
Board work around policies and outcomes and data, et cetera. There's some ways to help with that focus as well. Anything else on the 3 questions? Let me hear from my scribe on the last 2 to make sure, number 3 to make sure we captured it.
Number 3, I have habit systems and communication protocols, outdated policies that impact marginalized students, focus on student achievement, strategic plan aligns with board goals. A strategic plan that aligns with board goals and they are achievable. Resourcing policies. Summarize that. Evaluation of the superintendent and board and align board attendance.
Did she capture it?
She got out.
Yeah.
Got it? Anything else? Thank you, scribe. Wait a minute, did we do 2? Did you report on 2?
2 is a sense of urgency. To improve communications with our community. Or to get self-evaluation. There need to be engaged in development and the strategic plan and then monitor it. Should the board recommit to goals? Stay focused on what is important. There's a need for cultural acceleration that the accountability becomes feels punitive and not collaborative. Distracted by operational issues, policies that seem more operational nature, and that in operational community or meeting with community. Need to review policies. The board sets the direction, but not the how, and there's just communications at all levels.
Did you capture it? Thank you, Scribe.
Are you gonna, somebody typing that up so we'll get it?
Of course. Of course. Thank you, scribe. Roseanne did a wonderful job of capturing that. Jim, back to you.
Yeah, so thank you. That was beautiful. And I mean, I think just really captured a lot of important information here. I want to elevate 2 things before we move to our next steps. One is the conversation that has arisen a couple of times about the board goals versus the strategic plan. And I know that Portland has had a long tradition of having board goals that are maybe separate from or different from the strategic plan. But I wonder if it might be valuable to reconsider that, to think about if the board goals and the strategic plan should not, at a minimum, be aligned, but maybe even be the same. I mean, maybe even be a strategic plan. When I look at your board goals, they're very much focused on racial equity. They're very much focused on student learning outcomes. And I would imagine as you go into a new strategic planning process, whatever strategic plan you're going to develop is going to be very focused on those priorities as well. So I guess I would love to hear Barbara's thoughts on that, but I would love to, I think I would encourage you to think about whether board goals and district strategic plan need to be separate things, whether they need to be aligned together or whether they need to be one and the same, and what works best for you all in that regard.
Andrew.
So it's a great conversation. Kimberly, I think, had to leave the room for a second. So I also want to make sure we don't have too much of it without her here because I think this is essential. I'm gonna speak, I wanna put a little finer point on what I think the problem is, because I think if Guadalupe were in the room, he would say, Jim, oh, absolutely, that strategic plan is aligned with those goals. The board set the goals, I developed a strategic plan to do all those things, and it's 100% aligned. In fact, he has said that to us multiple times. Where the real debate was, that I think we should talk about and really get on the same page with our new superintendent is, he viewed the strategic plan as an operational document, an operational item. And he said, you're going to monitor the board goals. I'm going to monitor strategic plan. Board members said, but we want to see what's going on in the strategic plan too. And Guadalupe was pretty clear. He's like, that's not your role. That's not your lane. I'm going to do that. And board members said, well, could we get some metrics or reporting? And he was not willing to do it. And again, we could maybe call Guadalupe up. I don't want to speak too much for him, but what he had expressed at the time was a concern that the board was going to weaponize that reporting in a way that would the district. So I want to just put that on the table flat out, because I think it is a really important conversation you're highlighting, Jim, that as a board with our new superintendent, we need to be very clear, where are the lanes, what's the reporting, what's the structure? Because I think there's a different way that we can do it that still keeps us governance and operations. But I don't know exactly where that line is.
Let me speak to that, because I know I was one of the ones that asked for metrics and metrics of the strategic plan and outcomes, and that actually came from the Harvard Institute when they actually talked about doing strategic plans and having outcomes and matrix aligned with that. And the one that Guadalupe, me and him talked about it, didn't have those. And that's what I was asking for. Now, I don't know why, I don't know as far as.
They did not have those?
Did not have
Did
those.
not.
Right. And so I don't know about the weaponizing piece, but it still goes to the same thing I was talking about as far as how as a board do we know where we're going and how we know how we're getting there. So for instance, if we say, okay, let's go from here to Seattle, right? Well, at this point, we should probably be in Tacoma, right? At this point, we probably should be at such and such. That's kind of all what I'm looking for. It's like, so.
You're in Centralia.
Right.
You didn't know it.
So I guess for me, it's just more looking at based on what we're talking about, how do I know we're getting there? Because I'm not in education. So, you know, for me, it's very detailed pieces that I just want to know, okay, this is so I know how we are getting there and what those looks like, you know, for me.
Yeah.
So
And I would say, oh, sorry.
Go, Jim.
No, I guess what I would say is there's probably no one that is more protective of sort of the prerogatives of the superintendent, but I think there's a great value in having a single unified plan and set of goals for the school system, for the board, and really for the community about what our aspirations are and our expectations are for kids. So again, we don't have to resolve that today, but I think that's an important conversation for you and Kimberly to have together around what that might look like, because I think when it's just the superintendent's plan, then all of the accountability and all of the responsibility falls to the superintendent. When it's the collective strategic plan of the community and the board adopts it and the superintendent recommends it, and it's a collaborative effort, then everyone has accountability to it. Everyone has responsibility for it. It's the community's plan for what we're going to do for kids. And I think there's power and value in that. And again, that's a conversation that you all can have and figure out. And Kimberly may have strong opinions and thoughts on that, but I think there's value in that.
Andrew.
I mean, what I think there's a place we can be here where, like, it's also our job as a board, even if we're requiring the superintendent to provide regular updates on the strategic plan, that doesn't necessarily mean we need to take action on them, right? So getting that information and seeing what's happening, I'm going to use your analogy. If we're sitting in the back seat, as we're headed to Seattle saying, be in the left lane. No, you need to be in the center lane. Oh, wait, there's a truck coming up. Move to the right and get around it. Not our role.
And everybody's talking at the same.
Everyone's talking at the same time. You got 7 people in the background. That is not our role. But if we're at the back and the superintendent's like, hey, thought we were going to be in Centralia, we're running a little behind, but I got a plan, right? Or, oh, you got to make a rest stop. All right, that's going to take us a little bit.
Absolutely.
Cities.
But I guess that's where it comes down to, is that building that trust that just because we're saying, hey, give us some updates on your strategic plan does not mean we're going to go in and start moving stuff.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. And I think that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's not showing, hey, how we going. It was a good example when I learned when I was on the last board is all we put to say is just, I need you to get here. I just need to know, how do we know we're getting there, right? Yeah, there's gonna always, you'll have to pivot, you'll have to turn, stop, bathroom breaks, right, whatever. But if I don't know how we're supposed to get to where we're going, I have no way of evaluating if we're doing the job we're supposed to be doing, right? And I guess that's me, it was just like, okay, because and for me, at the end of the day, if you just say our board goals is 5% growth and such, and that's all I see, and I don't know, okay, we should be here, we should be there. Well, we don't get the 5, that's the only thing I have to evaluate on. Well, we didn't get 5% because I have no other matrix to say, okay, well, we got 1.3 here, 1.5 here, and we're on the right road to get there. And I can say, okay, well, at least we're making improvements and not just have to say, oh, well, you didn't get 5% because that's the only thing I have to go.
And if you meet,
Right.
if you have 10 strategic goals and you meet all of them and we're still not increasing student achievement, then that's a really important conversation about, all right, so
Right.
why is it not working? Right?
Exactly,
We did
yeah.
everything we said we were gonna do. We're still not seeing improvement. So we gotta take that step back.
Right.
Say, maybe we gotta do something different.
Yeah, maybe we take away some of these strategic goals. Maybe we don't have so many, right? Maybe we just focus on certain things. So I'm agreeing with that.
I love the analogy of you're on a road trip, kind of want to know, why are we stopping? What happened? Is there a problem here? Oh, so-and-so needed to stop for the restroom. Everybody's aware.
Yeah.
Any divergence from the route, there's a why behind it. There's an explanation. I think that's critical. I also love the notion that if everybody in the backseat's given directions,
Yeah.
turn here, go left, go right, go, that's a crash.
Yeah.
That is certainly not going to get you to your destination in a healthy position at least. And so I think that's critical as well. So there has to be a level of trust
Mm-hmm.
to the driver.
Yeah.
Gotta be a certain level of trust, but you trust but verify, like, Kim, how many more
Trust but
minutes
verify.
until we get to
Yeah.
Santa Fe? Because this looks like it's really off. So just tell us now, if we're going to be a little bit delayed. Here's what I think a really good scenario is, and this board has come to that conclusion, it won't be decided here. There's a good possibility that at the board level, the vision, the mission, the purpose, all of that is agreed upon. And it is a co-owned strategic plan, which means the board also helps look at the SWOT analysis and at the data. Everybody's aware of it. And the board comes up with the big buckets.
Mm-hmm.
These are the 5 things we're focusing on. This is what our budget and everything, this is what's important to us.
Yeah.
And then the individual objectives that are measurable, SMART goals and measurables. People like to use goals and objectives interchangeably. It's whatever language you prefer. That level of detail falls to the CEO, to the superintendent. But she reports back to the board, here's what's going on with the big buckets that you gave me. Here are the individual little tiny measurable objectives. And here's where we are, whether it's monthly, quarterly, what have you. I think a co-owned strategic plan, and I love what Jim said about the community. If you roll out, not that you're going to have just a melee of people telling you the strategic plan, but you roll out the big buckets, and here's what we believe we ought to be doing as a district for our children. And you ask the community the question either in rollout meetings or digitally or online, have we covered it? Are we missing anything? Do you agree this is where we ought to be headed? So that it feels like it's co-owned by the community as well. Not from, trust me, not from square one, tell us what our strategic plan ought to be, because that's a melee. But it's kind of what we're thinking, where we've been drafting, and we want your feedback in case we've missed anything. Then it feels like a co-owned, not just superintendent and board, although that is critical. It feels like there's some co-ownership with the community as large. Because here's what happens in public education. New superintendent comes on, they do lesson learning tour, they put together their strategic plan. It's not co-owned by the board. So if there's a transition, it all goes out the window. The next person comes along, they start from square one again. If it is co-owned, board members step on and off, but the community has sort of has stamped their approval on the strategic plan. And regardless of who gets off and on the train, it keeps moving in a pretty consistent direction because everyone has agreed this is what we ought to be focusing on. And I love the analogy of public education is so demanding. It's this train trying to make it up the side of a mountain with 44,000 students on board. We had 207,000 students trying to make it up the side of that mountain. Just when you start getting some momentum, you think, oh my gosh, we're going to make it. Stop the train. Because 2 board members step off, 2 new ones step on. If one of them is Garcia, who hasn't had any organization or onboarding, that train is going to stall for a minute. It will stall. And then you got to start picking up again, trying to get the momentum to make it up the side. Stop the train again, by the way, because the state just changed all of their accountability measures. You're getting so close to that field goal or to that touchdown, and they move the goal. That's what happens in Florida.
May I make a value statement?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's important. I just want to say we're working through an urgent bargaining matter, not a student safety matter. And the reason why I want to say that is because I remember a couple of years ago sitting in space and I would see people get up and you can tell like something's going on. And I'm thinking, I have a son sitting in a classroom and I want to know, like, is his school under attack or anything that's happening? So I know that we have board members who are parents. And so we're trying to see if we can call for a quick executive session to solve a bargaining issue, but it's not a student safety issue. And I think, I know this is sort of out of the protocol, but I want you all to know that if I'm ever pulled away and it's something to deal with student safety, you guys would know immediately.
Thank you.
Good point. Because everybody was wondering what's going on.
Well, I mean, I've been that person,
I knew if it was
Wondering.
urgent, you would say, I have to go. I have to leave. There's been something.
but I would communicate first.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, with why you were going. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Anything else?
So I guess I want to just put a fine point on,
Julia, a little bit louder so Jim can hear.
just a fine point on the board goals and what I thought was the superintendent's strategic plan is, to me, I felt by them calling them the board goals and not being the goals of the strategic plan, it was like, that's the board's thing. And then there's this other thing, this is superintendent.
Yeah.
And they weren't aligned and frankly, the board goals weren't being met. And it's like, is that the reason? And so I do think a critical piece is like getting clarity on like, whose goals are they? Are they all our goals?
Critical.
And whose plan is it and within the plan, what is everybody's role? But I always felt when there was the statement of like, forward together, it's like, oh, we're like who's the, together.
It doesn't sound
It
together.
didn't feel
Right,
coordinated.
right. And in full disclosure, I know Guadalupe, interacted with him a few times, Council of Great City Schools, we were on the board together. But I would not hesitate telling him on this particular issue, we disagree. But he was a superintendent then. Your discussion has to be certainly with your new superintendent, but I think there's a way to have more clarity and coherence. Because what you described doesn't sound coherent. Separate the two intentionally. And if the CEO is saying, I'm not going to report to you on my strategic plan, you just stick to your goals, it doesn't sound coherent. And so the best measure of getting everybody moving in the same direction for the good of students, for the best student outcomes, is a more coherent version. And so I'm going to put a note up in the parking lot, Roseanne. I'm gonna put.
You'll make Roseanne down. I know. Roseanne, you need,
I'm not gonna make you get up every
Roseanne,
time.
you need to work on that so I can write this down.
Looking for the script in case we have to.
Looking for what?
Are we
Yeah,
gonna
why
be
don't
able
you,
to?
why don't you let me write?
What were you looking for, Roseanne?
Still waiting to hear back.
Okay.
Okay,
About
I
the
think-
potential executive session.
On
Okay.
break.
Roseanne, you can get
We
back
have
to
to-
that then. Don't let me distract you.
What's the?
She's looking up the.
Strategic plan versus board goals. That'll need some more work.
Oh, he's been doing it today.
Right now.
Oh, I thought that was an example.
No,
I was talking about-
no, she's dead on right.
What are you talking about?
She's like
I thought she was
buckle
talking
in.
about- I thought that was an example she was talking about, yeah.
Yeah,
An example.
today,
No.
today, like right now, today.
That's why she was out of the room. You have to have an executive session.
Prepare yourself.
Okay.
I'm going to get some more water.
Barb,
Yeah, we're all.
Yeah, I heard about, okay, let me do some rest.
that got everyone's attention.
Right?
okay.
All right. do you need a 5 minute? do
Can
we
I
need a 5 minute?
clarify?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that we're working on having this strategic plan more together with
Yeah, that's a
Right.
possibility.
possibility.
That's
Yeah.
So we're not expecting different things.
exactly.
Yeah. Last thing I would say on that, Barbara, is that sense of collective accountability can be powerful in terms of, it's all our plan, right? So the board has a role in setting policy, setting the vision, setting policy, allocating the resources, appropriating the resources that we need to meet the strategic plan goals. And then, of course, the superintendent and the leadership manage and move and drive toward that. And to address one of the concerns that was raised, it's hard to weaponize a strategic plan when it's our strategic plan, not your strategic plan or my strategic
Yes.
plan. So it's,
Yeah.
you know, an opportunity to come together, maybe to really enhance and build trust and work together toward that. Barbara, I know you want to take a break, but real quick before that, my
Eddie,
second
I'm sorry.
observation.
Jim,
Oh, sorry, go
Jim,
ahead. Sorry.
Jim, Eddie had a point.
Yeah, I just, it was just a question for possibly for later is, I'm assuming you probably have some templates or roadmaps for like how, right? How to create
Mhm.
community buy-in and everybody buy-in, right? Because that, I mean, that just seems like it's a big lift, especially when most of us identified as like communicating with the community is one of
Absolutely.
our deficits here.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's some vehicles that can be used. For example, I mentioned the rollout. It does not start from bare bones saying, tell us. It says we've looked at our data. We've done a SWOT analysis. We think these are the big areas we ought to be focusing on. Rolling it out to the community is more along the lines of, tell us what we're missing. Is there anything else? Can you come up with something that we are not covering? Because we want to hear from you. And then once that opportunity has been given, then you have more buy-in from the community. While it was in draft, everybody had a chance to weigh in. And there are ways to get around that through different community meetings in each board member's district, electronically, on your website, weigh in, add anything that we've missed. You have to be prepared. Some people put crazy things in when it's social media, but you put it out there anyway. Everybody's had an opportunity. Then you have a chance to say, this is our now co-owned board, superintendent community. This is our strategic plan for our students that moves on beyond people going off and on the board for the next 5 years. So we can.
Because
talk about
as
that.
I understand it, I'm fairly new to the board, that about 5 years ago or 6 years ago, that happened, big time, right? I mean,
Vision.
all sorts of people meeting and coming up with this strategic plan. And we still have that same plan.
So it's a
So
good
now
time.
just,
And we still have
Making sure.
priorities
Yeah.
anchored in that plan. I mean, our work streams, our big work, the big rocks that the team is working on.
Yeah.
There are some things that need to be operationalized, but much of our core work is still grounded heavily into the strategic plan.
And so
The only
time to-
issue I had with that was that we would bring up, when we would talk about it, we would say, I know we didn't meet these board goals, but we are moving closer to our strategic plan. To me, that made it
Yeah.
sound different,
Yeah.
right? And so that, and I'm all for having one, because when you got multiple, like, it's like, how do I choose where I'm at? So I have no problem with us, you know, in my, you know, my humble opinion, getting something that's succinct where we can all be in line. I do want to be careful to make sure that we don't lose sight of what we all said was a value, which is ensuring that our students, our kids are actually getting the high proficient level of education or whatever it was that we put in our vision, the vision statement, that they're actually getting that, and that we're not sacrificing that
Yeah.
for
I can-
alignment.
I can almost assure you, Herman, if you started from scratch trying to say, what is it we believe in? You've got a moral imperative that most of you have already spoken to. A commitment to coherence helps drive that focus of the vision and the purpose of the mission. I can almost guarantee you, if you had to name 5 or 6 buckets, most of you could probably name them now, but it's going through the process so that everybody's in agreement. These are our big buckets. This is where you want the superintendent to focus her time. And when you ask the community, if you actually go through, and should you go through an exercise like that, when you ask the community, if they come up with something additional beyond your 5, 6 buckets, I just keep saying that number because it resonates with me. But if they come up with something that you've not covered in those 5 or 6 buckets, chances are you'd be able to say, glad you brought that up. That fits under bucket number 2. But the notion that you've asked and given folks an opportunity for input gives that feeling of co-ownership. And there's certainly a way to get there. And I think 5 years, honestly, Patty, I think that means it's a good time to be revisiting, rebooting the strategic plan.
But so I want to concentrate on that for a second, because I want to make sure we're being clear, or if we're not in alignment as a board, that the superintendent hears that one of the things during the hiring process, we were pretty clear on as a board, I thought, is that we are not looking for a superintendent who's going to come in and redo the vision and strategic plan. We felt like there's a very strong vision. We've set strong board goals. The superintendent had a good strategic plan, which, by the way, we all have, right? We can refer to it at any time. And And that really we were looking for a superintendent who was going to come in and build on that structure. And so like, I guess I just want to be, I mean, because then I hear you say, oh, it's a good time to revisit. That visioning plan was pretty intensive. I don't want to actually start from scratch and go back.
No, reboot doesn't mean start from scratch. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Okay, I mean, because there's been a ton of work, and I think one of the challenges, and it's back to your train analogy, we have a new superintendent. I don't want the train to stall because all of a sudden the superintendent says, ooh, the board wants me to do a new strategic plan and a new vision, and I got to put all this structure in place. And we're gonna spend 2 years getting back to 90% of what's there. I do want the new superintendent to take a look at that strategic plan and say, all right, what's really been working well? What's not been working well? To your point, we have not been making progress on our student achievement goals, which means one of two things. It either means we need to change the things we're doing, or it means we need to give those things more time to work. And that's been the question we come back to again and again and again as a board.
Yep.
How do we?
That none of us know the answer to, but she and her team do, right?
Yes.
That's the reason why we
Yes.
hire them, is to say, what I need is another 12 months, what I need is another 24 months,
Yes.
or
Say,
what I need is your support to make some big changes, because I think we need to do
yeah,
that.
boy,
Okay,
just say it.
all right.
Yeah, I've asked for this. I mean, I think all of us have asked for this too. At what point will we be able to see that curve? That growth curve, that parabola or whatever.
And I want to reassure you too. I didn't mean put aside and start from scratch. A reboot or 2.0 of the plan probably means you start looking at the goal level and trying to merge so you don't have a separate document of superintendent goals versus strategic plan goals. So think of the actual goal level, which they're not that different. Strategic plan versus board goals. I think there's an opportunity to try to merge so everybody is behind the same set of goals. Not redoing the vision and the mission. I love your mission statement on your website. It's incredible. But when you get to the goals level, is there an opportunity to try to merge so that one set of goals doesn't supersede another set of goals? I think there's opportunity there.
I would like to see.
So from my perspective.
Now, the board is not making a decision here. It's simply a
Nope.
discussion around, is there an opportunity to try to merge at the goal level so they're not two separate documents that you're always jockeying back and forth with? Please don't think I meant reboot your entire strategic plan.
Hey, no, we're not gonna do that.
You were.
No. No. I hear you.
Right. No decision being made, just discussion.
Yeah,
Julia, I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Kimberly.
I think the only question that lingers, because I think I would say that for the most part, it is universal commitment and belief that the strategic plan is the right plan. There's some things that need to be operationalized. We're working on creating work plans to operationalize some of those items. So I do think that that is our core work right now. I will say, though, that there is a disconnect with staff with the board goals. And not that they're not the right board goals. I think there's some question on the middle school readiness or 8th grade readiness, but that the movement within the percentage point may be a little too aspirational. Is I think a belief that is held among staff. So I think at some point that warrants another conversation, but I think there is universal understanding and belief that the plan is the plan.
Carrie, then Michelle.
No, just, so when you said that too aspirational, is that because we haven't been able to get there that way? Or is it we don't have I don't want to say it the wrong way, but we don't have the right people in place to get us there? Because I would hate for us to say, well, we can't reach this goal because we just haven't got there, and we start lowering our expectations versus, you know what, we need to put this in place, that's in place, this in place. We need to support this way, that way to be able to get us there.
Well, I would say that's a great question. And I love the way that Barbara opened about using the marathon analogy, where it's like, okay, we're about to run 10 miles and all of the behaviors and actions and things that I'm doing isn't necessarily going to set me up to run the race. But even if I was doing all the right things, I can't expect that today I say I want to run a 10-mile race and that tomorrow I'm going to be able to achieve it, right? And so really calling out those specific actionable steps year to year, because I think for some, it's the board goals. It's like, is it 3 years we'll be there? Is it every year we should be there? And then, of course, all of the flurry from last year of none of the board goals being met, and the ensuing impacts of that. So I don't know if that was clear or not, but basically, I guess I would say that I think we're confident that we have the people in place, and if we don't, that will be adjusted over the course of this year. But when we think of getting to the percentage of growth that we want, there's still a lot of work that we need to do at the foundation level to get that lift off. We're hopeful that, hopefully there'll be a couple percentage growth that we'll be able to celebrate in the next couple of weeks, but certainly not the percentage that is indicated in the board goals, which would then make yet another year of not meeting them. So then at what point do we visit, like, what percentage of growth is appropriate for us given this time? Or like what data are we using that says that, for instance, 7% growth or 6.5% growth for all third graders in math is the right goal?
And just make sure I understand, wasn't it didn't we make those board goals with staff and the superintendent? So it wasn't just like the board by itself saying we want these, from my understanding, it was a collaboration with staff.
Pre-pandemic, was it pre-pandemic?
It was
We
redid them.
We redid them.
We did- yeah, we
We did them
did
after.
them.
So
Yes.
it was, my understanding, it was together we did those board goals. So I'm just curious.
And the percentage was set, selected, and chosen by the.
Yeah, so I'm just curious on why the change. That's all. I will be curious about that.
So I don't want to derail. I'm going to leave that in the parking lot for more discussion. Keep in mind, something that's swept this nation post-pandemic is chronic absenteeism,
Yes.
which of course has a huge impact on student outcomes. Just was on a conference call, national group yesterday, around how do you solve to convince parents again, oh, no, you really do need to come to school now. It's critical that you come to school because that has a direct impact on student outcomes as well. So pre-pandemic and post-pandemic.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Yeah.
Oregon's
pre or-
very high.
and pre or post chronic absenteeism, something like 10% of our students are considered chronically absent at a national level, chronically absent, which means they miss over a certain percentage of days.
Yeah.
Because after the pandemic, parents and everyone else think, well, not that important to be there. It's okay. You can go online.
It's literally 2 days. Chronic absenteeism, if you start breaking it down to a student level, because I've been looking into it now, is if you miss more than 2 days, 2 days a month of school, not a week, but 2 days a month of school, you total that up and you're out of alignment on the amount of seat time you're supposed to have in school, and you're chronically absent.
Well, just to be clear that too, thank you for that. But in Portland, right, we have two things that we're working through, and that's the absenteeism, the rate of students, which in some of our schools, we have less than 70% on average daily attendance. And we also
Yep.
have a concern at the teacher level where
Yep.
we have a number of people, because of policies, who are not attending. So whether it's a student out of their seat or a teacher out of their classroom,
Mhm.
our students are being doubly impacted. And that then you
I have
trigger,
that.
right, the if-thens, and it just continues.
All right, I'm gonna move the agenda because nobody wants to stay until 5 o'clock.
I do
And
not.
I will say that the break, we are gonna be able to go into executive session, so I'm wondering if there's a break coming soon so that they can actually break and then we can come back together in a separate link in executive session.
So what I'm waiting to find out when the team can come together. So they're working, and when I get a text on a time, I'll let.
If we don't get through the agenda here, your executive session certainly is more important, but let's forge ahead. Governance relationship, Jim.
Yep. So sorry, I had two issues that I wanted to highlight and elevate from the conversation earlier. We just went through one, and so sorry to take us on like a 40-minute tangent. But the other one is, I think, equally important, which is several people have noted the importance of keeping the focus on teaching and learning, keeping the focus on instruction and high quality student learning in the classroom. And I guess one of the things I want to just also offer for consideration is when we think about systems and habits, one of the greatest tools that you have is agenda setting for your school board meetings, how you structure your school board meetings and the agenda that you develop for those school board meetings. And so I wonder if it might be useful for the board and the superintendent to consider what might that look like? Probably not in the short term, because you have a cadence of that for the coming year and agendas and things like that. And you also have things that you're required to do at certain times of the year. But I wonder if over the long term, you might want to think about how do we establish a discipline of keeping teaching and learning at the forefront of what's on our public agendas for school board meetings. For example, as when I was in Knoxville, we had a discipline of having a mid-month informational meeting, which was a workshop. And so once a month or once every other month, we would have a full, school board workshop that focused exclusively on instructional, educational, teaching and learning issues. And that required us as a governance team to focus on those issues on a regular basis. And we'd work with the board around, what were some of the really important things that they wanted to hear about that were going on in the district, whether it was, special education or career and technical education or, just instructional coaching, whatever it might be. But to keep that focus, because you can get mired in contracts and facilities and things of that nature pretty easily. Or, some of the, I think a great example is the strike. That was all consuming and took a lot of the oxygen out of the room. But if you, develop sort of that cadence and that structure, that habit and that system of focusing on instruction on a regular basis, then you've built that into your system and you're going to do it. So I would just offer that for consideration. And I don't know if anyone had thoughts or reactions to that, but something to think about. Another parking lot issue, probably Barbara, to put up there to say something to consider.
I added it. Let's go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the governance relationship. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because the next couple of slides, just because these are the statutory requirements and both the duties and the responsibilities of the school board. These, they're built into your policies. They're built into the structure. I will say just on the statutes that empower school boards to do their work, I think there's some really nice language in here, right? And it says school district boards have control of the district schools and are responsible for educating children residing in the district. So the overall umbrella idea is you all are responsible for educating kids in the district. And so setting that vision, setting those goals, holding people accountable who are in leadership to do that is a really important aspect of the work that you do. I'll go to the next slide. I am not going to go through this. These are the powers of the board. A surprising amount of them are focused on interscholastic athletics, but we're going to keep moving. You can take a look into that at your leisure.
Jim, you went by that too fast. A surprising amount, which may mean it hadn't been revisited. A surprising amount of that tiny print is around what, Jim?
Interscholastic athletics.
Interscholastic athletics.
Yeah.
Not academics, in other words.
Correct.
Correct.
All right.
No.
All right.
Make a mind to athletics.
Moving on.
Okay.
They're related.
Love athletics. Think it's wonderful. Great part of the experience. Anyway, duties of the board. And so, it talks about so you have both responsibilities, powers of the board and duties of the board. These are defined in statute. Your board attorney can certainly speak more eloquently to this than I can, but these are just the statutory authority that you have as a board. I want to move quickly through that to the next slide, which begins to get to what does that look like on the ground in Portland with our school board here. And so we're going to take a couple of minutes to look at what I think are two really important foundational documents that you have developed and put together. And the first one is the one that says the role of the board. And I think this is it's a very brief policy. And I will point you just to one sentence in that policy, which I think is really important and good language. And it says the board delegates executive, supervisory, and instructional functions to the superintendent, but shall retain full legislative authority over the schools in the district. That's very succinctly what we've been talking about for like the last 3 hours. So it's good language. Y'all have developed that nicely, and it's in your policies. Beyond that, I think the board has done a really nice job by adopting a resolution that really speaks to how the relationship, the governance team relationship, the relationship between and among the school board members and the relationship between the board and the superintendent is meant to play out. And I will say there's a lot of great language in here that I would really affirm and validate. And I really admire and appreciate what you've done here. So what I want to do over the next few minutes is to
298.
what I want to do over the next few minutes is just to, yes, 6298, the resolution 6298, is to take a few moments for you to read through that. I know it's your, essentially it has the effect of policy for you. You all adopted this resolution in 2021, but I want to just re-immerse ourselves in it and talk a little bit about if there is anything that needs to be refined or tweaked or added to this policy. And I recognize that we're actually on the far end of our time. And so we've got about an hour left. So we're not going to probably be able to dig as deeply as I hoped we would into specifics here, but at least hopefully surface some of the questions, some of the areas that might be useful to revisit or to refine going forward. And then that can be some future work for the board and the superintendent to work through together. So Barbara, I think if folks have that in their hands, it might be useful to take about 5 or 6 minutes just to enable everyone to read through it again, familiarize yourself with this resolution, and then we can dig in to talk about some questions for reflection again, which are on your slide that are showing. So I would suggest take about 5 or 6 minutes to read it, take 2 or 3 minutes just for some individual think time to answer these reflective questions that are on the slide. And then Barbara, if you would put folks in different small groups than the last time, we would have some more small group discussion around these reflective questions. And we'll do that for about 5 or 6, or I don't know, Barbara says 7 minutes and it's, 12, but we'll sort all that out.
I judge based on people still writing or still talking. So let's take 3 minutes to read it.
Great. Thank you.
One minute. $62.98 will be pairing and sharing to answer only 2 questions about it.
Okay, so if at 2:45, if we can use that time to hop into.
We will get out of your way.
Sorry. Take some minutes
Things
to
happen,
keep our time commitment.
things happen.
Really handy that we're all together.
Yeah, no scheduling.
All right,
Barbara, can I give one more piece of context before we can get into groups? So
Yes.
I just want to acknowledge that last year, this time, there was some conversation about making some modifications to this document. My understanding is that there was some discussion. I watched the school board meeting of, I think it was August 28th of last year, and there was some good discussion. I documented some of that, but that there wasn't action taken to actually formally adjust the document. So just want to give that as context. We can dig into some of those questions and conversations and revisit some of that from last year. But for the moment, my understanding is this is your working protocols around the board relationship and the board superintendent relationship.
Jim, just some context is the protocols were like a multi-year discussion, and then finally in 2021, they were adopted by board vote. What was discussed on the 28th, my recollection is this was a draft document that AJ Craybill gave us.
Right.
So it wasn't we're all sitting around a table looking at our protocols, but more like AJ sent this in. I felt this kind of like a spur the discussion about some ideas.
Yep.
I think some of the things that were relevant, but it wasn't like this was a board worked document that came in like this one. Multi-year building on it.
the resolution.
Yeah, the resolution.
Got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And no action ever taken on AJ's document.
Well, I'm not sure that's my recollection. We had multiple work sessions throughout that year. I want to say at least two.
On AJ's
On
document.
AJ's document where we did talk about very specific changes to this. Ultimately, we did not bring it forward because, to be blunt, the board couldn't agree, right?
I
Like
was
every
just gonna say,
time,
we talked about it, but
every
we
time we
didn't do
brought it
anything
up
with
and I was like, okay, we're ready to like clamp this down and like pass it. And everyone's like, oh, I think we got two more changes. And so,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, that was, so we had a lot of conversation. There is actually a draft somewhere, I'm sure Roseanne can pull it up, that has, I'm pretty sure it's this redlined with potential changes to it.
Yeah, I was
But you're
gonna say,
right, but you're right, it was not adopted. This
Yeah.
is the only, this is the last.
Changes like the whole, like having one board meeting and getting the documents.
But those are just changes we made. We didn't change our protocols.
Right, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We took some things out of here, but never, I don't think there was agreement on.
Never
a
took
fair-
action.
A fair
Yeah,
amount.
never
of it.
took-
Never agreed, never took action. I'll put that in the parking lot as well, AJ's document for future visitation. So this time we're gonna just do parent share, and we're only doing the first two questions because I think those are the most important. On that next slide, these guidelines sound appropriate and comprehensive to you. Anything missing, anything need to be adjusted. And here are your partners, Chair and the Superintendent, Andrew and Gary, Julia and Herman, Patty and Michelle. You have like about 4 minutes.
Okay,
Only the first two bullet questions, that's what you're working on.
the first two.
Mhm.
Stand and talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Governance.
Standing meeting, because you've been sitting a while, standing meeting,
I changed because I was frozen.
unless you don't want to stand, it's okay. Stand.
Now you know.
Okay, well, I didn't have to read all.
I know. So governance relationships, so. Do these guidelines sound appropriate? They're, it's just, we just count the words.
Yeah.
I did put exclamation points by things that I thought. I'm on page 2. I didn't get through the whole thing either. But on page 2, I put stars by 1C and. Hiring, setting goals and evaluating the superintendent annually. And I think we do that.
Yes.
Usually we didn't do it last year.
Right.
And then there is no number 2. There's another, because board members will do this work responsibly. I put a star by B, respecting the role of the superintendent as the chief executive officer of the district, which includes the sole authority, because there's questions come up about, well, can we help you hire someone. We can't.
And it's interesting too, since I'm on the audit committee, so the employees, the exception of employees in independent. Which is directed by Board of Education.
Yeah,
And I guess I.
Yes, we have two employees that would be the superintendent and then the internal auditor.
Yeah.
So I started.
And I just underlined honoring student voice because I'm not sure. That's
Yeah.
something.
I think that's good. That would be another one I put like X. Next to the ones I think that we could use more. Okay, so the questions, do the guidelines sound appropriate? and comprehensive? Yeah, they're definitely comprehensive. I wonder if they're not.
I suppose,
That's what I have.
I suppose it's to be legal, it's the reason it's like.
Maybe. Is there anything missing and anything that needs to be adjusted in here?
There,
I mean,
time, I mean, these are just. Says.
some of these things, like we didn't do an evaluation last year. We
Right.
should, I mean, best practices.
Yeah.
Board meeting members agree to strive to start and end meeting time. Maybe you help with that.
Maybe we could put that on.
That's on page three, and there are three
Yeah, I mean, those are just this meeting, the heritage issue.
So.
I have hardly missed a meeting, so I don't.
amazing. I did have Chris and she got.
Thanks, leave it up.
Yeah. I probably-
Then I got shaded
Before I've been on,
for Zoom, yeah, me too.
yeah. Then communication, agree to communicate direction.
Some stuff, you know, but not everything.
One more minute.
See, this one under communication A is where we have a rub.
Yeah. I want to Student.
Exactly, so they're.
No.
Well, so we're trying to figure out.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I need to give them a show.
Yeah.
So we could-
More
people that are interested in this. That would rise the. Then if you have that one-off conversation.
How do we feel about
I don't know, this one comes up.
Ready to report out?
Right, yes.
Copying the senior board manager. What I usually do is go to
Yes.
Roseanne.
Yeah.
Describe what
I-
watching that.
Tells me who to go to. Like, I had a question about.
That one is.
Information I received from James about. And just had questions just because I wasn't sure.
All right, roll it in.
She just called.
Yeah.
So the first question is just general for the entire group. The second question, we will take report outs for my scribe. Do these guidelines sound appropriate and comprehensive to you? As a group, let me hear your feedback on that. Do the guidelines seem appropriate and comprehensive?
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't even get, I can't read that fast. So definitely comprehensive. And
I
everything
apologize for rushing you, but you've got an executive session coming up.
Right.
The more important question is, do you immediately see anything that's missing or that needs to be adjusted?
I think one of the things that,
Versus,
sorry. I think one of the things that we probably could add in here is some of the stuff that we're doing now. So for instance, like when we do one board meeting a month and then a work session. Right, maybe that we can add some of the stuff that we're doing now, some of the times, you know, under B, we're still providing documents to board for reviewing events and meetings, but that has changed because we're only doing one, so now it's like 14 days ahead of time, and you have so many days to respond and get your questions asked and all that stuff. So I think we can add those stuff in here that we are starting to do now.
add some current practices in, such as getting the documents ahead of so many days ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then Anthony actually had a good comment. He said, you know, if we are talking about being student achievement focused, do we want to spend a lot of times on this board protocol pieces?
I mean,
I'd
I'm
like to
having-
hear more about.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I'm having some reaction to this because when I was chair for a year, we spent a lot of time working with AJ, working with the board. I mean, you can go back to the document. There's a lot of changes. We had, again, multiple work sessions. In the end, not to get consensus, right? There wasn't a majority to adopt like all the different changes. There are pieces we probably could have gotten in. It just raises a question for me. I mean, and it's going to be up to you and Michelle, but you could spend 10, 20, 30 hours. We can come together as a board for a couple different work sessions, but is that in furtherance of our student, achievement?
It would have to be that.
Yeah, because I mean, I think there are improvements here in terms of like information requests to the superintendent by individual board members. I think, we don't have any way of holding people accountable for hearing these. I mean, there's other things we can do, but I'm not sure from a value add perspective, spending a ton of time on this is gonna.
Can you consolidate and simplify maybe?
Perhaps.
Not spend too much time on it? Other thoughts?
I mean, frankly, just to build off Andrew's point is like, we've had lots of true retreats since 2017.
Lots of, I'm sorry,
A lot of
lots
retreats
of retreats.
since 2017, talking about how we do our work.
Mm-hmm.
But frankly, not actually having like, what is our work and how are we gonna plan it out and do it? And then usually what happens in like March, it gets to be just a complete like mad dash of activity because everything gets jammed in there. So from my perspective, I would rather be like at a high level. Is there anything that just like isn't workable? If not, let's like generally agree this is and extend grace when needed. But focus on like, what is it that we agree is our essential work? And plan that now, because as soon as the new year starts, we've got the superintendent, I mean, just the budget, it's just a whole host of things. And then I think then the urgent squeezes out the importance when we don't do that. So from my perspective, I would rather be like, generally, there's some specific things we should talk about, but not have multiple meetings about it without getting to like, what are we trying to accomplish this year with the superintendent?
Got it. Other thoughts?
Yeah, one thing we talked about was partly that communication piece, because one of the things that is very important is it's very true in public education in the United States, right? It's underfunded.
Mm-hmm.
We have too few people doing too many jobs, and so I always think about worst case scenario. What if at one point the board goes crazy and all of a sudden they're going to start emailing all the leadership team, 30 questions. And then since the board is the boss's boss, there's this feeling of obligation that, they're going to drop all their work and do this. And so now if we're talking about affecting student outcomes, if the leadership team suddenly doesn't have time to finish their work, that bleeds all the way down the system, right? People don't feel supported under them and so on. And so I guess one of the things I think would be nice is to clarify a direct path of communication. Like, for example, we also need to identify like what are some issues, because we're board members, but we're only, I'm only one of 7 board members, right? And so maybe what's important to me is important to no one else here. And the board is one unit. So, but there might be something that I raise that could be important to 3 of us, right? Or 3. And so we should have a system that naturally elevates things that are important to multiple board members. And then things that maybe other board members just is not that important, it naturally maybe puts on the back burner because it's a like a respect of time, right? And so one of the things, one idea maybe I don't know if we of course we're not making any decisions here was for example like we have a board manager, maybe all questions go to board manager and the chair, and then CC the superintendent, right? Or like a system. And then that way we have a way to track all the questions. And so if there's patterns that are coming up, we can elevate those. And if there's things that are just like, is this, like, for example, some questions may be relevant to achieving our board goals and some are not. And so how do we, it'd be nice to have a discussion about how do we prioritize, if that makes sense.
See, that's why I think it's important to decide what our work is, because the power of having like a framework or this is what our work is. It also allows you to say no to other things. And but if there's no like we haven't defined, so then it's like, well, this is just randomly what I'm interested in, or I don't know if think if you have agreement on like generally your framework,
Mhm.
then you'll know like there's 3 or 4
Right.
or the entire board interest.
Which a
interest of
co-owned
individuals.
strategic plan could kind of lead in that direction at the goal level.
Right, so that to me that like having more definition about what our work is.
Right.
Because for example, I mean, I look at our work is like right now, because we don't have like a work plan for the board, it's like, it's our board meetings, like what am I gonna be asked to vote on primarily? Or with what's within like the scope of the board member's responsibility, and like that's where like most of my questions are, because like without, in the absence of any other framework, it's like, oh, well, it's like somebody put something on the agenda and I'm gonna have to vote on it, so I'm gonna, ask a question about it if I have a question. I think this, it's like the power of knowing what you're saying yes to allows you also to know what you're saying no to in those cases.
To keep the board focused.
I feel like you've got a great idea. I feel like you're almost assigning yourself some homework. Maybe you can come up with a draft work plan, then it'll be, it, again, like, just like policies, right? It's nice to have a draft to start thinking about.
Look at that role of the chair, just.
So.
I
Nicely
propose,
delegated.
right.
Nicely delegated.
The chair can delegate, but listen to this. What I think I hear you talking about in general is that the protocols, I think of them as guardrails as well. So we do what we should be focusing on and we stop doing, or we don't get distracted by what is not our work. So protocols ought to be at a high level, guardrails, simplified where possible, and a level of efficiency so that we're not driving staff through 30 different priorities and questions. So some level of efficiency to get the work done. And then I also heard that if there are several questions coming up that indicate a pattern, then that ought to be elevated for further discussion. What ought to help us with the guardrails is when we have agreed upon goals. This is our work. This is our framework. Here's what we're supposed to be focusing on. Other things are peripheral, may be interesting, may have to go to the parking lot in some instances, but focusing on our goals helps define our work, what gets done, what has to be set aside. That makes sense?
Can I underline that, Barbara? Because we had talked about the desire for a board work plan. And I remember your words to me as like, well, those are the board goals coming from the strategic plan. And I guess I just wanted to pause and I wonder if that is the same thoughts that you all have as board members, is that when you hear the word work plan, is it then operationalizing the board goals and making those explicit connections to the strategic plan, or are you thinking and picturing something different?
I'll say what I picture. The work plan would have, early in the summer, us setting the evaluation in concert with the superintendent, setting the evaluation template. And then, building in the quarterly check-ins, and then the end of the year evaluation. It would have like the board evaluation on it. It would have the work plan for the budget, the board's work with the budget. Because we have to adopt the budget. It would have like the other statutory requirements on it. It would have the work that the board needs to do in order to refer the bond. I mean, so those types of things.
So you're talking more like expanded calendar, like a scope and sequence type.
Well, with outcomes, so like what is the outcome of something? So for example, for the board goals, my view is like our engagement with the board goals is really through the evaluation of the superintendent. I mean, so if we collaboratively set the board goals, if there's some sort of adjustments. And like, we're not going to be, I mean, we have 2 educators on the board, but the rest of us aren't. So like, we're not going to be like, here's the curriculum you should use to, or professional development you should do to get the board goals. But ours would be in the superintendent's evaluation, an agreement on progress toward the board goals and us measuring that or assessing it or
I appreciate that. And I think that goes back to the other point, whereas that if the board goals, all of the board goals are tied, well, most of the board, 3 of the 4 are tied to the state assessment data that comes out in the spring. I think that other question that was asked earlier to you, Barbara, was, quarterly, like, I think even Gary had made that point too, like what else are we kind of pulling in to assess our progress towards? I mean, of course, we have MAP or iReady and some of these other interim assessments, but I don't know if it gets at the detail that's needed to say like, hey, we are on track to meeting state standard for 3rd, 5th, and 8th grade, which are essentially the board goals.
And that's an important point, but interim assessments, I think you have to couch it to say, according to our MAP data or according to our iReady data, we seem to be on track to accomplish our goals, but iReady can miss the mark. Sometimes give you this false sense of security and you think, wait a minute, looked like they were ready here and the end of the year state assessment didn't quite make it. But it's a reasonable assumption to say, according to our iReady or our MAP data, we are trending positively. We feel pretty good about the progress. We're gonna just keep forging ahead and not get relaxed.
I would just say also, Kimberly, that when the original that setting the 8th grade goal, the board had asked the superintendent to come back with a not just a, how did they do on the state test, but a more balanced assessment of for 8th grade that wasn't just those 2 scores. So that never happened.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is the high school one, in addition to graduation, there were college and career readiness indicators, which like how many like CTE completers you had, how many AP, IB, college prep dual credit classes were taken, which you could have measurements along that line. And at a certain point in time, like I say, the 8th grade never got fleshed out to be something other than just, again, 2 proficiency data points. And also, I say, then it was just the whole college and career readiness piece dropped off. So I think
I appreciate that. That's helpful. I didn't know about the 8th grade one. Would love that opportunity to fine tune that one, because that is probably the toughest.
All right, I'm gonna move ahead to all of that has been captured.
That we're not doing the executive session.
Oh, okay. Just change.
What, I have more time?
You have more time.
Till 5 o'clock?
No, not that much time.
you saying we're not getting out of here at 3?
No.
Getting out of here at 3.
Executive session has been moved.
Has been
Canceled.
Yeah.
Canceled.
Executive session canceled, so we end at 3. I just keep nudging Herman on the 5 o'clock because I know it gets his attention.
You got mine.
Right.
We were gonna end at 3 regardless. The difference is we don't have an executive session at quarter till 3.
2:45 would have been executive session. Now that's been canceled.
To
so.
summarize it.
We forge ahead. Let me ask the chair to chime in because we're going to cut across here about school board meetings and then about board committees. What is the current practice and any concerns about that? Let's hear from you.
Yeah. Is there a question? Any concerns? No.
No
No,
concerns.
just kidding. So yeah, we have 3 committees. We have
Look at that. A green made a joke.
I have to.
I'm a green, Eddie.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
Well, we're very analytical. When I was in middle school, I used to analyze what caused humor. Anyways.
That's
How'd that work out for you, Joe?
Yeah.
Comedic period.
Exactly. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah.
Board meetings and
Three committees. We have policy committee, we have the facilities committee, and we have audit committee.
And how are they working?
Policy committee is moving along great.
But that's, you got policies that are 20 years old.
Yes, so we, one of the asks from the policy committee was to be able to use our board work sessions also to have first and second readings to kind of expedite that process, and that has been implemented. And yeah, but there's definitely a lot.
Facilities committee?
Facilities committee is moving to an ad hoc model as needed. So for example, when we have big building reviews or bond or construction reviews, that will happen. So they haven't met yet. And then audit committee is the same thing. It has, there's deadlines for when the audits are due and when they're
Seasonal.
presented. So yeah, so that's periodical or quarterly. I want to say quarterly, but I might be off a little bit.
Quarterly or less.
And then right now we are talking about forming a bond committee for specifically for the board work directly related to the May bond that's coming up. And that is a very specific goal with a very specific deadline and a deliverable at a certain date. And that is currently trying to figure out how to fill that one.
And in general, committees have discussions, but they have to bring back discussions for decision to the entire.
Yes, all decisions have to be made by the entire.
Good, good.
Recommendations.
Make recommendations. And I would assume also, let's say you have a committee and board members are welcome to come to that committee, even if they are not assigned to that particular committee, because those are public meetings. If you see the entire board coming to that committee meeting, what does that imply?
Well, only the committee members are allowed to decide the recommendations.
Okay.
The people who join, ex officio,
They just listen.
Yeah, they can provide input, but it is up to the committee members to decide how to use that input.
And we do have quorum at policy committee though, right? We have 4 of the 7.
Yeah, but that's just somebody joining, and also by our policy, the chair is the ex officio member of
For every
committee.
I do have, sorry, Jim. I was gonna say, if we have some time to dig in on this, because I do think there are some challenges around this. And one of the ones that comes up for me is how the board weighs in, kind of to what you were just saying, Barbara, because I think it's problematic right now. I mean, we have a policy committee that makes recommendations to the board. But then when they come to the board, the first reading has traditionally been pretty pro forma, like, oh, it comes to the board for first reading. But then second reading is when we adopt it. And I think what I will just tell you, even after 5 years, I'm somewhat confused on, because we don't explicitly say at that first reading, now would be a time for board members who were not on the policy committee to weigh in with amendments for changes, to express opposition. It's usually very much hey, this is first reading, and any changes can, we're gonna get comment. But then there's also been sort of a tradition of like not really wanting to make changes at the second reading, because that would then trigger another. So I'll just tell you, as someone who's never been on the policy committee, it's still confusing to me. When am I supposed to weigh in on a controversial policy, or even a non-controversial policy? That's one issue. And then the second issue I think we should talk more about.
Should be at the first reading, by the way, but keep going.
Okay. And then the second issue I'd like to talk more about is when we talk about policy, how deep are we going into operations or not? And, one of the things that Patty and Kimberly and I talked about in our little group breakout was like, I'll just put out there as an example. One example of a cell phone policy is this. The board directs the superintendent to eliminate student access to cell phones during the school day. Period. And that's the policy. And that's a perfectly legitimate policy that then the superintendent would develop all the administrative directives around to how are we going to do that at the high school level, special schools, middle schools, like all of that. It could look different. It could look consistent. But that's, just as a current example, that's not the policy discussion we've been having. And we've had it in general board meetings, we've had it in policy committee. It's a much more detailed, like, do we use yonder pouches? Do we not? And so as a board, we've never really taken time to talk about like, what level should our policies be at, even just philosophically.
Got it. And that's critical for the entire board to agree to. So
Yeah, so
add that to the parking lot too.
I think that's a really important conversation, and I think it's one that, that the board has to, I think it's an important conversation for the board to have, but also for the superintendent to be a part of, because, what's the level of detail, of granularity that is needed again, going back to some of the research on boards and how they're effective. I think part of how they're effective is they set policies that make clear the direction and the values and the outcomes and the results that they want, and are less likely to define the actual how that gets operationalized. Oftentimes that can be administrative procedure, or that can be other things. So again, I think that's a decision that the board needs to make and can make, and it's a conversation that you all should have. But I think probably weighing in on having broad parameters in policy and giving the superintendent and the leadership the opportunity to really fill in the blanks of what that looks like and how that goes about. Defining the outcomes, defining the results that you all want to see, I think is probably the best way to go. But again, that's a choice and it's a conversation for you all to be able to have. Barbara, I think I'd love to spend a little more time on committees. It sounds like there might be others who want to weigh in. And then I think there's a couple of places where I would love to just highlight from the policy document that you all have put together. But I will say in general, I think it's excellent. I think you all have done a beautiful job. Especially the framing on that first page, on page 2 of the Exhibit A, I think is extraordinary. I think most school boards in the United States would love to have this kind of language, and it's really thoughtful, it's really intentional, and I think it's really explicit about what you're trying to accomplish, and I think it's great. So I've got a couple of places where I'm glad to highlight questions or maybe some areas that I've heard you talk about that we can dig into a little bit more in the next 10 minutes or so. But if there's other comments on committees, glad to entertain that.
Committees or board meeting, and then we've got to get to communication before we.
Yeah, and I think that's all helpful. I will say that the question that Andrew asked about policy, I would say for me as superintendent with this board is perhaps the biggest one. So I guess I'm just curious just to understand our follow-up in the parking lot. Are we putting things on parking lot for perhaps our next quarterly meeting? Or is that just something for, just because I feel like being able to unpack like an example or something that we're like grappling with like in real time and be able to work towards solving it would for me be a tremendous support. But I also don't want to take away, and I don't know how others are feeling, but I feel like, like let's grapple with the real thing and see if we can solve it, and then maybe that will help future discussions and where else we might find time to be able to have these conversations.
So glad you brought that up. So 2 things. In the parking lot means we can't solve it here, nor can we make a decision here, because this is not the time that you're supposed to have to come to conclusions and make decisions. But that doesn't mean it couldn't be in the next work session or in the next board meeting, or that staff brings some recommendations on some revisions. It doesn't wait until the next board retreat. Absolutely not. But you can't solve it here, or we'd be here until 5 o'clock.
Won't be,
Or longer.
or at least some of us won't be.
So
Came early.
you can't.
I'm guessing.
You're welcome to stay till 5.
So parking lot doesn't imply that it's not crucial. It just implies we can't fix it here and now, but it can very easily be on your next work session. Some time to think through it, some time for policy committee to even bring suggestions. Those are critical items. They just can't be settled here and now. Great point.
I just have a question.
Yes.
Talk about question number 2, says how are board committees helpful in achieving the goals of the board? What did that look like? And when we talk about our board goals, how should committees do that? Are we just doing that at board meetings only, or is that something that when we talk about a lot of the metrics that we're looking for in order to achieve our student achievement, because from my this is all what we're here for, is student achievement, right? Everything else is second. Can that be done in committee? Some of that can be done in committees, or do we want to just look at that work section or board meetings all the time?
No, it should be done in committee. No decisions are made in committee meetings, though.
Right.
Review and other board members can come and listen in and participate. But all of that, I want you to remember coherent. Everything you do ought to be focused and within those guardrails of your plan and your goals.
Yes, I guess I would definitely like to see either committees or board meetings really focus on student achievement. When I look at least, I just want to make sure that that's what we're focusing on.
And here's a rule of thumb. If you have a committee meeting and the entire board is coming because they all want to hear it at the same time, then it's not a committee. It ought to just be, it can be monthly or quarterly updates on student achievement and some of your strategic plan outcomes and trends with your data. That's, student achievement is probably too large for committee because the entire board wants to hear that. I'm glad you clarified.
I would agree with that. I think student achievement needs to be, is the work of the
Full.
board and needs to be in the full board conversation, and creating structures for having that conversation, I think, will be important going forward.
Everyone else pretty comfortable that the way, shouldn't say comfortable. Everyone pretty clear on the way board meetings are structured and the way committee meetings are structured. Do we need another committee? Should we cut away some committees? In your opinion, sounds like you've got two that are ad hoc and one that is continual.
So did you say that everybody's fine with the way the board meetings are set?
Board meetings and committee
I
meetings.
will just say, I'm not.
Tell us, tell
Okay,
us, now's
so-
the time.
Well, it's the going back to, I feel like it's not about the work of the board. Because I view it as like, it's the board meeting. And often we're just sitting there. I can sit for 2 hours and not do anything.
Okay.
And it's useful to listen. But frankly, it's not, I think if that's the place where we're gonna do our work, and we should be doing it in public, like our board meeting should be structured more to be doing our board work,
More discussion.
more engagement with each other around the things that we've said are important versus that just happen to get on the agenda. And
Okay.
it's their our agendas generally student achievement focus. Or it's unclear what they're focused on because we haven't said like, these are the 5 things we want to get accomplished as a board this year. And this is why we're hearing this presentation, or this is why we're soliciting board members' viewpoints, perspectives, as we put something else together.
So then a possibility, tell me if this sort of goes along with what you would be more hopeful for. So if one board meeting a month actually had a portion of the strategic plan, student outcomes, for example, we're focusing on math this month, and a report out of what's going on and some discussion, some further questions among the board members, focused on the strategic plan, student outcomes, student learning, that would be more along the lines of what you would hope for.
Yes, and the other things that we need to do
Strategic plan.
as a board, and if say everybody wants to weigh in on an issue that we need to work on, let's get that on the board agenda, but we might not know it because we're not in an agenda setting meeting, and then we just get the agenda and it's like, oh, I guess that's what we're talking about this meeting.
And some of that could be handled in offline meetings or one-on-one meeting with the superintendent as well, because she's able to assess. I've had 4 different board members bring this topic up, chairs, so I think it's something we need to be having a report out at the next board meeting, because it seems to be pretty critical. That can be maneuvered there.
So that's one way. I also find, because we bring such different experiences and expertise and interests, and we're connected into different parts of the community, is I love hearing from other board members. This is why I think there's a value of setting something. What is the frame? Because something may not even be on my radar screen, but it's like, oh my God, it's totally missing. Or Patty and Eddie, we're we ought to be paying attention to this, because this is what the board's doing, and here's the impact it's having on classrooms. So, and not that we can't bring up issues to the superintendent, but I also think we miss some of the value of sort of the collective wisdom, perspectives, and experiences.
So there are some boards who, after they've concluded their business, say other items, issues for discussion by board members. Something as simple as that brings up an opportunity for open discussion.
Yes, although that's usually at 10 o'clock at night, or 9 if we've adhered to the agenda, and people want to go.
Oh my
And so-
God, you meet regularly until 10 o'clock at night.
That's what I was about to address. That's what I wanted to address, even with all the dialogue,
Yeah.
it means our board meetings need to be structured in a way that we get that done in a timely fashion.
Timely.
And so if that means if we, as an example, that we need to reduce the proclamations down to 2 minutes versus 30 minutes or whatever, so you can have that time for a dialogue. Because, after a certain time and everybody's coming from work and all that stuff, going, to 12, 1 o'clock in the morning is just, it's not, I don't feel
Not
it's like
sustainable.
for government.
Yeah.
And so, you might have one a year maybe, but, being able to have that dialogue and do it in a timely fashion is going to be important. So that may mean the board really needs to be structured to talk about maybe 1 or 2 items and to go into however much detail or dialogue you need to go into. That's definitely important. And I learned that last
We
year.
could do some brainstorming around
and-
the structure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's about systems and habits, right? That's about the structure. That's about how do you structure your work, and how do you have the discipline of making sure that there's a regular focus on teaching and learning, there's a regular focus on instructional issues, while still taking care of the things that you have to take care of, the statutory requirements, the contracts, the things that you have to do. But being able to organize and focus your time and your agenda on the things that are most important and the instructional areas. I think that's really important. I hear from you that a lot of the protocols that are in place are pretty good, and that is probably not worth having a ton of extra conversation around additions or refinements, except maybe in the area of committees and this important conversation that we're having right now around how to structure board meetings and how to make sure that we are focused on teaching and learning. But I think there are a couple of places, Barbara, if I may, that we've got a bunch of slides here, but I think there's a couple places that might be useful in the short term to develop systems and habits around that could just clarify a few things and then allow more of that focus time rather than spending more time on how the board protocols work and things like that and trying to come to consensus on it. Maybe there's a couple of quick hits that can be undertaken, and then focus more of that time on what is the work that the board is to do. How do we focus on teaching and learning? Have that more of that good conversation. I would say a couple of areas. One, I heard that there are practices around information flow for school board meetings, and I want to see if that's working well, and maybe it doesn't have to be adjusted. Maybe it doesn't have to be incorporated into policy or into the protocol. But if that's working well, just having that somewhere. This is our practice around information flow. It's 12 days before, it's 8 days before, it's et cetera. That's one. Two is clarify the path of communication for information requests and substantive questions. Eddie talked about this a little bit before. This doesn't necessarily have to be a vote or a protocol, but this could be a conversation with the board chair and the board vice chair and the superintendent around what does that look like in terms of can we request that board members send substantive questions or information requests to the board chair, the senior board manager, and the superintendent. And so there's a way to manage all of that. I think that's a good conversation to be having. And then one thing I would say in your protocol that I would want you to at least think about maybe slightly changing the practice, which is it says board members will share information they receive from information requests with our other board members. I might just suggest having that be a responsibility of the leadership of the superintendent and the leadership rather than a responsibility of individual board members to have to share the information that they receive with other board members. So, and then the last thing I would say is, and Kimberly made reference to this earlier, making sure that there's conversation about how does the superintendent communicate on a regular basis things that are happening that you need to know about. If there is, God forbid, a safety issue, or if there is a labor issue that's going on, how is that information communicated? How do individual board members want that information to be communicated? Is it a text? Is it an email? Is it a phone call? Are there different types of communication that you want for different types of information? And I think, again, that doesn't necessarily have to be in policy. That doesn't necessarily have to be even in your protocols, but to have the conversation about the preferences of each of the board members and how they like to receive information when it's exigent, I think would be helpful as well. And if y'all think about those pieces, I think we can skip to the next 7 or 8 slides here and in the interest of time, move on.
I just want you to hit a couple of, considering the additional points for discussion, just highlight a few of those on communication with the superintendent and board members, with constituents, with the media. Just highlight some of that for us and we'll be almost at close.
Just real quick, Roseanne had a comment that she wanted to make on board meetings that I just didn't.
I gotta make it fast, gotta make it quick.
I had 2 comments. One was, we have a practice, it has been for a couple of years, that we only allow one topic of a work session. but I've wondered if there's ever an opportunity to think about.
If it's not in your policy, why not have more than one topic in a work
So
session?
that would, because that seems to happen a lot. We're like, we're talking about this one item on this date, and so a whole month can go by before the board has to.
As long as you
talk about
advertise it,
something.
I don't know that there's any
Well, no,
prohibition.
Was that,
No, it's just
like I said,
it's just, it's been a practice that we have in the past several years that's been.
So it's practice.
Get rid of that.
Excellent point.
Gone.
Not
And the point is around to, Gary, your point about proclamations. I keep thinking about the idea of how much time the board spends, and this is one that we've wrestled with over the years, where proclamations can take a long time. And they can feel very performative if they're brief. And so what happens is then we want to invite people to speak about them. And if you invite somebody, they can't be there for less than 20 minutes of a conversation with the board. And I'm looking ahead, I'm thinking we have 3 proclamations in the board meeting, which could be 40 minutes if we start inviting people to either talk about something. So this is something I'd love to have the board.
So there are ways to
Decide on.
consolidate, there are ways to consolidate,
Do you-
and
is
some
this something
boards,
you want to continue? to
some boards have a
practice?
quarterly recognition. So that's something they do on a quarterly basis, and you know it's going to be a bunch of recognitions and proclamations. You don't have to take up large portions of every meeting around that. We can talk more about that as
Yeah.
well. Communication, Jim, we gotta move.
Yeah, I think I raised the questions of communication on this slide with the superintendent. Maybe those are topics for conversation. And really, I mean, it's a big part of that with, a wonderful new superintendent who you all have hired is about building that relationship. So I would just, you can take a look at these sort of suggestions and thoughts. I think the one thing I would highlight here is with new superintendents in particular, our experience has been that it's very useful, regardless of what your protocol is around being able to ask senior staff for, being able to ask senior staff questions or for information. With a new superintendent, our experience has been it's very useful and very valuable for in the short term, all of those substantive questions and all of those information requests to be flowed through at least with a CC to the superintendent, oftentimes directly to the superintendent, so that she can get a real handle on what are the questions that you have, what are the issues that you're hearing from your constituents. It's really part of in a way, the onboarding process. It's part of the relationship building process. It's really part of how the superintendent really gets to understand the district and the issues and priorities that individual board members and the board as a whole has. So that third bullet point, I think, is fairly important if you're open to it in the short term. And I don't know if Kimberly wants that really that information flow to and through her in the short term while she is making her entry into the district. And I think if you don't want to spend a whole lot of time on your other protocols, I think you've got some pretty good protocols around constituent relations. I think I heard some version of the first bullet point earlier today, which is sort of the practice, which is if there are constituent questions or concerns, those should be referred back into the district at the appropriate level first. And but if I think this is the second bullet is part of what we talked about earlier, which is the two-way street and the joint responsibility that if the issue remains unresolved or it really represents larger systemic concerns, that those really should be brought to the attention of the superintendent and appropriate staff. So I think we've covered all of that. And so I feel good, but we haven't dug into media much, but it doesn't, I'm not sure, that hasn't surfaced today, so I'm not sure how big an issue is. We can talk about it, Barbara, but in the interest of time, maybe we're doing okay on that one.
Do you have issues around communication with the media? Everyone's pretty standard on that. You got good protocol in place. No issues or concerns.
Not that I know.
Like employee communication, constituents. Everybody's following the guidelines. Lovely. So at a very high level, I just want to say something briefly around we want to say something these 3 areas. Talk about strategic planning. I want Kim to just briefly go over the visual that's in your packet on the strategic later level, because there's going to be lots more discussion that needs to take place around that. And then Eddie will say something briefly about superintendent's evaluation, and then we've got some possible resources for you for board member evaluation, and then we'll be at strategic planning, Madam Superintendent.
Yeah, I think it can be a 60-second or less conversation. So the team has been working, the executive team has been working on what it means to be a high-performing team, getting clear on our theory of action. And all of that will result in a work plan that we're hoping to have established within the next month and a half, which details how we're operationalizing the strategic plan. And so that work is still anchor and foundational. We know that it has the 2025 as an end date, though that's not how we're approaching the work. I do anticipate that there'll be some refinements and some matrix to show the action within it, but as time goes on, but that we are busy anchoring and aligning our work to the strategic plan. And so my reports, and whether it's the superintendent report or other updates to the board, will be sharing out the results and progress on our work plan through the lens of the strategic plan.
And how are we going to resolve the issue of the alignment with the board goals? And I guess having the broader conversation about like everybody having ownership. Because I do feel like when it kicked off, there was like broad community. I mean, we had these huge meetings with all these, Post-it notes, and that got us the mission and vision values, and then it just like disappeared to the community. I don't think you could tell, most community members could say anything. They know what the graduate portrait is, maybe, but the strategic plan has just gone kind of completely underground, and I feel like also somewhat for the board as well. So I'm interested in how then like we reconnect up or resolve how we're going to reconnect up.
I've made that a note for things that we need to discuss tomorrow when we have some time. We've got some ideas for that as well. You can bring back some potential around trying to merge below the value level at the goals level, see what kind of merger might take place, and some proposals you might bring forward.
Right, and I think just my connection, I appreciate the question, and I think my quick reaction to that is just really wanting to get clear on what the bottom line up front, as I'll say, as Dan often says, the bottom line up front for the board goals, because I know that, our goal and interest is that 100% of our students are meeting standard in, all of the grades 3 through 8. I know that our board goals are specific on Black and Native students, and it shows the percentage of growth over time. Our work is aligned to getting our students to standard anyway. And so I would love to hear at some point direction from the board on the specific board goals. I will say as chief academic officer, we were heavily tied to and leaning in on the strategic plan. And I think, I'll be honest, the conversations around board goals tended to be between, Guadalupe and you all. It isn't something that really made its way in our office, because our goal is, right, we want all students to be able to meet standard on all of the assessments. But so I don't know if I have a lot of experience other than just the last 2 months of hearing about it to speak fluently to that.
Gives us something to work on for our next steps. Superintendent evaluation, where do we stand on that, Chair?
Yeah, so leadership and us have met a couple times to talk about it. I think what we decided on was to start with the school board partners template. Template, and start with that. And then we also brought in the chief of HR and also the chief of assessment and accountability, Dr. Adams, right? And what they're currently working based off that template, working on a draft to kind of bring in more data points that are, feedback that is not only gives you good data, but also useful in terms of improving performance. And that was one of our focus goals, is like, how can this data be used to improve our performance? And so they're coming back to us hopefully soon with a draft that leadership and board leadership will review. And our the date we're aiming for is to have a draft to present to the board on September 24th. For more input, solicit more input and additions, or, you know, if we want to edit it more.
So is the board gonna have input on whether we shift from the template that we had to the school board partners? I don't know what's the
Yes,
school board
yes.
partners
It's a whole board decision.
versus. So wouldn't that be, maybe, wouldn't we want to have that discussion at the front end versus like, here's the draft?
I think that's a good question, but I think the idea is that it's always easier to work off the initial draft, whether you're going to go with it or not. You know, just like have a basis of ideas, like this is a general format first. And then if if the board decides to deviate completely from that, that's fine. But I think that the idea of that is that this would be a starting point for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ask that you share that with the rest of the board because this is like our most important work and.
So share the draft ahead of time.
We'll share the draft of what you're thinking, because we spent a lot of time on this other draft. I mean, with AJ for, you know, it's the whole, we're gonna be focused on student achievement. We built this whole thing on that. And again, I don't know what the school board partners is, and maybe it's fine, maybe it's got a same focus on student achievement, but it's different, but I think before we get too far down the path, I mean, it's already almost September, of sharing that with everyone else, so just get at least a high level, like, what concerns do you have? Do you like thumbs up, side thumbs, or what questions might you have if we go down that path, just so, you know, show up with a, like, hey, you know, we're not, you don't have a majority of the board aligned.
Can I just add on? I'm less concerned about the actual format, although I will point out if we switch, it'll be the 4th template in 5 years, I think, that we've used, but it's fine. I'm more concerned about the philosophical question about what's in there, and I don't know school board partners, but, you know, I just want to point out, AJ was very clear, the board evaluation should only be on the board goals. Sorry, the superintendent evaluation should only be on the board goals. That's it. We as a board pushed back on that and said, okay, we're going to use board goals and we're going to add these management, I can't remember.
The leadership.
The
characteristics,
leadership
the leadership qualities.
Because we wanted to have a little bit more
Right,
than
and school board
just these 4 board goals. But philosophically, to Julia's point, that's where I think the board needs to weigh in. Are we just going to focus on board goals? Are we going to focus on board goals plus something else? Are we not using board goals anymore? That would concern me else, you know, right now, like if that's not part of the superintendent's evaluations. I'll just throw that out there as
Yeah.
food for thought.
Yes, thank
So
you.
The other thing I want to weigh in on, and we kind of got caught on this last election cycle, was making sure that at least, say we still have data that's trailing that goes into August, that we know for sure 3 board members may or may not be here next. So that there's an opportunity for us to we complete at least some of our work, if we have non-student achievement data as part of it, that the board that's evaluating the superintendent, because what we got involved in last time is like, well, maybe we should have the board members who previously were on the board weigh in, because they were here for the board versus Patty and Eddie who weren't here. And so I think there's also, knowing this is a switchover year versus a year in which there's no board elections, that
Right.
anything that's not tied to that later data, that we try and have at least a portion of that done.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's really helpful because I was in conversations with Dr. Adams, who was working on a template, and his recommendation was to not use the selected board goals and to look at the dispositions that you all had when selecting the superintendent in the initial first year. And so I think if there are some thoughts, feedback, or concerns that that's sent to Dr. Adams, who's working on that qualitative.
And I don't want to weigh in too much because you guys have had folks giving instruction and drafting and what have you. Certainly first year may not be what your consecutive years become for a superintendent's evaluation. First year is usually largely tied to the entry plan, the 100-day plan, the strategic plan, what have you. I will let the chair and others weigh in on that. Happy to consult as you're working through that process as well. Jim, if you'll say something about school board self-evaluation, we're down to pluses and deltas and wrap up.
Yep. No, real quick, y'all have identified this as a priority that you want, and to do a board self-evaluation, that you want to assess your work and your progress and do some self-reflection and to really make that a part of your regular protocols. And so there are several instruments out there that could be used, or alternatively, a custom designed protocol could be developed for the school board specifically here in Portland, but the Council of Great City Schools has an instrument. School Board Partners, the group that you just talked about, has a self-evaluation instrument, as does, I haven't seen it, but it's referenced in the Oregon School Boards Association handbook that they also have a tool that could be used for board self-evaluation. I think I'm pretty agnostic as to which individual tool you use, more so that the act of self-reflection and self-assessment is really important and powerful for a school board to undertake on a regular basis.
I have been in contact with the OSBA person who does this self-evaluations, so I can find out more about that. And it sounds pretty simple and pretty, and not too
I'm
expensive.
gonna check mine.
It's mine. It's my alarm going off telling my husband he needs his minutes.
And you're saying to the chair, you volunteer for gathering some.
I will, yeah, I will
information
find out more.
on. Hey,
Yeah.
Thank you.
love it. All right, pluses and deltas. Let me mention work plan, because I'm going to add Addie in here.
I love napkins. My jam.
Sufficient.
So the notion of strategic plan and board goal, chair, board will have to have some discussion. Certainly I'm willing to work with the superintendent on some possibilities there as well. The cadence of your meetings, chair, board, willing to certainly give you some support on that as well. AJ's document, I'm gonna leave that to the board for some future discussion. What does policy mean and what level of detail do you want into the policy? That's something that needs to be for a full board discussion as well. And then Patty's gonna look at school board evaluations. Did I miss anything on the parking lot?
Self-evaluation.
Self-evaluation, sorry, school board self-evaluation. Did I miss anything on the
Can I
parking?
share the school board partners ones?
All right, pluses and deltas, speaking of evaluation for this meeting, what went well and what can be improved upon, should we ever have to come together again? What went well, what can be improved upon? I'll call on each person to give me a plus, delta, whatever you think of. Let's start, Julia.
I think there was some valuable level setting that happened.
Okay,
I'm sorry, what's the Delta stand for?
what can be improved? I'm gonna do pluses first, so we'll swing back around
Okay.
for the deltas. Give me a plus.
You can start the Delta's back on that one.
Give me a plus. Give me a plus.
I enjoyed that everyone came fully engaged throughout the entire meeting.
Okay, give me another.
I like the alignment on ideas, concepts around governance, what good governance, and willingness to pursue that.
And willingness. Next.
Everybody stole mine, but the attention to time and the respect of everyone's time.
That was Andrew's.
That was, I stole his.
The way it was organized, so we had a chance to talk with everyone in small groups.
I would just say, I like the open communication and the flow of it.
Next.
I like the true colors exercise. And tips and tricks for talking to my colleagues.
Spoken by a green, by the way.
Cindy Lauper.
Now it's gonna be there all day.
Meaty content,
I can't hear you.
meaty content.
Oh, you said needy. Meaty content.
I like the candy.
Let's be honest.
I also love the true colors, and I just appreciate everybody's, focus.
I was gonna have to go. I liked the true colors.
True colors. Give me deltas.
Oh, wait, can I just say one more since I
No,
didn't really?
no,
have
we're out of time.
Oh, we're out of, oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, what's your?
No, I just thought that everybody was really open and honest. And I thought that really helps with having hard conversations.
All right, give me a delta. What can be improved?
I have to pass.
Unpacking the meatiness of the top of the content,
More time to unpack. Next.
Yeah, I'm similar. I'm agreeing. So I really want to dive into the very concrete examples of how we can engage in good governance.
I can do what?
Concrete examples of how we can engage in good governance. Like, we've talked about it generally, but I want to talk about it like at this board meeting on this topic with this subject. Are we doing something?
Got it. Next.
I think it slipped.
Wasn't a good breakfast, these are negative.
Because they can improve upon.
Oh, improve upon.
Lunch was better.
More
Yeah.
bacon,
Yeah.
more bacon? Is that your favorite?
Probably goes with the unpacking, but more talking about where policy is involved with the board. Which belongs to the board, and which belongs to staff.
More policy discussion.
Yeah, just where we are in it.
Okay, Michelle.
I'd like to see more like team building exercises, maybe more movement, less sitting. Bring a soccer ball next time or something.
We could do what was wrong. I mean.
I would be totally into that, yes.
Course.
A ropes course, trust falls.
Falling everywhere.
Trust fall, I'll do that.
Yeah, I like that team building.
Eddie.
A little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I could second the team building, I would like that, but I think for me, going back to the concrete examples, I think when we talk about focusing our conversations, board meetings on teaching and learning, I want to know what that looks like. Like, is there a template that we can at least have or see to start discussion off of?
Got it.
What could be better, improved upon? I too would like to have more time to go into some of the non-surface stuff. I feel like we've had surface conversation, but if you really want to understand the person that you're working with, how do we get below the surface?
More crying.
Like a true green. Do an orange, by the way. Go back to how to communicate with them. Judy.
So there was a lot of material and I would have rather focused on the places, like, just like some key areas that could be unlocks versus really covering the whole waterfront. I guess also I'm feeling that we have we're leaving with a lot of issues unresolved. I'm sorry. I'm feeling like we're leaving with a lot of issues unresolved.
But we have till 5.
Well, they've always been unresolved, but now we service.
Yeah, well, we always go.
Some of them haven't solved them, some of them will take more work, that's for certain. Anything else for the good of the order?
I got some on my mind. This is the Herman. So I want to apologize. I wasn't trying to put you on the butt. I'm trying to make a joke about the times, but it's just on my mind. And I didn't want you to think I was putting you on the bus.
He was putting you on
My
blast
earlier.
for being late.
Yeah,
Did
for
I
being
miss-
late.
I miss,
Okay. I was just making.
Already gone.
Okay. I've been sitting here thinking about it, like,
I'm sitting here
I hope
thinking
you don't
about it
think I
like,
was putting him under the bus, so I want to apologize
Bro.
from my heart.
I'm sitting here like, did I miss something?
No,
Did he say it while I wasn't
You weren't
here?
here yet.
I
No,
was already, I had already lost it. It's
okay,
gone.
I just wanted to make sure that I got that out in public, because it happened in public,
What's your color?
blue and orange.
Yeah, that was blue.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Finish them up.
Barbara, may I say a final word?
It is 10 after, we are 10
Barbara,
minutes.
Barbara, may I say a final
I'm
word?
gonna
Is
go,
that
I'm
possible?
gonna go to you, I'm gonna go to you to close us out, Jim. We
Oh,
have
great.
10 minutes, we're 10 minutes overdue. I
I
owe you 10
wasn't
minutes.
even gonna say nothing, but I came an hour late, so
I,
the person that comes an hour late can't talk about 10 minutes.
I was not going to bring that up. I was not going to bring that up because I.
Gary did it so well.
Gotcha.
But honestly, your time here together, while it may seem very surface level, it is critical foundational building. You can't solve every issue in a meeting that goes from 9 to 3. Certainly can't solve critical issues that are facing school boards, but your engagement here, your discussion, your transparency has certainly been helpful. I want to thank you for that. I certainly look forward to continuing the discussion and getting onto some of those matters that we couldn't delve into today. And with that, I will leave to my partner, Jim, to close us out.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to say very briefly a couple of things. One, just wanted to thank you for your engagement and for a really great dialogue to surface some things, to dig into some things, and I think identify some of the work that needs to happen going forward. I want to congratulate you on hiring a fabulous superintendent. I think Kimberly is going to do amazing work. You all had a very careful, thoughtful process, and I think you've identified a wonderful leader for the future and someone who you as a board will be able to work with and do great work with. And I look forward to wonderful things happening for the children of Portland. I want to say how much I appreciate. Barbara and I do this work a lot with a lot of different boards, and I don't think I've ever been with a board that had so much laughter in a board meeting, in a retreat. And I just want to say how much I appreciate that. It means you're open to connecting with each other and working with each other. And it also means you're reflecting the tremendous joy that is in this work of educating children. And so I just really appreciate and admire that. And the last thing I'll say that I really admire about all of you and this board is, first of all, your willingness to serve, either as superintendent or as a board member. These are hard jobs, it's hard work, but it's critically important to the lives and the futures of kids. And I can see and feel and hear your deep commitment to high quality education for children. So really appreciate you, really appreciate the work of today and the work of that will be ongoing in the future. And thanks for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are dismissed.
Thank you.
Wow.
Here, you're supposed
You
to.
have to adjourn.
Yeah, whatever.
I didn't even.
Are we getting copies of all the?
Absolutely. Do you know there is no AI? I call the pictures of the sharks.
Remember, I had. But I didn't see her.
No, I've got you.
I remember, okay. Yeah, okay.
Think about like.
So I emailed her. I told her.
Oh my God.
That's how it shows how far it was. I missed the whole thing. No, never that. Never.
So, well,
Never
you've
that.
got a connection with the other. We'll find it.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's beautiful handwriting.
I know, doesn't he?
I look at that and I look at mine.
That's the teacher coming out.
That was always going to be very high level.
My mother used to say, if I can't read it, then I can't do anything with it. And I got.
Really nice. Well, did you take it to school though?
No,
You got the.
And that's besides, it's not.
I write in all caps.